just me. It's not just me picking global esports. What do you guys, Minnie? You're making a face right now.
I think there's kind of obvious. I think that FUT
เหรอวะ
it's about that team coming in today, and GE have looked fantastic this tournament.
Yeah, I think when you consider the performance that GE has been able to put up, I was a little bit worried about the intensity of this event with the kind of approach that they have when we consider how they play regionally. But yeah, I think 61%, that's pretty high for GE, and fair enough for it. I think for me, I'm a little bit worried that FUT are down at the 10%. Maybe I've not been selling this FUT top 3 narrative enough.
You know what? I want to give you your moment to sell FUT, okay? Because I think NRG as the reigning champs right now they are, I think a lot of people are very confident in them right now. So tell us about FUT. Tell us why they're going to be winning today.
Listen, they've made it back to their first international event since missing all of them last year. We've got a new era of FUT. Quite literally a new era. You've seen all these young players. Sop is going to sop all over them. He's been
ผู้
crazy
เซน
this
2-0 ครับวันนี้
event, okay?
เอ้ยผิด
I'm coming across a
Oh,
little bit
okay.
biased here right now, but I
I want full bias. Be like, give it to us.
People
NRG
usually would like
2-0
look at the experience of NRG and yeah,
คู่แรก
maybe
เป็น
it's a
GE ครับ
safe option,
2-1
but be bold.
ทายผลนะ
You know,
NRG
dare to take a risk.
2-0 ครับ
I
Yeah,
like it.
2-1 NRG
2-1
today.
จริง 50-50
I
นะ
don't
คู่
know.
บ
I
น
got to
Get
sell
off your box.
on
Get off your box right now.
All right, well, on NRG side, which
สมมติว่าถ้า XLG มันเข้าไปใช่ไหมแล้วแม่งได้แชมป์เลยเนี่ยเวลาก้ามันคงดีใจอ่ะ
สะ
จ
บั
ริ
ก
ง
สะ
ได้
บอมเกินไว้ก่อน
โอ้แต่แค่นึกว่าเข้าไปเจออีเปเปอร์เล็ก G2 เฮลิติกก็เข้า ภาพแม่งแทบไม่มีเลย
ชนะไปให้อันดับ 1 เลือกว่าอยาก
เออ
กระทืบใคร
EDG อีกโอ้โหเจอในโซนตัวเองก็เหนื่อยแล้ว
ผมเชียร์ที่ไหนเนี่ยแพ้ลึกสุดเดินด้วยครับ โอ้โห
เฮ้ยแชทผมปรึกษาหน่อยตอนนี้คือผมทำ local AI มาเว้ยแล้วทีเนี้ย อยากจะเอาไปไว้ในบอท Discord เราเนี่ย มันจะเวิร์กป่าวะ กูจะโดนสแปมเครื่องพังวะเนี่ย เหมือนน้องจอยใช่ แต่ตอนนี้มันเป็น คือเอาง่ายๆอ่ะ ตอนเนี้ย ผมมี AI อยู่ประมาณ3 ตัว 1 น้องจอย น้องจอยนี่คือ ดูแลเรื่อง งานต่างๆ เกี่ยวกับไอ้นั่นน่ะ การลงทุน การเงินการลงทุน ส่วนน้องเจนนี่จะมีน้องเจน แล้วเจนเป็นตัวที่เขาเรียกว่าไง ควบคุมเกม ควบคุม ต้องบอกว่าไงอะควบคุมเครื่องหลัก คอยดูแล แล้วก็คอยแบบทำจิปาถะไปด้วย อีกตัวหนึงคือน้องจิ๊บ น้องจิ๊บนี่เป็นตัวที่ เอาไว้นั่นแหละที่เห็นในบอท Discord อะเอาไว้อัปเดตตารางอะไรพวกเนี้ย อืม ตอนนี้ผมจะมีพรอเจกต์จะทำเกมหนึ่งเว้ย ทำเกมขึ้นมาเลย แต่ตอนเนี้ยคือ ผมไม่ คือที่ผมคิดไว้อะ มันก็มีเกมหลายประเภทมากเลย แต่พอ ยิ่งคิดไอเดียก็ยิ่งผุด แต่ผุดไปผุดมาไปโผล่อีกเกมหนึ่ง ก็เลยแบบสับสนไปหมด งง Lotus
การันตี 1 แมปละอันนี้ NRG
นี่เดี๋ยวผมจะให้ดูครับ ให้ดูคร่าวๆว่า คิโกะจะต้องเข้าไปเฉิดฉายครับ NRG มันสะบักสะบอม แต่มันก็เดี๋ยวมันก็หาทางเข้าของมันเอง เรามั่นใจในลูกพี่อีธานครับ เกมออนไลน์เหรอ
2-0 เลย NRG ไส้ไหล วันนี้
จริ
5
ง
แมปพอ
คู่ไส้ไหลกับ GE เนี่ย ผมเชียร์ทั้งคู่เลยนะ แบบอยากให้มันเข้าทั้งคู่เลย ใครก็ได้
พี่เชียร์ไส้ไหลวะ
ใจผมไปไส้ไหลอะแต่ผมกด GE
ฉุน
ไปแล้ว
ฉุนเมื่อวาน ยังไม่หาย
ดูลูกพี่แฮปปี้เวยดีกว่า
ไส้ไหลดีกว่า
ลูกพี่แฮปปี้เวยเมื่อวานแม่ง ไม่ไหววะ ที่ให้ NRG กับ GE ไปครับ ตามโพยที่ทายนะ แต่จริง ๆ อยากให้ไส้ไหลไปครับ วันนี้จะมาร่างแฮปปี้หรือแองกี้มาดูกัน จริง ๆ ผมว่าอยากสร้างเกมแนวๆแบบ Tower Defense บอร์ดเกมจริง ๆ เหรอ บอร์ด
แต่
เกม
ไอ้
คื
เว่ย
อ
มันเป็นผู้เล่นที่แบบ ไม่ได้โดดเด่น แต่มันมาเรื่อย ๆ เนาะ
มัน สเตเบิล มากเลยพี่ ไอ้
ส
เว่
เต
ย
เบิล แบบไปทางสูงด้วยซ้ำ แล้วก็แบบ เรตติง ท็อปตลอดเลยอะ
เอาง่าย ๆ ก็คือแมตช์ไหน Laga มันยิงอะ มันก็เฉย ๆ อะ มันก็แบบ ก็เล่นแบบหน้าที่มันอะ
ทำได้ดี แต่แบบไม่ได้แบบ เกินอะ
แต่เมื่อวานมันเกินไปว่ะ
เพราะเพื่อนต้องเอาหน่อย เพื่อนไม่ค่อยเอา
เมื่อวานมันเกินไป เกินแบบหลุดฟอร์มจริง ระเบิดฟอร์มต้องบอก
โค้ดลีฟอยู่ Sharper ครับผม
ในนี้แฟน Full Send เยอะด้วย พูดไม่ได้ เดี๋ยววงในหลุด มีวงในพี่เอ๋ย
ว่าไงวงใน
Full Send อะ
ทำไมอะ?
Superbus IGL บูม บุรพา Initiator
โอ้โฮ
Voice Sun เป็นโค้ช
แชมป์ชัวร์
แช
ทรง
มป์
นี้
แชมป์ VCT เหรอพี่?
แชมป์ตำบลก่อน
แชมป์ตำบล วงใน Scuba 667 สงสัย Happy Wave มันชอบด่าน Speed มาก ๆ เลยวะ ดูทรงพลังดิ เหมือนที่ไอ้ Kitten แม่งชอบ Pearl อะ แต่ผมไม่เข้าใจอีกด้วย ไอ้ Kitten แม่งเดินแบบ แม่งเดินไม่ได้แบบ ไม่ได้เดินดีกว่า Meteor เลย แต่แม่งไม่ตาย งง
สื่อสารผิดพลาดเมื่อวานอะ
เมื่อวานคือหลุดอะ
แล้วไปพลาดวินสำคัญปุ๊บ ไปเรียบร้อยเลยค
โอ้
รับ
พลาดเยอะมาก ไอ้วินที่โดนเลิกหลังบ้าง วินที่ 2-4 บ้าง
โดนวินสำคัญแล้วมันหลุดเลยไง
โดน นะครับ เดี๋ยววันนี้คนไทยมาแก้แค้นให้ คิโกะเดินออกมาแล้ว ผมอยากเห็น Leo กลับมาแข่งว่ะ อยากเห็น Leo กลับมาแข่งว่ะพี่
กลับแล้ว
เฮ้ย มันไม่ได้เล่นเลยดิ มานั่งดูอย่างเดียวเลยอะ โอ้ แต่ตอนมันอยู่ Fnatic นี่มันโคตรเดือดเลย มันเป็น อินนี่คุณภาพจริงนะ ทั้งยิงทั้งส่ง โป่วยนี่ยิ่งบัฟอะ ดูพอลีโอไปก่อน ตัวแทน ลีโอฟาเรียนี่เอาไปพักก่อน อย่างแรกต้องทำให้คนส่องเมาส์กันไม่ได้ก่อน พี่เอ๋ยไม่เชื่อมั่นในฟุตเลยเหรอ2-0เลยเหรอ วิด2027 เดิร์กโคนิเคิลเวอร์เตอร์อัลฟาเจอร์ลีโอแปลกๆแล้วนี่
อะไรสองไอ้วิทย์เหรอ
วิด2027
เป็นมาให้หมด
ไอ้เหี้ยแม่งคือเฟนาติกรัง2023-24
คู่นี้เราจะมองไปที่ NRG ฮะ
แต่ผมชอบสไตล์การเล่น NRG นะมันดูแบบ ไม่ได้แบบตบเขายับขนาดนั้น แต่มันก็เหมือนมันคุมเกมอยู่อะต่อให้แม่งหลุดเนี่ยมันก็หลุดแบบ ไม่หลุดออกกรอบมันอะ
เหมือนจะโดนก็แก้เกมกลับมาได้อะ
มันแก้ได้เรื่อยๆอะมันไม่มีแบบว่าปล่อยเกมมันพังไปเลย เว้นแต่มันก็ไม่ไหวจริงๆก็แพ้แบบแม่งฟีลเหมือนในพวกทีมเกาหลีตึงๆเลยนะ พวก Gen G อย่างเงี้ยที่แบบว่าจะเอาชนะมันก็ต้องยากหน่อย
อ๋อยากนะ
G2 เงี้ยพอๆกันเลย พวกอเมริกาตึงทุกทีม วันนี้ได้ทีมครบแล้ว เดี๋ยวยังไม่แข่ง ผมเอา AI local ไปอะถ้าผมใช้ local AI อยู่นี่มันจะทำให้เครื่องผมดับปะวะกัดจอ100%เชียร์แล้ว ระวังบินนะน้อง
และโซฟจับนีออนไง
อย่าไปยุ่งกับมันกันเดี๋ยวนี่
เป็
เด็
น
ก
เรื่อง
ตีมบิน
ตัวเก่งฮะ
ไม่ได้ว่ะ ผมเอา local AI ไปใส่ใน Discord นั้นไม่ได้ เพราะว่าถ้าเกิดผมสตรีมอยู่เนี่ย แล้วมีคนใช้เนี่ย แล้วโทเค็นแม่ง
Coming
โดนรัน
into
รัวๆการ์ดจอมันทำงาน 100% เนี่ย มันอาจจะเกิดอาการสตรีมบิน
about
ได้
how
ทางที่ดีต้องซื้อ 5090 มาอีกเครื่องหนึ่งอะแต่อย่าเลย โอ้โฮ Map Win 33 จริงเปล่าเนี่ย แต่เข้าใจได้นะฟุต EMEA แม่ง Lotus มีแต่อะไรก็ไม่รู้
Day of swing.
เอาจริงซีด1ทัวร์เนี้ย Master London น่ะเป็นทีมที่น่ากลัวที่สุดแล้วนะตั้งแต่ดูมา
No, you
แม่ง
would
เห
think
มาะสม
so.
แล้วแม่ง
This
แบบ
is
ว่า
a
ออร่า
really
แม่งได้อะ
ของแต่ละทีม
exciting
ใช่ไหม
matchup because you have the up and comers in
หมาย
foot
ถึงแบบว่าออร่า
versus
ที่
the
เข้าไปนั่ง
defending
ซีด
world
1
champions, of course, in
เป็น
NRG.
ทีมที่แบบ
ก็
ที
มี
ม
คน
ระดับ
ถามว่า
Never
ให้
faced each
ท็อป
other.
โฟมาใช่ป่ะ
Valorant history.
ก็นั่นแหละ
Going up
เออ
for the
ซีด
first
1
time. Scuba under pressure does get some good damage in onto Zeus.
That it does. Tag
เหมาะสมอ่ะ
down to 8.
อุ้ย
Now,
Ui.
kill's gonna be found.
Ủa, lúc
Rachel
nào
Block
luôn hấp
is
đi
gonna
than.
be taken down to Yeta J. Only
Than
able to
mấy
peel
cùi
back a
cái
single
chung
kill,
kèm
but now
vào
a
lên.
2v4 and more damage suffered. They tuck
Oh.
into the corner. That's just
Oh.
gonna be NRG completely overwhelming their opponents and taking the opening pistol.
Just a really simple theory here for
Looper.
NRG. Find a little bit of contact at the front of B.
กัป
Pretend
ตัน
like
วูด
you're peeling
ไม่ค่อย
back,
แผ่วอยู่
open
แล้วค
up
รับ
the
อิน
door,
เตอร์
set up the
ฟู
crunch.
อินเตอร์พี่วูด
Swoop through
วูด
for
ตอ
the
นนี้
kills.
ก่อน
Foot
บิน
just
มาคือ
can't do much
สร้างความ
about
เรียบ
this
ร้อยแล้ว
one.
ใส่หมวกกัปตันมาด้วย
Well
ฮะ
read pistol
รอ
right
ร
here.
อแล้วแบบวางละ
โคตรหารูปอะคนอื่นเอาชุดธรรมดาพี่วูดมาเป็นชุดกัปตัน
Conquer's already fired
แล้วแม่ง
up.
ไม่เปลี่ยนด้วยนะ
And needs to
AI
keep that
wow.
energy going. Good start off the rip. It's going to be classics across the board here for Foot as they'll try to find any way to deal damage.
โอ้โหดูซื้อปืน
NRG ฮะ
Have to see a
พูดพร้อม
force into
ไป
this
ต่อ
one, given that they're on the attacker side, but it looks like it's still
เนี่ย
just
เขาเรียก
gonna
ว่าซื้อ
be
ปืนแบบไม่มักง่าย
a pacey hit, a push forward.
แต่ถ้าแพ้ดีแบบฟอร์เรสนี่เป็นเรื่องนะ
Yeah, so might just be a little bit of an orb collection than a change of ideas, change of scenery. He will be doing exactly that, just trying to
จริงที่เฮเลติกมามาสเตอร์เนี่ยต้องกราบพี่เรียนเลย
part of the idea here early might be
โอ้
just
ช่วงปลายๆพี่เหรียญนี่แบบ
trying to
โอ้โห
avoid
ช่วงที่เจอเฟนาติก
some
อะ
of that
ถ้าไม่
boss
คัด
you
เอ็ด
feel
ราวนั้นให้อะ
in
คือ
these
จี
early
จีแล้ว
rounds and seeing if they could sneak through, but NRG step ahead of the game. Mata
Still thinking that this is going to be a late hit onto C, so Mata all alone on this side of the map.
Cover going out.
Will be under some pressure. Obviously has the Spectre here to try to hold his own. Bit of opening spray going to be sent through.
ไม่ดี
Jump
เลย
B spots him out. Now the rotations can come through
เข้า
from
มาไม่เยอะ
NRG. Foot
มัน
can
ยัง
they
ไม่พูด
scale
เข้ามา
quickly enough? No. They're going to look to
Okay.
pump the brakes again.
มันดึงความสนใจ
Well,
แล้ว
this
โย
is
ก
already
กลับ
kind of interesting from Foot.
ใช่
showing
มา
some
ด่า
different
ทำดีอยู่นะ
stuff
ให้
than
ข่าวไปก่อน
what
ได้
they
รู้ว่าไม่มี
have so
แต่
far
ไม่รู้
in
ว่า
this
มีมากกว่าหนึ่ง
tournament.
หรือเปล่า
It's a lot of
ไม่กล้าออก
pauses.
อะตอนเนี้ย
เออ
Oh,
Oh no.
30
they
seconds
are
left.
swooping
Oh.
forward.
Pisok,
Flying
pisok.
Just around the corner is
Yeah,
Scoop.
ตาม
สองสาม
A
อะ
judge in
สามเป็น
hand,
ยัง
ready
ต่
to absolutely run
ำเนี่ยสามเป็นยังต่ำสี่ห้าเลย
He's gonna be looking for it. The cut back over to the spawn. The
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยอย่าหนี
shot's going wide, NRG. I mean, you're trying to deny him an ace, but you gotta die. You gotta get taken down to find the one.
ปล่อยตายไปเลยนะ
But then will fall.
โอ้
The patience from NRG, from Scuba in particular, ends up paying dividends.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is just really interesting stuff for Foot in terms of maybe showing a little bit more willingness to rotate around the map
นี่
than
ลูกซอง
what
มัน
we
ต้องยิงอย่าง
have
นี้ย
seen previously from them. They're a team that will
ไม่ใช่กระโดด
try
ยิ
to
ง
take some space early, consolidate it, maybe try to wait you out, see if you'll over-rotate on them, and then make their hit after that. But maybe trying to get in NRG's head a little bit here with some of these early ideas on these ecos. But like you said, NRG had plans regardless. Clear the haunt. Mata can't take the fight.
Yeah, will get flushed out, finds a bit of damage on the sociable, but loses his life. Scoop at the same time, wanting to push forward, grab that gun, is able to do so, just riding along his own Viper wall. Makes his way out to safety, but all this pressure is to really maybe try to shove them elsewhere. But as you can see, the deep angle that Kiko could have had established outside of Mount has been given up, so now he's playing back on the site with that judge.
Yeah, so you've given up a lot of information control here as NRG. You're kind of in a situation where you can either hedge your bets or try to gamble. They're going to hedge their bets and confirm on the Prowler. Doesn't force anyone away for
เอ้า
NRG.
ไอ้เชี่ย
Still,
ก้มหน้า
it's
ก้ม
gonna
ตา
be
ไปพิมพ์
Ethan
คีย์บอร์ด
there
ด้วยมาด่ากู
initially.
หายไปไหนละ
Foot really taking their time here. Really want to be thoughtful and considerate
พอไอ
against
ซอฟ
this
มาไอ
NRG
ซุดมัน
team.
ดูแบบ
You know, we
นี่
talked
ไปเลยนะ
about the high tempo
ดูเล่นสบายขึ้น
pace
เลย
that they can play
ปก
at,
ติ
but
ฟุตต้อง
so
ท
far
ำ
showing
เอง
us
ดิ
a
มง
little
เอ
bit
ง
of a different identity.
มาดูเดี๋ยวว่าวันนี้ไอ
ซอฟ
ไอ
โดด
คอตเตอรี่จะคืน
Always
คืน
starting
ฟอร์ม
to be made. Wall again, gonna be raised. Scuba.
เหมือนแบบฟุตมันได้เล่นอะมันไม่ใช่ตัวแรกใช่ไหม
That tap of the door coming
อุ้ย
through.
เข้าให้ก่อน
Zeus
ฟุตมันได้เล่นจังหวะสอง
Able to have him dead immediately.
เฮ้ย
Reasonable now going to be connected.
เอ้าไอ้เหี้ยตายเฉย คอตเตอรี่
ได้ได้ไง
One
เอามันทานได้
elimination.
ด้วย
And Zeus
เอาละ
cannot line up for the second. Ethan able to
เว
strike
ลา
it
กัน
down.
ไม่ตายฟรี
Giving he and Kiko an opportunity to still try to clutch this out and get that bonus converted. To
10
make it
seconds
happen at
left.
2v3, it's going to be a double approach from upper.
Spike planted.
Sociable work down low to 40 health. He's going to be taking point.
Ooh.
As Paranoia will be sent out. Force away for
Ui,
the moment.
Kiko.
Kiko will find him through that smoke. TP
เอ้า
reposition
ชัดเลยแบบเนี้ย
towards
ว้าร์ป
main.
อย่างเงี้ย
อ้าว
โอ้โห
The energy
น่าให้ทาน
able to find the
แก้ก่อน
shutdown and any more damage that Ethan could get still be quite significant. So
He
they need to
locked
try to
off.
hold on to these two remaining weapons. Tap of the defuse at the scale 4, just trying to separate them, and he does manage to take it
นั
down
ด
to
สองมัน
one.
เข้าหัวนะ เป็น
He
ลิ้น
will deny the bonus conversion, but
That's it,
at
man.
significant cost.
Yeah, this is really good for NRG, frankly. They come close to getting the bonus, but they still drop all the guns but one there. Nice early opening kill for Sociable, but Brock able to hold the line even through the relay bolt. Knew he was dead, just had to try to do what he could.
Let's go.
Still, Foot gonna try to keep the energy there.
เออ
NRG just really sturdy in their defense, and even with having to give up a ton of map space, Foot just kind of
Yeah,
gambled
yeah.
a little bit incorrectly towards the A site.
เดี๋ยววิเดอร์ของขึ้น
Losing
นะ
some
เอาเลย
players, hemorrhaging
วิเดอร์ยิ่งร้อนๆอยู่ช่วงนี้
that advantage that they could have utilized, but go
เอ้ย
stop.
เอ้ยเอ้ย
โอ้ยเจ็บนะน่ะ
Nice util, and the Odin
Là phi bướm
deny
chắc
a
phải.
little bit of access.
It's a little bit more on the back end of those thorns, but it's going to be quick rotations from
ที่ถ้าโอ
NRG.
ดินไม่อยู่วอเตอร์ฟอลผมเล่นโคตรยาก
Plant now going to be coming through.
โอ้โห3 กระบอกแล้ว
Rerouted as they have this triple stack on the waterfall angle quad actually with Zeus up top as well.
นาทีไปรีเท
ดู
ค
สิมันจะ
5
ดูนี่มันรีเทคไงวะ
Sees paranoia.
We're about to clear it.
โอ้
Ow.
Oi.
Find one. The swing
นี่ไง
is
วายสวยจัด
transfer to take down Zeus in midair. Just breaking their way right back
เหมือน
into
รู้
this
เลยว่าเขามาวางเป้า
zone.
อ้าวเฮ้ย
Nothing to say about it. 2 kills apiece, and now suddenly it is just Brock with that Odin in hand. Bottom to one the side across is drawing that attention, and Brock overwhelmed and running out of bullets will end up falling. What a massive rescue
Oh,
of
sad
the
ได้ก่อน
round. As FUT will tie it up 2-2.
That's that individual firepower you're looking for on foot,
ตึมเลยครับ
on display. Sop, big round here, big 3K.
ไอ้มันย่องมาวะแม่ง
Just a guardian finds
โอ้
two.
โห
They don't check that angle. They get kind of tunneled in towards those players at the back of sight. So that's exactly what you want out of a Neon. Being a distraction and racking in the kills. Beautiful stuff. Even though NRG looked like they had a shout into that after Ethan hit a belter of a transfer. Oh my goodness.
Now, push back onto a thrifty attempt is NRG. Some going to be forced away. Paint shells, paranoia, all going to be invested. Establishing that control outside of rubble, and allowing for Mata to collect that orb. So now it's going to be 1 charge away from a showstopper that could be a tipping point in this round.
Oh.
But Sop is going to be able to find Ethan.
Yeah, that's huge. You're going to open up a lot of extra space, deny a lot of information.
I think he might have gotten caught on a jiggle peek or a jump peek.
Yeah,
And surely he wasn't just out into the open.
I think you're right. They're going to try to maybe lean in towards B here. Just Brock and a classic awaiting them.
And just keeping that util pocketed. Knows that they're not going to be super favored going into this one, but he's still going to be able to find Sop. Immediately rotates over, but the weapon's going to be juggled away. And he's going to quickly scale off the back of this, continuing to hear that breadcrumb trail of Sociable dropping the guns back, but he can't confirm the kill. Takes him low, but can't take him down. All the while, NRG now clustered into the B site, but it's a push forward from FUT at A. You see the TP from Sociable works his way over to drop. Kiko finds another though. J eliminated, and suddenly that's a weapon that can be recovered. NRG are in with a shout.
Now that showstopper's a real threat if it gets to it.
Zeus needing to be able to hold his own here. It's just a tap at the door, the rotate out. Kiko trying to keep some attention tied on this angle, and he's got the attention of 2. But Cristalli will be able to catch a glimpse. Gets the kill, and that's the weapon now lost as Mata and Scuba go on the approach here at rope. When coming in, snaps on for the headshot. That is a gorgeous flick from Sociable. Now it's just Scuba to try to see if he can get some more damage in, slow down the ballooning of this economy.
คนที่2คู่ครับ
Find a bit of damage pushed back, but it's going to be Zeus finding that final shot as FUT find themselves in the lead.
It still looks really nice for NRG. I mean, the map reads are really good. They're mirroring the rotations nicely of FUT, but the gun's just not going to be there.
Oh, come on.
That's unfair.
อะไรวะน่ะ
Just a shoulder.
คนแม่งจะตายจริงนี่
I mean, I knew exactly what it was.
Yeah.
But it was even more impressive than I thought.
It was really nice. That's great reactions from Sop, who's going to have an operator now, too. So does Mata. Mata on that showstopper. Zeus still a couple away from his, but J Cristalli, their ult. Definitely some nice ability to clear some space here. Deep angle. Prowler is going to be cleared
ถ้า
for
แม่งไม่
Sop
เสริม
to
เหล็ก
try
ตรง
to
ขอบ
keep
ประ
this
ตูจะเป็น
operator
ไงวะเนี่ย
position hidden.
NRG ไม่น่าจะเป็น
But with that haunt, not
ไม่มี
seeing
ที่
him,
ยืนเลยดิ
they feel
ลงมาถึง
comfortable
ว่า
taking that extra space.
ตายหาม
Obviously, you know Ethan's in there. Just what do the other layers look like behind that? Mata tucked in behind the box outside of stairs.
Still on a paint shell to potentially clear this angle, force Mata to reposition. Looks like they will just hold it for now. And silently drift away once again, looking like they might lean in towards
แต่
C.
มาดะสไนมัน
Love
ยัง
to
ไม่
see
ค่อย
Sop
นี่เลย
create a little bit of noise or throw a fast lane
ไม่
or
ค่อยโหด
something
ขนาด
here
นั้
to
น
try to really sell this.
I think that's why he might be the one sticking around.
สไนมันไม่ค่อยโหด
Expecting a jump peek from that site.
ข้อเสียเลยข้อเสียของมาดะเลยแต่ที่เหลือมันดีหมดแหละ
Goes out, has to pull back, give up a little bit of space,
And then
and Ethan, oh, you are playing with
เกือบ
fire.
นะเกือบขิดนะอีธาน
Finally able to find him through the door. Reapproach back through B main. Tap of this one. Looks like FUT are going to go for this push. Clearing out the box. Smoke now at main. Going to be dissipated. Still a paint shell that can be sent, but double thorns situated. Zeus can be the one to go up and over with the spray from Brock. Now going to go flying in, but it's going to be Zeus. Find him through that smoke
ไม่ใส่เป้าเลยเหรอ
Yeah, Jay gets Keith going out. It's just Ethan trying to slow things down.
แพ้แฟนทอม
Re-swinging around the back here. Sop peeks into the main, finds Scuba. The elimination is in. I think that if you're NRG, you're going to have to try to go for the save, especially given that you have this operator in play. But
ผมไม่เข้าใจ
looking to
มันกัน
establish
ซี
a
ไม่อยู่
flawless round.
ไม่มีทั้งไวทั้งไวเปอร์
Yeah, it works out well enough here for FUT.
โดนพลานอยลูกเดียว
Leaving
นะ
Sop trailing with the op. Does a nice job
เตะนี้เอากี่ทีมครับ
baiting that extra little bit of
รอบ
attention. And
รอบเนี้ยเขาเอาแค่
usually Brock,
สี่
even when
ทีม
he's under pressure with an
กับ
Odin,
สี่ทีม
somehow finds one, but this time can't really get that spray to go. Can't figure out where those tracers are coming from.
I think he was fully blinded up as well, so he couldn't even see the damn things. So ends up just holding down M1, hoping for any sort of contact that he can get. Just completely unfavored in that scenario, but FUT, another massive round for them here, and maybe that's enough to try to force out an early timeout from NRG. They're going to start feeling a bit more desperate as time goes on if FUT can continue to rack up these wins, because this is NRG's map pick.
For sure.
I'm out.
And
Why that?
it's a map that where FUT has kind of struggled on. We haven't seen it in this event yet, but you know, so far this stage hasn't been their best map. And NRG on the other hand.
โดนสี่ราวติดไม่ดี ผมว่า EDG แม่งมาแน่เลยว่ะโทษเนี่ยแบบโหดอ่ะ
แต่ว่าพี่ดูจีนอยู่นะ พี่รู้สึกได้เลยว่ามันเอาอ่ะ EDG อ่ะ
มันเหมือนมันคัมแบ็กกลับมาแล้ว
ใช่
แล้วพอมันมาอินเตอร์มันไม่ค่อยโชกด้วย EDG อ่ะมันเหมือนแม่งมันเล่นหลังจนฝาอะคือพร้อมซัดทุกทีมอะ
กำลังจะตกงานเลย
อ๋อสมอกกี้มันเพิ่งคิดได้ว่าเดี๋ยวจะตกงานแล้ว
ใช่
นี่ไงเดี๋ยว GE เข้าไปใช่ไหมสมมติ แล้วก็เอาออทัมไปเจอออทัมเอาออทัม GE ไปนั่งโค้ดแล้วออทัมโค้ดมานั่งเล่นแทนสลับตัว
There.
Well, if there's any team that can thrive in those kind of
Hey, can't
scenarios.
win
That's what we often do say. Let's see if they can prove us
เดี๋ยว
right. We're a FUT. I'm going to be able to come out on top of this one, because if they take Lotus, then you start really favoring them to take this entire series. Overdrive and a Nightfall going to be available. Pit is available as well for Scuba. Curious if we just see that one off the rip, as they do manage to get a buy collected. Font out over the top. Sop going to be revealed. The showstopper going to be sent, and that's going to be rewarded with 2. Massive value from Mata from beyond the grave.
จะยิงระเบิด
It was a good shutdown shot from Zeus, but it was a bit too late. That's the entry power now, taken out of the hands of FUT.
ตัวรู้
And that's a
ตัวผู้
showstopper
ผมเยอะ
denied from them in this round as well.
Swing in, and Ethan able to hold the door. Yettajay going to be taken down. It looks like Cristalli going to try his odds with this one. It's 4 bullets remaining. He will run out of them, as well as out of health. Scuba now backfilling that space. Lobbing on that sees to find no connection. Sociable and Cristalli. What are they going to be able to work here? It's Kiko backpedaling deeper in towards spawn. Giving up this space, NRG making the call to just play for a retake. They have the steel garden.
Yeah, and they have the flank. That's really what you're looking
Completely
for.
cover this site.
Yeah.
ปล่อยรีเทค
And there isn't much
3-2
util left here in the back pocket for FUT. Haunt just comes back online. You do have the Nightfall.
30 seconds left.
ดี
Able
แล้ว
to
เลยอีก
invest it.
Planted.
Plant now in, NRG. Gonna start to make their move.
ต้องได้วินนี้
Approach out, sociable, maybe with a path to work his way out into the spawn. It's still gonna be risky though, because he just doesn't have the information, but could use that to avoid this steel garden.
Face your fear!
There's Nightfall. Okay, we'll give him that out. Sure as that there's no one on that approach at the stair side. Noise now starting to be made. He's able to backpedal away. It's going to be Cristalli. That bandit in hand to try himself alive, but a glimpse. Spotted there, and Scuba tagged down to 5 HP. Swing in the corner. Cristalli not quite watching for this, though, but neither is Scuba. Sociable drop by Kiko, and Cristalli gets
ไอ้คอตเตอรี่มันหลุดฟอร์มเหรอพี่
Ooh, that's a backbreaker. NRG's economy is going to be in the dumps. Meanwhile, FUT is flush with cash. And that round, when you get that early advantage, that 2-for-1 on the showstopper, you take that rubble fight and you win it. But you can't convert off the back of it with a 3v2 on the retake with the steel garden in play. Just an unchecked angle costs you dearly.
And for FUT, I mean, seeing Cristalli play like this is a breath of fresh air because while he has had good performances in this tournament thus far, that final map to have them not be able to immediately qualify forward, he was having a very rough go of it on Fracture. He's found his footing yet again.
But it's a huge relief here for FUT because now they're going to have a showstopper that they probably were wanting to get the orb for in the previous round.
Mata's going on a walkabout. Looks like this is widely prepared for, though. Mostly anticipating it from that A main side, but Pain Shell to try to lead the charge. Maybe the showstopper just invested off the back of that. Saab scouting forward yet again is able to find Ethan. Taking him down with that outlaw. And FUT may be starting to assess that this is the stack. They want to try to instill some doubt, make NRG think that they're going for this pivot play.
And it just comes down to Mata and Yedajay here. Oh, Yedajay. Is he going to consider it?
For now, no. Starts to look at it, and Mata ends up pulling the trigger a little bit too quickly. And Yedajay just wins the fight. Mata now dead. The weapon gone. Scuba
ผมว่าไม่ใช่คอตเตอรี่หลุดฟอร์มแล้ว NRG เดี๋ยวหลุดฟอร์มเนี่ย ทำไมเวลามันเลือกโหลดตัดมันสภาพเป็นอย่างนี้ตลอดเลยพี่ไม่เข้าใจเลยหลายรอบแล้วแต่มันก็ชนะนะสะบักสะบอมก่อนใช่ไหม
Some noise made. Yedajay just keeping them boxed in. They're going to try to fight this one together, but he's able to get them separated now as the paranoia flies through. Kiko tucking into the corner. And Yedajay looking for the elimination. A solid shot there with that Sheriff. Will put Yedajay down, stopping it from being a flawless, but Sop will get himself a second, and FUT will move up 6-2.
Yep.
I just love the patience and the discipline you're seeing from FUT here on this attacker side. You know, really
ใคร
using
ที่เปิดเบราว์เซอร์ในคอมนะฝากไปดูพี่เอ๋ยด้วยนะแบบว่า
dip, take
นั่น
the
แหละ
kill and out
กด
for
เปิด
Sop.
ทิ้งไว้ก็ได้สลับ2จอ
And
นะ
Yedajay wins that huge
ช่วย
battle
พี่
of
เอ๋
the
ยหน่อย
extremities, knocks the hero rifle out of the hands of
โอเคจัดให้
NRG.
ละใครที่ดูเบราว์เซอร์นะใครที่ดูในคอมอะแบบโน้ตบุ๊กอะไรเงี้ยเปิดเบราว์เซอร์ดูอะกดเปิดของพี่เอ๋ยไว้แล้วปิดเสียงมันก็ได้แล้วก็ดูหน้าจอหลักเพื่อการงานของพี่เอ๋ยครับช่วยๆหน่อยคนละไม้คนละมือเอ๋ยบอกว่าเดี๋ยวรวยแล้วจะมาจัดโต๊ะจีนเลี้ยงอุ้ยเห็นอะไรอ่ะอีธาน
Spray and pray is rewarded. Cristalli going to be tagged down to 10.
เกือบไป
Player advantage still going to be established.
ถ้ากันได้สัก
Feeling like a very good
4 หรือ
reply
6
round here from
ได้
NRG.
เล่นเรื่องอยู่
อุ้ยถ้า6ก็
Find the win
โอ้
off
ยิ้ม
this
แล้ว
with the showstopper committed as well. You'll be feeling damn good about your chances as Paranoia is not going to be connecting and Brock is going to be
มัน
able
หัน
to
ไป
find
มอง
him.
คนละนอยทำไมวะ
Finishing the job and now the spike straight on the other side of this wall.
อุ้ย
This looks nigh impossible. No ultimate available for Sociable to just try to pick this one up. No Seal Garden from Yedajay.
มันจะเดินตามรอยแฟนาติก
I mean, you almost have to
ช
wrap
อบเล่น
all
อะไร
the way
ลำบาก
around the
ลำบาก
map and try to come from a different angle.
นะชิวๆไม่ชอบ
At least getting an orb out of it. Yedajay's laughing
Yeah,
there.
they're having a giggle about this. I think they know that they're in a
แฟ
pretty
นาติก
screwed
นี่คือ
position.
ชีวิตแม่งลำบากชิบหายก่อนจะชนะ
30 seconds left.
See if they manage to work some magic. Smoke out again. There's the spam on the spike, but Sociable able to TP out. He's got it.
จะไปไหนล่ะเฮ้ย
And
โอ้
once
โห
again, it's stuck on the other side of a door. Spam
แม่งเดินตามออกมายิงเลย
Come away with 3 kills to get NRG the same on the board.
And it's huge here for NRG because it keeps their
โอ้
economy
โหผมว่าแฟนาติกกับคัม
stabilized
แบ็ก
now.
แน่นอน
They were
สองอย่างนี้
teetering on the edge once again.
พี่โบ๊ทชอบอยู่แล้วอะไรช้าๆเนี่ย
Put gambles for the showstopper. You know that they can use that to take control of A. And NRG
ที่รู้สึกว่าตั้งแต่มัน
stepping
เป็นแพ
ahead
ท
of it.
2 ดูเอลอะ
อืม
แต่ละแมตช์ที่เล่นๆกันมันไวขึ้นเยอะเลยนะ
อ้าวเพราะว่ามันไม่ได้คอนโทรลแมปไง
Good idea.
เมื่อก่อนนี่คือเราดู
Sop
แบบ
once again sitting
Mệt
on the
quá.
op. Still has the overdrive.
ยิ่งเจอทีมที่เล่นช้าๆเนี่ยโอ้โหแทบหลับ
Hasn't really
นวดแล้ว
great
นวดอีก
opportunity to try to commit that one, but
Law.
Solid Cannon's going to be taken out as Ethan is starting to
Quality.
find his number. And Mata
โอ้โหได้ไป2 ชีวิตครึ่ง
Another
4 วิ
key
นี่ยิ้มแล้ว
advantage found at the start of the round for NRG as they look to run this back.
ตั้งแต่มาสู้หน้า A อะไรก็ดีๆขึ้นไปหมด
Listen into foot.
ตอนนี้พอคนตุยแล้วมันจะมีไฟแดงขึ้นเหรอ จริงๆเขาน่าเอาเลเซอร์สีแดงส่องเข้าไปในตาเลยนะไม่ให้มองเมาส์
ตาบอด
หรือไม่ก็แบบว่ามีหมวกกันน็อกลงมาครอบหัวไปเลยตายแล้วห้ามเล่นห้ามดูเป็นติกคัมแบ็กไงไอเวคาจะกลับมาแล้ว
การถือไม้เรียวอ่ะ
Trying to keep
ห้าม
things
จับเมาส์
cool, calm, and collected, and see if they can try to find the clutch here. Sociable, scaling, spotting Ethan, but unable to find that elimination.
Cậu
Meanwhile,
chặt
Timmy Kiko
เลย
ready
บ
for
อ
the
ส
counter
เจอบอ
swing.
สไง
Shutting down two. Look at that third, and he will get it.
มาถูกไซส์อะ
A flawless round for NRG, who need to
ตัด
springboard
ให้
their
3 หัว
economy
คลีน
as they look to close out these final 2 rounds of the half, and immediately we're going to see a timeout called from Foot.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking the same.
ขัดใจ
You know,
คิ
Foot
โกะ
has a real
ตัดผมเลย
opportunity here to
ทรง
make
เดิ
this
มไม่อย่าง
potentially
เท่
an 8-4 half. You're going to have some cash left
อยู่
here.
ดีก็มาตัดทรงเนิร์ดอะทรงติ่ม
This is a good opportunity
วัย
to
รุ่นอังกฤษ
บูลเลตแม่งไม่เซ็ตผมเลย
definitely got some Kiko fans out here in London today, but and I mean it's just completely
โอ้มึงยิงไป6เหรอมา
Just a couple rounds ago, and Scuba still has not had to utilize this ultimate as they continue to try to run this one back. After giving up 6 rounds consecutively to Foot, to even make it to 5 or to tie it up would feel very good for NRG.
This is a good round to have some kind of idea for that ultimate for Sop to try to take this one over. See what they're going to do. They're fighting again, aggressive early, this time going
The
deep.
overdrive's going to be popping. Ethan is pushing forward, is still able to find one. Zeus will trade that back now to push in, and he's looking for a second kill, but cannot find the transfer. Meanwhile, Kiko and Foot, another reply.
ปัน
2
จัด
kills found off
ปัน
the
จัด
Odin. As NRG now having to try
เก็บ
to
บอม
clutch it out, and he
ไวมาก
cannot.
ครับราวนี้
Caught off guard by Kiko, and the aggressive play is immediately shut down. NRG 1 away from
เขา
tying
จะ
it
เรียก
up
เอา
at
ฮา
the
ในโซน
half.
เท่าพอมา
Yeah,
อินเตอ
that's
ร์ก็
just
เฉิด
that
ฉาย
individual effort from the player who was arguably the best in Americas during stage 1, Brock. Even
โซน
with
แสดง
3
มันเจอของ
players
หนัก
getting hit by the haunt, Foot can't capitalize. They can't get the round. They get shut down again at that A Rubble fight.
อยากกลับไปเป็นโอดินเพลเยอร์มั้งพี่รู้ว่าเมื่อก่อนผมเล่นไอโซวาเอเซน
And by
ผมเล่น
Brock
แต่
in
โอดิน
particular, I mean,
โคตร
he's
มัน
one away from a steel guarding coming into this. Ethan's gonna have another nightfall.
มันไม่ใช่มันยิงไม่เป็นแล้วอะพอผมเปลี่ยนไปเล่นไรเฟิลอะหลังๆมันไม่รู้ทำมิ่งควักปืนแล้วนั่งก่อนที่จะซื้อว่าสู้อะพี่ ทนไม่ไหว
Get into a post where you would think is Foot,
ให้
but
กดยิงอ่ะ
Mott has pushed up
ผมจำไม่ได้ว่าต้องซูมยิงหรือยิงธรรมดาคือเมื่อก่อนผมเล่นโคตรบ่อย
anything over
ธร
at
รม
B,
ดา
but they're still thinking
ยิงธรรมดาไปเลยใช่ไหม
C right now, just off of that orb tap in the smoke. Mata's giving up a little bit of space.
ปืนมันแพงอะดิมันเลยไม่โดนเนิร์ฟอะ
Trying to fight fire with fire.
เอาดีปืนมันก็ยังเหมือนหวังผลยากเวลาวัดไรเฟิลอะแค่แม่งยิงกดพื้นที่ดี
Prowler not going to get the spot. Mata
มันไม่เหมือนจัดอะ
มันเก่งแบบในแบบของมัน
this position. Ethan is there as
มัน
well.
ไม่เหมือนจัดที่แบบว่ามันเวอร์
He's able to find one, but a little bit of a wider swing out from Sob, and it's going to be Zeus able to collect that kill, but Zeus himself going to be taken low as the nightfall now going to be invested over towards
ปืนมันราคาแพงด้วยถ้าปืนมันสัก 2,500
Immediately swarming their way forward, but that's
ไม่น่า
exactly
เลย
where the Odin is
2,500
positioned. And there's going to be a seal guard in response. Slided on top. Eventually is able to find that kill as Ethan will
อย่าง
be
ลูก
taken
ซองมัน
down.
1,800ไง800อย่างเงี้ยมันเลยควรโดนเนิร์ฟ
Scuba
30 seconds
pushing his
left.
way forward, but behind the box is Sociable. Cleans up the kill.
เด็กปะ
Rock and Kiko now.
เช็ครู้อยู่ว่ามี
Try to do a clutch this one. Zeus going to be pushed out into the open, finished off, Sop dead. The spray
มี
is
คน
spraying
เชียร์
forward.
ไอ้เบื่อยิงมาเลยพี่
Remembers and blocks Odin.
ยังชอบเลย ยิงแบบไม่ต้องเห็นหน้า แม่งต้องเสียแรงด้วยนะเราเล่นโอดิน
NRG tie it up 6-6.
That's exactly what we've been looking for.
ดูหน้าไม่มีโดนโอดินยิงเซ็งสัตว์
Odin and Brock lighting up the scoreboard. Couple
แล้วโอดิน
big
สกินนี้โกงด้วยนะ
multi-count
เสียงเบา
rounds in a row to tie it up. Insane.
From dropping 6 straight over to FUT to then closing things out with 4 of their own.
ไม่ต้องถึงมือบอสเลยว่ะ
6-6 is going to feel damn good.
แล้วเวลาพี่เบือกลั่นทีไรเละทุกทีโดน
มันเหมือนกับว่ามันเป็นเซนส์อย่างหนึ่งกันนะ อย่างเมื่อกี้คือคิโกะมันเล่นข้างบนใช่ป่ะ แล้วมันออกมาข้างล่างอ่ะ คือมันก็ต้องรู้ว่าต้องยิงกดไม่ให้คิโกะมันโดนล็อกอ่ะไม่โดนโฮเป้าอ่ะ ก็เลยยิงออกไปเมนแล้วก็แม่งก็มีคนตายจริง ชอบแบบโอดินแม่ง พี่เบือก แต่โดนยิงไม่ค่อยชอบเท่าไหร่รู้สึกตายแบบไม่ได้เถียง ใช่เอิร์ธอยากให้พี่ทำบอร์ดเกมจริงเหรอวะแต่พี่คิดไม่ออกเลยนี่ว่าจะหรือว่าจะทำพวกเกมเศรษฐีอะไรอย่างงี้ดีวะคิดไว้ตอนแรกนี่จะทำปลูกผัก แต่ไม่เอาแล้วมันยาก เกมแม่งต้องคิดเยอะหาบริบท อ๋อ
I'm seeing the support here. Loved ones showing up. Their worst, they want to see them now at their best as we go into the second half. A big run back for NRG to make this 6-6, but FUT, they can find their form on this defender's side, still are in with a chance to take this map. Otherwise, gonna have to try to make it work on Haven.
And one key point here for FUT is that, you know, like the desk was talking about, you're running a double duelist, so you're sacrificing either a Vice or a Viper. This time they sacrificed the Viper. And that means you got to be a little bit more proactive on the map. You got to look for those contact fights. Spot on to Sop. He's gonna just hop his way out. But
Up some space.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this trap setup from FUT not going to be rewarded with anything outside of B.
yeah, they were looking to try to see if they could kind of do to NRG what NRG did to them on the first pistol. Paranoia at the ready.
That's going to be a big
ปลา
one
ย
as
เหลี่ยม
well.
นี้
Sends it through. Player's going to be caught, but Mana is not. Swings in, eats a bit of damage, but trying to go for the quick reposition is Zeus. and
มุม
he
นี้แม่งมุม
cannot
บาย
put the
คลาสสิก
angle
เลย
fast enough.
คนมันก็ชอบยืนกัน
Going to be chucked in, but Mana able to avoid that one as well as the spike now slowly creeping in towards B main.
Yeah, this was kind of the plan all along. If you couldn't make headway through C, have a
ตัด
backup
หน่อย
plan
ไม่
and
เข้าอ่ะ
actually just gonna
ตีฮิตหรือเปล่า
take the rotate. It's gonna be the spike pickup from Scuba. It's gonna drift back in. Plenty of time. It's just will FUT give them the space?
Cristali spawning out Mana there. Not going to be sent, but
30 seconds.
caught by that, has a counter haunt of his own, clears the Prowler, now sends it in. Out behind them, the swing forward onto the side, Ethan's going to be dealt with. Sociable
Don't
comes away with that
second,
elimination.
don't.
Mana taken so very low. It's a lot of this on the shoulders of Scuba, who's only going to be able to find the one, but will take the
Take
opening miss in
seven.
the second half as they move up 7-6.
Yeah, really nice coordination here. Sociable, really nice paranoia
I'll take
timing.
both the team
Hits a
cut high.
lot of players onto NRG. Even though it doesn't catch Mata, it completely stalls
team
this
cut.
hit out. Gives a little bit of hope here. Cristali, big win there, coming out of the water. And then they're just perfectly timed. They keep Mata pinned. They've got 2 to try to disrupt the player on site. They do just that. Very well thought out. Not any buy-up to speak of here at all for NRG, just classics. Smooth up, backed up by the paint shell. Ethan greets a Prowler. Sop gonna have the Marshall. A couple Bulldogs in there. Yetta J with just a Sheriff. Stolly rocking the Spectre.
Knowing exactly where Ethan's going to be playing from, still wanting to reposition. Sociable doesn't want to take a chance. Get caught. Give over that gun. Zeus, though. Well, he's just going to swing it from behind. He's able to find 2 kills. Now a third as well, as that is a flawless round. Slow at the start, but swift to finish. FUT. Critical victory in that anti-eco. Not suffering any losses.
Yeah, that's really nice. You know you've got an effective crossfire setup with that door being opened because, you know, Zeus feels comfortable to push out because he knows the players on C-site can see his back, he can watch it, so he can go to disrupt. Again, good comms, good coordination. And FUT, really nicely. They're going to have a great bonus coming in here. Couple Bulldogs, a Judge upgrade for Yetta J. It's going to be Cristalli with the Marshall this time. Sop goes for the Spectre. They're going to get aggressive here. Ethan pinned down.
Tuck away, not getting revealed, but there's the Prowler out. Zeus will be able to hound him down.
เสียงซ้อนปะ
A potential weapon upgrade available. Should rotate through that spot. But now he's going to be cutting back across through Waterfall, trying to join in alongside Sop on the side of the map, but he cannot keep himself alive. He's deploying to the wayside as Yetta J now stuck in tree.
ถ้าเบือกมันซ้อมยิงมุมนี้มานะผมบอกเลยนะ
Hearing some
ไม่
of
ได้
the
นั่ง
shots back towards
ไปถึง
A
ยิง
main.
จากมุมข้างนอกสักมุมหนึ่งอะเข้ามา
Glimpse, but they're going to try
ต้อง
to
ไป
use that against
ชิค
him.
กับแม็กเนี่ยตรงที่เก็บป๊อปอ่ะ
อืม
Flashes out though.
เฮ้ยเสียงอะไรอ่ะ
Top of the door again. Jump to the corner. We'll find
กระ
some
โดด
damage,
ยิง
but cannot
มันไม่
get
เข็ด
the
ไว้
kill.
เยนเจอะพี่
With 14
ยังกระโดดยิง
โอ้ย
Showstopper going to be lobbed in. Nothing found there. Cristalli going to be taken down. Scuba's able to find Zeus at to boot. And now it's just sociable.
เฮ้ยเสียงอะไร
Will
เนี่ย
get spammed to death. 3 players surviving, and NRG deny the bonus conversion. Decent fashion. Still some damage suffered, yes, but they hold on. Some critical weapons like that Odin.
Kind of seeing some of the changes here. That Judge not able to find that kill, whereas maybe in a previous patch it could have. That's a big difference maker there. Opens up a lot of extra space, but it's that little pause where NRG gets a glimpse. They see Yetta J in that door, and they try to use that against him. Even though FUT kind of outmaneuvering him a little bit, get the showstopper out of the round, so that's not too bad in that regard.
I'm out of here.
Overall, I think they're have a decent read so far on how NRG wants to play the map. They've been in pretty good positions to at least do damage. Sop is the Sop op, and he is going to be sliding back into the C site, but
They'll widely be avoided. So taking the orb for Ethan halfway to that nightfall. Meanwhile, the approach coming through, and Zeus, it's been spotted.
พลาดเลยช็อตนี้
Big kill found for Kiko. Doesn't even give him the opportunity to try to respond. This is going to make for a very difficult retake now that they have that operator in hand. Out of the try to zone. Sop scaling forward. Smoke situated there for that one-way, and Mata just waiting patiently. Paranoia will fly through, but he's still able to shut down the Neon. Sop now dead.
เดี๋ยวนี้สไลด์นีออนแม่ง โดนง่ายขนาด
เดี๋ยว
นี้
นี้ในซีนโฟกสไลด์นีออนไม่ค่อยผ่านด่านหรอก
Especially now that Sociable ends up falling as well.
Not ready yet.
But can they actually escape is going to be
ต้อง
the
ลุ้นให้
question.
พุทแชมป์เราจะได้บอกเราแพ้ทีมแชมป์เหรอ
NRG could go on the hunt. They do have the money behind this. And they are going to tie this up at 8
แล้ว
to 8,
GE รอง
not
แชมป์ใช่ไหม
allowing FUT to run away with their map
มัน
pick.
ก็แพ้แชมป์รองแชมป์หมอไม่ไหวว่าทำใจไม่ได้ว่ะ
kind of a
ขุนจีอยู่วันนี้
eyebrow raising
Ega
position to
Tilakan.
be in as a raise when you're sitting on top of that box. You can be seen over the toxic screen if the timing's right.
เยยฉุนคิดตันมาก
And it was. That just makes the map easy for NRG. And even though they pass over the operator to try to give some entry, Mata, who's looked pretty decent here so far today, 12 and 12 on the scoreboard. That's good enough. That's what you need out of your duelist, to be going even or slightly positive with the way that NRG likes to play with this very methodical style that they have. You'll take that. Brock and Kiko have been great once again, as they have been all throughout stage 1 in VCT. 2-3 split this time.
The buy now is just severely fractured. Sociable
ไปแน่
pushing up quite aggressively. Paint shells to fly. As Rock just spamming away.
Yeah, that Odin really denies any sort of aggressive push that you might have wanted to try to accomplish. Meanwhile, Ethan moving over
เก็บออฟป่ะ
towards the front of B can open the door here and make this pretty challenging for FUT.
For this crunch play, Paranoia is going to be sent out. Ethan going to be locked in position for now with the push forward.
พี่ทานเขาหัน
Stuck with that sheriff. Now the showstopper immediately going to be invested. Doesn't come away with anything. Not sure where that one ended up landing.
Blind is dead.
Have to see it back either way. It's a two-player advantage and some weapons upgraded into the hands
ไอ้
of FUT.
ว่าได้บีอยู่เข้าไปเลย
Now you can just hold his FUT.
5-3 มาดิ
You're happy to see B here because you've got A and C.
เนี่ย
So
ให้
you're
เบื
going
อก
to be
อยู่
able to create these
บีเม
flanks.
นไปรอ
As
ยิงป
long
ระ
as
ตู
you can deal with Brock's Odin.
Has been a problem. Zeus just going to be chucking that Phantom over to Sociable, getting it into healthier hands, swinging the corner, able to find the
นี่ไง
NRG
เหลือ 5-2
They breach
แก้
their
กั
way
นดี
back
จัง
into
วะ
the C
เนี่ย
site.
บอกแล้วมันสะบักสะบอมแต่มันก็เอาเรื่อง
Can
ไง
collect a different weapon.
ไม่ง่ายไม่ง่าย
Hits the door.
ไม่แน่นะ มีปืนนะ
Spike
Gonna
planted.
try to see if he can spot anything else, but it is just going to be a complete push to back site for NRG.
โอ้มันรอยิงเหลี่ยมทะลุเลยดูดิพี่เห็นนะ
How far do you go before you try to call this one off? They're ready for the spam. No way to get a safe defuse. Relay bolt going through, and that's one hell of a way to get rid of that Odin. But now the op has to do it all. Fast lane going to be set up. Swap over onto the Phantom. The time starting to bleed
ตาย
away.
98
เดินอย่างนี้รู้เรื่องเลยฮะ
Scuba gets himself a 3K, and NRG get back into the lead.
Yeah, this is all about the mid-rounding here for
ผมว่า
NRG.
ฟูเซน
The decision
โอ้
to
หนักไป
keep
ว่ะเมื่อวาน
pushing past the B site.
ไม่
Absolutely
เนียบเลย
beautiful because you catch FUT right as they're setting up to start clearing angles with the fade.
สกู
You
บ้า
get 3 kills for nothing, and you open up the C site for the plant. You keep pushing backspace, force FUT into a horrible retake, even with a man advantage to boot.
มันได้ไงกับพี่
Beautiful
3-5
call there. That is
ฟุตมันก็ไม่ได้ประมาทนะก็เดิน3คนเลยนะเมื่อกี้
That was with some of the weaker weaponry. Let's see if FUT can tie things up. Now they get the spy back in, but of course the operator is lost. Fake of that. Omen
ตาย
vault.
สุด
Trying to keep FUT guessing, but Zeus up and
Lord,
over the
good
top,
Lord.
still able to find one. Drops back over to safety. Will just found his
Oh,
way
good
over
Lord.
into the A site, but does end up eating quite a bit of damage. Pain Cell's now going to be sent trying to slow down an approach from tree that is not to be.
No
While
target.
Kiko is forward and stairs. Prowler, however, will immediately suss this out and have him rerouted.
กลับไงอะ
Meanwhile,
Kiko?
this spike is still not been
Oh.
picked up. It's just now getting collected by Ethan. Says, okay, we've sacrificed 2 players on
3-5
the A side
แล้ว
of the
พี่
map.
เป็นไง
C should be
โดน
open.
อันนี้ไม่ได้
Dropping spike.
Now,
เขามี
FUT
ปืน
I have the
reading
spike.
into this though.
เมื่อกี้ก็มีนะมีออฟด้วย
Kiko being so deep.
โอ้โหมีแบบ
There's so much to reclear
ไอ้
here.
ตรงที่
on
มัน
A
ตายมัน
that you
เรื่อง
don't
มีอัน
feel
ติ
it.
Still Garden.
Yeah, and you don't
ร
really
อบ
have the
นี้ต้อง
info.
หาตัดก่อน
It's
เนี่ย
gonna be a
ตัด
post
โอเม
plan.
น
It's
น่ะ
gonna be another
โอเมนไม่เล่นเลย
man situation. This time NRG is gonna get the
ยังไงดีครับ
the
มาดะ
still guarded, and Sop does have his ult though here.
เฮ้ย
Exactly. And Yedajay
Yeah.
watching for that flank at least.
Oh,
for the
Ethan.
ball net, but the
โอ้
time
ทำมิ่ง
is gonna be found
งานเปิด
Ethan.
แฮกจริง
Miraculous that he comes away without
งาน
one
เปิดแฮก
ทำมิ่งคนแฮกไง
เออ
Overdrive is in though, and Sop just runs down Mana. Brock practically having to backpedal away. Spray and pray.
ไอ้เย้ยวางมุมดีแล้วไม่เป็นโอดิน
Now they have to fight this one forward. The wide swing coming in. Ethan able to find the one that is now being stuck. He's trying to take down Cristalli, but Cristalli can just hold it.
ตัวตายไม่เป็นโอดิน
Put tied up at 9 to
กีฬานเปิด
9.
แฮกอะ
ที่ร้านเปิดแฮกร้านเปิดแฮกจริง
This round here, 4 FUT. They decide to
FUT
go on top of that box again with the raise, and it does catch NRG.
อะไรมันจะ
just
เป๊ะขนาด
enough
นั้น
off
ใช่ไหม
guard that you're able to get that opening kill onto the Viper. So now they don't have that wall to scale further forward. They try anyway with Kiko. He gets isolated in a position where he doesn't have any more util, no more smokes, no more TPs to get out of that stairs position. That was an all-in spot, and he couldn't connect. That gave FUT a massive advantage, and having that overdrive against Brock's ult. A nice cherry on top. A little bit of presence being
Good
shown here.
evening,
A lot of
Keith.
bit of presence, actually. Fowler, Boombot, Odin, Yedajay's in trouble.
That falls out, but the K damage going to be found. He's back on the way with that Spectre in hand. Mana. They're diving forward. The rest of the team locked away for the moment. He's over towards water, but double face in the main, just looking to separate these
เฮ้
players.
ยอะไร
that's
โอ้โหอันนี้ตลกปะเนี่ย
Sociable not landing where he meant
เล่นมุก
to.
อันนี้เล่นมุก
Gives himself a
อยู่ดี
little
ก็ฮา
silver
เฉย
platter. And now suddenly, it's a player advantage found for NRG. Mata trying to go on the exit. Flash back around the corner. Refights forward. Finds
ไม่ได้อีกตัวนี่เวอร์
Kasali, but still keeps them in with key
สถาน
advantages.
การณ์2-1
Spike now dropped in his
Step
own.
up, dive back,
But
up.
look at Kiko's
Kiko
เป็น
position.
คอนตาลี่ครับ
This movement. And he's not going to be prepared for that angle. Kiko gets the final, and NRG, the first
แม่งเอา
to
ตัว
make
รอด
it
แล้ว
to
ไอ้
double
เกี่ยวไปห
digits.
นึ่ง
Yeah, the situational awareness here from NRG so good. When they get that
แต่โซชิเบิล
player
ยังหาจริง
advantage and Kiko finds that kill over at B, he immediately just starts scaling into spawn, knowing that one way or another, it's probably going to catch FUT off guard. Either he can come in for the post plan if they're able to get established onto C, or if they need to get over to B, he's going to have a flank.
คนถามปูเซนแข่งวันไหนนี่คือเราเล่นมุกใช่ไหม เรา
ไม่ได้เลยอาจจะกวนตีนเฉยๆป่ะ
เราไม่ได้รู้ใช่ไหม ไม่ได้อยากรู้เราเล่นมุกเฉยพี่ได้ดูตอนเซนแข่งกับ NRG ป่ะที่ตอนเทคพอเขาห้ามขยับแต่เอทานวิ่งไปดูตำแหน่งเซนจะรั่วฮะ
NRG. They're really working the map nicely, and again, they're doing a good job of making it so any early fight, any early contact that FUT has been wanting to take, especially at C Mound, has widely been nullified, other than Ethan dying one time by himself. But outside of that, they've been working the map really nicely. That are making it really difficult. Flank angles of their own, because they're often at man disadvantages. And that just means the map's so much harder for you to spread, so much harder for you to control. And so FUT probably just these are some
แต่
kind
ฟู
of
เซน
different way to get a
แข่งทีเท่า
player
ไหร่
in.
นะพี่เอ๋ย
The back lines of NRG is what I would like to see. See if it can be a little bit
Yeah.
disruptive. Kind of throw them off their
กวน
game.
ตีนเลยบอกกวนตีนอันนี้กวนตีน
And they're going to be on an eco though. It's just a bandit for Sop. Oh no, going back over to the classic maybe. Sociable, the only one with any kind of buy to speak of.
And Scuba's just going for a Marshall. I mean, he knows that have all of them dead pretty much to any shot. Curious to see him not investing for at least the outlaw here.
So you think about that buy in the previous round, right? They had a Judge and a Spectre. It was desperation to try to turn the tide. Instead, they're just digging the hole deeper.
And they're immediately re-clearing and scaling forward outside of A. Looks like Sop starting to become aware of this. Will lead the charge as they re-wrap around towards stairs and the site. Steel Garden from Yedajay still a world away, just now working his way through that B connector. Shot to the legs, who's going to be taken low. Sees is there, they'll slide in low, and Soppy is all on his own. The nade perfectly placed as Zeus will fall.
มุมสูง
Shot though from Sociable, will be able to find Mata, but can they get one of these guns is the question.
Player
Gives himself
อยู่ดีมี
another.
ภาพเฉยมีอันติด้วย
Yedajay just with a classic needs to try to collect something, and he will be able
Blinding threat. My
to get that
blind is
Vandal
dead.
into hand. He's
เอา
going
ละ
to try to play this one out.
Arsenal.
Knows that if he can get the clutch, it's going to be monstrous. 10 bullets at the moment in this one. Swings out.
อ๋อมึงเดินเข้าไปเราเป็นเรื่อง
In both players' hands.
ไม่กระโดดยิงด้วย
Will
เป็นไง
not be able to be the
อัพ
hero
แพดไอ้นี่มันอัพแพด
that
ใช่
FUT so desperately
วันนี้
need.
ไปถ่ายคลิปงานมาต้องดวลมีโหมดลูกซอง
Well, it's not a
Song
bad
nine
idea, to be honest, from FUT.
ดีอยู่ฮะ
They're matching the
Ah, yeah,
rotations
song
pretty
nine.
nicely. They kind of get a
Damn.
situation where they have
ถ้าเป็นใน
a shout at this.
เมื่อกี้เป็นในเยเจ
But
มันกระโดด
again,
อะ
just too much damage done early, and you got nothing but classics, no armor. Means that some of those
นางโคตรเซ็ง
frontline
ไอ้สุด
players that you're going to throw into that fight are very squishy. And NRG able to capitalize, and they're going to have a showstopper here coming into this. Zeus went away from his. Cristalli does
NRG
have
ดิ
the
โห
night ball.
พุทธมัน
So some tools to
NRG
work
มัน
with.
เดือดเลย
Mata backs up.
Oh my god.
ไอ้โดนเห็น2 ตาติด
Had him seized.
Oh my
โดนอะไร
God,
วะ
in
เนี่ย
that corner. Look where that is.
โดนล็อกขาของอีธานด้วยนี่หว่าใช่ปะ
Hell of a kill to be found. That's a gut punch from FUT. We're trying to
Ah,
prevent
đúng rồi.
NRG from
Ôi,
moving
tịt.
up to map point. Entry attempt there from Mono. He will get shut down.
Anh
He's
ấy
fully
ọt nèo luôn
blinded.
à?
NRG.
รั่วเลยครับโดนเพื่อนขวางเสียจังหวะไป1 สเต็ป
อุ้ย
He's going to be under an immense amount of pressure. The blind, however, from the Paranoid. It's connected. And Sociable
ไม่ยอม
sets
ฮะ
himself and NRG up for wild success.
พลาดตั้งแต่ไอ้นี่แหละตอนแรก
What was looking
Chặt
like
lên
a
đi.
tragic start ends up being a brilliant finish as FUT did not allow for NRG to make it to 12 yet.
So let's. I think Mata got body blocked a bit by Ethan there as he was trying to set up for the blast pack entry with the showstopper. That seemed to throw everything off. FUT perfect though with their response, using that paranoia, using that vice utility to slow that hit down. That's a huge turn here. Looks like it might be
ต้อง
curtains
เป็น
for
ยุคอั
FUT.
ตรากัปตันเนี่ย
Now they've got some
โอ้
ults.
ยุคนั้น
Now
รั่วเลย
they've got some big guns.
Now with Zeus dead,
พี่ฟุกอะ
they'll have to try to commit that showstopper in, so Soul has that in the back pocket.
That's a massive tide turn. But going to be aggressive a little bit deeper towards A, but not going to see much. Scuba's going to tuck in. Meanwhile, Sociable, tough situation here. Obviously, you hope you can just TP out of this. Smoke's up, and he's not going to stick around at least too long, it looks like.
Watch it get re-tagged by the Prowler. So a very good idea of where he ended up going. They get this orb, Steel Garden available for Brock. No overdrive this time for Sop. His Paranoia will try to buy a bit of time. So he's now hearing a bit of this noise, but is it going to be a pump fake? The
Lead
answer is going to be yes.
รอสกูบ้าเดิน
Pretty good, potentially anti
มีวอร์ดิ
steel
รอให้ส
guard
กูบ้า
inside
แบบว่า
against
เอา
the
วอล
door.
ขึ้นแล้วก็เดินไอ้นี่วอล
30
Where it
seconds
be,
left.
and you can
ค่อย
pinch.
เข้าตรง
Out
นี้
of charges.
เปิดประตูหลอก
It's just taking long enough.
นี่ไง
รู้แล้วว่าเฟล
เห็นปะ
ในฟอล
Gonna be sent down. Scuba not quite going to get caught by that.
มันเป็นอย่างที่ผมคิดไว้
Backside as Kiko
นึกว่านัก
finds
แข่
a
ง
very solid
ได้เล่นได้
headshot.
เล่น
Knocked
Ôi!
down the closest one, and he's able to
มี
find
ดเข้า
two.
เฉย
Just trying to play for time, goes
โอ้โห
sliding in.
คนทุ่มเทครับ
An overheat. Time to plant now. No, not going to be afforded to them.
ไม่ได้แฟน
Swings in from downtown.
GG เลย
And he wins them the round. 11-11, but they tie it up.
ถ่ายแล้ววีนี้ต้องได้นะ
Absolutely beautiful. Sop the hero again for FUT. This double kill, absolutely disgusting, and it looked like the pause was going to work out for NRG. They caught FUT off guard. They weren't quite ready.
ชอบรีแอคชั่นโค้ดฟุตป่ะ
Yeah, the time just not there. Beautiful reaction from FUT on the fly in the chaos. Making
See
some
the panic. To map point.
this round is kind of my curiosity. A lot of times you'll have players that'll go like in that space between B and C in the back, or even into the back of site or into stairs sometimes. There's a cute little TP you can maneuver where you find that stairs angle open on a timing and catch teams off guard. So, or they might just feel like, you know what? We've got Amada, he's got a judge. We might just be able to brute force our way through, but changing up some of that Vice util, moving it over towards B this round. Wanting to try to see if they can catch NRG with a different idea, but so far it's C all the way.
A pivotal exact. Let's go ahead and listen into NRG.
Look. No, I didn't hear more. I didn't hear Walk away. We're going to go back front B and pop B.
Okay.
Brock, I think you stay C.
All right, I hear you.
They have A line, yeah?
They could have it.
Yeah,
They could
no
have
problem. No problem. I think it's fun. Ah, they don't. There's a guy fucking stairs, bro.
Retrieving flash.
We're gonna start from here. I'm prowling and we're going.
Okay,
Was there a wall on C? Was there a wall on C?
Probably
No,
it's probably
there's probably a wall.
Listen to me,
Listen to me. Oh, Gio, TP across as soon as we prowler and Omen flash vent. I'm going back.
there's two still C, guys. Two C.
มันเปิดยี่แผนไม่หลุดหรือวะน่ะคุยกันละเอียด
Zigzag. Entry from Mana. Getting right on top of Cristalli. He's able to fight him with that judge, but the wall pop delays him even further.
จังหวะคุกคิกครับไปแล้ว
He's arrived over towards the spawn.
Running low.
Gonna be looking for a backstab attempt here.
เจอตีโอ
And
เมน
it could be absolutely monstrous. In the meanwhile, there's
Rò,
a
rò,
got
rò.
around the
Yang
plant
đi
to
rò.
come through. The pit is well invested into this. It's a pivotal one, and there it is. Kiko able to find some
Ooh.
transit.
วาง
And he
เป้า
cleans
ร
up
อ
the
นะ
energy
คิ
to
โกะ
boot. 2v3,
ได้
Zeus's
ข่าวหมด
presence noted. And Sociable will fall.
อีชัด
ไฮไลท์จริง
This
โดน
is
ปล่อย
a
ไปวาร์ปไปอย่างนั้น
gargantuan
อะ
nigh impossible task, and Zeus will have to just back away. NRG taking their time, assessing the situation. They make a quick pivot,
เราหน้าอี
and
ทาง
that will
มี
earn them map
Anti.
point.
Love the idea here. And they kind of suss it together right as they're thinking about making the execute that, wait a minute, we didn't pop the vice wall yet. Okay, let's still see if we can at least get Mata 1, see if we can clear some space. You heard them talking about, hey, let's send the paranoia in towards vents. It hits, it gets Mata the kill, it gets the Odin out of the equation. Even though he's traded
XLG ทำไมล่ะ
quickly, that's thrown foot off guard. They're trying to
ถ้าที
rotate.
อีมัน
And it's
เข้า
a
ลึก
quick
มันก็ได้แต้ม
decision to
แซง
pivot
เอา
by
ถอยขึ้น
Ethan
ไปแชม
to
เปี้ย
go
นอะ
over to the C site instead.
Yeah.
Use that TP that I was talking about in that space between the back of C and B, where Foot just completely disregards it. Nobody's looking for it.
And it's a great individual call from Mana, just asking for exactly what he needs to get that entry through. Yes, he ends up getting traded, but that's that tipping point. That's what just sets the rest of the round.
มันยิงทุกแมปเลยว่ะ
Allows for energy to capitalize.
ทุ
So
กคน
Foot
คุณภาพ
now
NRG
needing
ได้
to
ไป
push
อย่า
this
ง
into overtime.
ตอนนี้แนทโดนบล็อกเบอ
Otherwise,
ร์อี
they're
กรอบ
gonna
แล้ว
get 0-1 deficit and
โอ้บ่อยอยู่
looking
นะ
very fast scale up. It's not a judge. It's a bulldog around the corner with Zeus holding onto a Vandal as well. Hearing that TP on the reposition, NRG will just slowly work their way out, but Scuba still looking to hold his
GG
own.
ดิ
Finds
GG
himself
ปะ
his second kill, and Zeus is
GG
tied to 10.
เฮ้ยใครมันยืนบังกันวะ
Oh, they got baited into that. What a read there from NRG.
He needs to go absolutely crazy, and he can find it. Nothing. Just a lick of damage suffered by
NRG
Scuba.
กับ G
Everybody
นะ
else
แล้วไน
pristine.
ท์พอไล่
Nightfall now going to be sent out. Sociable to get caught by that.
เย้เคแด
Has
ดหล
the
บ
paranoia through, but now Pain Shell at his back. He is dead. Scuba finds a kill in the energy.
จีจี NRG แย่หน่อย เจอแชมป์โลกอะไรอะโฆษณาแหละ
โฆษณาปั่นจะอะไรอ่ะ
เกมมาหรือเลย ไม่ใช่เกม มันเอาหัวใส่ถุงน่องคอยเบส
NRG ฮาร์เว่นไม่แพ้ใครเลยเหรอ5 เกมล่าสุดเหรอ ขออนุญาตดูแป๊บ ฮาเว่น NRG เฮ้ยโอ้ว่ะโอ้แล้วคอมแบบเมตาด้วยกำลังซิ่งเลยอะ
คือเกสึมันมากี่โมงนะ
ซุยเกสึมาทำอะไรซุยเกสึ
มาแข่งนะ
มาแล้ว
ไปแล้วเหรอ
ไปแล้ว
คือเลยว่าเพลงที่มันตุกกุ้งตุกกุ้งตุกกุ้งอยู่นี่โดนปะ
ไม่ได้ฟังอยู่ไหม
อย่าลืมเปิดให้พี่เอ๋ยด้วยนะ ใครที่มาใหม่เนี่ยเอาลิงก์พี่เอ๋ยไปเปิดหน่อย ช่วยพี่เอ๋ยหน่อยครับ พี่เอ๋ยการงานต้องมา ใครที่เปิดในคอมนะครับเบราว์เซอร์นะนั่นแหละ ช่วยพี่เอ๋ยหน่อยครับ แล้วก็ใครที่หาร้านเติมเกมก็อย่าลืม Richman Shop ด้วยนะครับเอาวะสัมภาษณ์บองก้า
We're just trying to keep it simple, honestly. They're pretty straight.
ผมรู้สึกว่าตั้งแต่การมาที่อังกฤษผมก็รู้สึกว่า enjoy กับอาหารอีสานร้านปากซอยมากเลยครับ ใช่ครับ โดยเฉพาะส้มตำใช่ อร่อยมาก
Easier said than done. We did get to hear Bonkar screaming, doing his iconic
เกมแรกก็สูสีค
howl
รับ
before
แต่
the game
NRG เอาไปได้
starts.
ก่อนเกมหนึ่ง
Yahoos. I
Yes,
can't do it. My
Yahoos.
voice will go up by Yahoo.
Yeah, that's exclusively for Bonker there. But this was a highly competitive first map here. I think NRG ended up dropping more rounds than they
Looks like he's going to be happy about this one. Nice little judge cleanup there from Scuba. Not necessarily the most beautiful round of all time, but got them quickly.
Got the job done.
I mean, anything to guarantee that second round. We've seen FUT be very, what's the word? Dangerous in those kind of rounds previously where they can win out force buys and whatnot.
It was the strange guns today, the Odin and the Judge, that was catching FUT off guard quite a lot in this series.
Yeah, definitely. And for NRG, we were talking about, you don't want to see them scraping by, but that's kind of what was happening, especially with their retakes, and also why it ended up being so close, Minnie.
Yeah, they were heavily advantaged in some of these retakes, and they just couldn't close them out. And I think that a team with the caliber of these players, the caliber of this team, losing 2v5s like this, not peaking together, not being able to out-aim FUT, to me, is slightly embarrassing coming out from NRG.
Yeah, and you see some hero round plays coming out from FUT as well, right? Being able to win out those rounds, and maybe we were needing to see a little bit more of that. But even this round in particular, NRG throwing a Visal into the mix where Costali is actually able to pick up a couple of kills.
Scuba's not
with
even
the
checking the back
here.
of the site. I don't really understand what is happening in some of these rounds, honestly.
Fundamentals slipping away from NRG there as well, and yeah, they've been able to close out the map, but I think, like you said, Minnie, there was moments of desperation coming out from them where FUT had made them so scared to a point that they were having to invest ultimates into rounds such as that.
And I could see a few Kiko fans here in the audience, and it looks like the fan buff is coming into a bit of an effect here.
Yeah, he's playing well once again, but I hope that it's like about everyone stepping up together. I think there is a little bit of better individual form here for NRG, but clearly some of the fundamentals are still missing. Like, this isn't the energy that we've been seeing in those deep runs. This isn't the energy we saw in that lower bracket run. There's still some problems, and I think there is a sigh of relief from the NRG fans coming out of that map.
Oh, definitely, and FUT must be kicking themselves a little bit here. Let's see what Coach Vlad has to say ahead of map 2.
Here with Vlad of FUT, Vlad, I feel like Lotus could have gone either way. Why do you think it slipped away from you guys? And what are some aspects of your game from Lotus are you planning to continue on for Haven?
Yeah, to be honest, yeah, it could have gone either way. Just 1 or 2 rounds, being more careful. We could have won the game actually. On Haven, I don't think they stand a chance.
Oh, okay, I love the confidence from you. And
เป็นอาจีม
for
เก่า
us,
จัดเลย
Haven
ปล่อยเลือก
awaits.
เฮเว่นเลย
Oh, I love that confidence there. FUT is not dismayed after that first map loss. Sometimes some teams, when it's so close, they can not really mental reset as well. But it looks like Vlad is very happy with this.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why FUT picked this map, but NRG are undefeated on this map so far. I believe it's 3-0, so there are no slouches there. But I do think that there are definitely weaknesses in NRG's game. I think that they are far too passive, especially on that defense side. They don't push out early on. They don't go for pushes out in the mid-round, and that is what FUT excels at on this map. I think they are a very good Haven team because it suits that Turkish aggressive style.
I don't know about you, Minnie, but I'm getting a little bit worried about this. Oh, we could have been able to close out that map. That seems to be happening to FUT so far throughout this event. But as you mentioned, NRG, flawless win rate on this map in Americas. 3-0, I believe it was. But looking at this agent select that we have up here, we're keeping an eye on Zeus and Sop. These have been the kind of stars of the show throughout this series. And then NRG, we're going to get to see Kiko on the Phoenix, which we've been ranting and raving about.
Yeah, but it's NRG starting on this defense, and as I said, I think they are way too passive when they play this map. They are flooding their rotations sideways. If FUT have a game plan here to fake out a little bit, that will catch NRG off guard. The other thing is that FUT could just go for their normal XX style and just overwhelm those sites, but NRG might be quick enough with the rotation. So that is the kind of chess match that I'm looking to see here. I want to see NRG pushing out a lot more though.
That is so interesting. Like you said, NRG is a really strong Haven, but even you see the gaps in the strategy there. Let's see what happens as we send to the second map. The destination is Haven.
Haven indeed, but have looked very strong on this map thus far, but as the desk was pointing out, NRG, no slouches either, have not suffered a loss on it yet. Will that continue, or can FUT push this the distance, send it all the way to a map 3, to settle on a fracture, determine who goes forward and who goes home. This needs to be a big one for the Turkish squad.
Yeah, I was really keyed in on this map. If it was going to be picked by FUT in the draft because they've been so good on it here, especially in London, but in general, the NRG are really solid fundamentally, even though they might not be as aggressive as you'd like. You are going to get some damage in. Scuba, though, not going to stick around. The whole plan here, play for retake if you can't guess correctly on which side of the map they were going to try to rotate to. Are going to have that trip back there for Yedajay if they try to push in along, but maybe just a clear of it. No, they're just going to try to go through garage. Big push coming, and this paranoia could be brutal.
How many it can connect on. Blaze wall going to be set up to try to escort them off some of those forward sight lines. Paranoia now sent out. Sop, however, taking that point contact, will be able to find the first. Ethan's going to be taken down. Mata able to find one, but Yedajay quickly trades it out. And Zeus trades it up. FUT very swiftly dispatch NRG. And they find another pistol win for themselves, starting off the map 1-0.
Yeah, just a rough situation to break through there for NRG. Great post-plant setups. You have all your util left still as a FUT, so can really slow them down. Keep those angles completely smothered. And absolutely really nice. Yeah, just how you draw it up. Coach is trying to get him. Yep, keep it going, keep it going. We'll see. Looks like NRG just gonna try another aggressive long A push early. At least try and funnel some of these orbs into Kiko. Get that run it back available, maybe.
Yeah, just the second charge. Sop shifting over, makes a bit of noise here. Dropping down. Curveball could absolutely wreck him, and Kiko does have that one in hand. I suspect that this is going to be a drone forward to try to spot this out, but a three-player high-low. Just pyramiding this one, and going to be Sop eliminated.
เมื่อกี้คือคลาสสิกมัน
The headshot found. Zeus going to be taken down.
พี่เห็นคลาสสิกมันรูดป่ะ เหมือนในนี่แหละเหมือนปืนกลที่ยิงแบบพร้อมกัน
Stray shot being found as Kiko and Mono will both be eliminated.
เสียดายน่าจะได้เยอะกว่านี้
Ethan just pushed up against the smoke, trying to utilize the right clicks, but eventually is going to be found.
เช็คเฉย
Key weaponry still going to be carried over as FUT now shift into position to try to get this plant going, and Scuba see if he is going to be able to make this a little bit rougher around the edges for the Steam. Peek out, nothing found. Trying to play it quietly. Does get Yedajay. For the counter swing, so damage found. A good round overall for NRG, but FUT still do manage to get the 2-0 start.
This could have gone a lot worse for FUT.
ก็จะเห็นเพอร์ฟอร์แมนซ์พิมมี่เมื่อวานแล้ว
The blaze wall there, man. I don't know.
สุดแล้ววะ
This coordination, perhaps.
ยอมรับแล้วว่ามันเก่ง
so much. Maybe they just don't expect it to, and they're just trying to reset or something like that. But oh man, that could have gone so much worse for FUT.
คิดว่าระหว่างถ้าอีธานเหลือ1-1กับ JJ ใครจะมองเมาส์ใคร
Very quick into this, wants to try to establish that presence on this defender's side.
อีธานนั้นจะมองให้เพื่อนใช่ไหม
Ship around is this time around though. NRG has been showing
มันเกรียน
tons
อยู่
of
นะเมื่อ
presence
กี้
early long A.
น้องส่งคลิปมาที่จะทำมันเกรียนตอนเทคฟอร์ของอเมริกา
So was being done a lot yesterday.
โอ้ไอ้อันนั้นคลิปนั้นจะเห็นแล้วกำหมัดตอนนั้นเอาฟัดเจอมาเห็นน่าจะกำหมัดแล้วแม่งทำแชมเปี้ยนรอบชิงด้วยนะบัก
Brock will be the first to fall. Stop able to find it. He does get a little bit of damage in, but Mata now able to strike, finding him there from that connector side. Face forward though in the back sight. Zeus will clean one off. Just looking for timing as he does get ping revealed by the drone and has to get that space over. As Kiko now clearing the tripwire, letting FUT know yes you are potentially being boxed in, but he's going to be rerouted.
เฮ้ยแล้วแม่งไม่เชื่อด้วยนะดูดิข้างหลังอ่ะโอ้ชิลจัด
I think you already got to consider a save here as NRG. I don't think it's worth doing anything but looking for an exit, but maybe they're going to go.
เอาจริงเหรอ
The high, low, and hell. Molly out. Curveball will try to find something. Zeus is going to be taken down from out in heaven. Able to find 2 kills. Mata, maybe if you continue to have them lined. No! It's going to be Scuba!
Oh, Scuba!
Who just goes nuclear!
Yeah.
4 kills found on the Cypher. NRG deny what was looking like an assured bonus conversion.
Man, oh man. Gotta eat my words here. This is crazy good stuff from
ก็ชอบ
Scuba.
ไอคอนแทนตรงนี้เลย
I thought
เคลีย
this
ร์แบบ
had no
ทำให้
chance.
ขวาไกลมันเล่นสบาย
He's so clean with it.
อีโกะชอบใจครับ
Oh
เพื่อนยิง
my. Yeah.
And you gotta be
โอ้ถึงกับอึ้ง
just
เฮีย
rolling
ได้ไง
over at the
วะ
moment. If your foot,
นึกว่าอีซี่แล้วเมื่อกี้
gotta start getting concerned because oh boy, NRG, they have their confidence.
And now they've got the big guns. Got the Odin. They kept the op. So a little bit of damage off that initial spray.
เอาความเจ็บปวดไป
Being thought about here for FUT.
They get that run it
เกลียด
back.
โอดินแบบนี้
Another critical tool to try to tie this up. Shock forward in case there's that trip here on FB main, but none to be found. One garage, one situated on the site.
Yeah, you're in a good position here as NRG. You've got an ult cycle in your favor. It's just can you get it to go before FUT gets into theirs? Scuba way on the other side of the map, and FUT just being very cautious.
He's going to go unregistered. Mata again just pulling back to a deeper angle, but NRG are getting the read. Stacking this side as that smoke is bloom. Paranoia connecting on the nothing. They run it back now. Going to be sent the curveball. However, it's turned away from Zeus. Will end up finding that snapback, and Mata just trying to go on a timing again. Ends up getting caught. Great shot to be found. Looking on that shock dart. Not going to be finding too much of anything as Zeus continuing to deliver. Finds a kill on Ethan. The operator again just coming up shy of the mark here for Kiko, who's going to be forced away back around that corner. And this time, NRG will make the call. A 3v5, not going to be good enough. They backpedal away and go for the save as FUT will move up 3-1.
Now this is exactly some of the problems that the desk was talking about here, where because you're not taking aggressive early space, because you're playing so passive, playing for that quick retake off the back of the Phoenix ult, and you can't get anything out of it. FUT just really disciplined in these post plants, as we've seen on this map time and time again. Other than that bonus, they have looked really sharp. And they're going to come away with all their guns. Only 3 left over for NRG, so starting things off on the right foot. And yeah, immediately Bonkar wants to talk this one over. And I think it's probably a bit of what we're already seeing. For success in the big picture scheme of things.
He's been the most convincing one off the top of my head at this tournament so far.
Hands
as
down.
far as Waylay is concerned, I mean, his Ray's also nothing to shake a stick at. With neural theft, the blades nearly there for NRG. But the overall ult cycle very much favors FUT at this point.
And you're one away here from a convergent paths. Could be what they're teeing up for here. Deep shock dart. Doesn't clear because the trip is in the corner. Does give you that convergent path though. Doesn't hit Scuba.
He's not going to be hitting anything. Saturate neither, as he will be able to strike completely unawares. Arm
โดดมาเสิร์ฟไหม
finds an opening
เข้า
kill.
แก๊ปเลยอะ
The
แบบ
neural theft
เดินเข้าไป
immediately
บว
gets
ข้างหลัง
invested.
เลยไหม
Forward in the backside though, and Saab is able to find that kill, and Cristalli comes away with 2 eliminations.
โอดินที่
They
ผม
should
เห็
have
น
been
ล
dead
ง
to rights. That's exactly
มันจะมีใคร
Rock's
ยิงโอ
thinking
ดินแบบ
though.
ปิกอย่างงี้ปะแล้วไอ้บัก
The spike is going to be planted, and that's Cristalli. Cristalli getting the spike in play. Mata now scaling forward, able to find 1 tailwinds over the side, avoids that damage from the garage side.
อุ้ยนึกว่ามันจะไอ้นี่
นึกว่าจะชิงค่า
Blade set. Cristalli able to find the quick scope in, but now a 1v1. Sociable in the reposition. I'm not sure that Brock had heard that one. He still thinks that he's in garage.
สแปมสโมกหน่อยปะเพื่อนปืนกระสุนเยอะแยะ
Now needs to play it quietly himself.
โอ้โห
Scope will
MVP ว่ะ
fall and block.
ดูมันยิง
Gets
ดิ
it over
พี่
the line.
แม่งยิงกับไรเฟิลเลย
ยิงโอที
3K
แบบบ้า
on the
จัด
Odin
อะ
NRG. Take another
อีธาน
step
กำลังเนียนอ่ะ
towards
เขาบอก
tying this up.
It's
Thằng
a
Hèn,
little
thằng
bit
Hèn nhá.
messy, but they get there in the long run. The early round idea here, I think they knew exactly what FUT was going to be calling off that convergent pass because of that setup that Scuba has. Tucked into the corner,
นิ่งจัดเลยดู
knows that that convergent pass is going to hit back sight, not on the plat. So he's able to just tuck in there, do some early damage. And it's Brock again, the hero with the Odin.
Like the same setup that Scuba had run in the previous round,
First
but
shot
they
มัน
never
โคต
went
ร
to
แม่น
that
เลย
side of the map. They
บ
didn't
อกอะ
scout it. Weren't conditioned for it at all. It ends up being brilliant. Now his own Hunter's Fury online.
เนียนจริงกว่าอีธานศูนย์
Consideration
ห้า
for a brief moment for that outlaw. Knowing that NRG are not going to be able to afford those full armors on the majority of the players, but Sop is just going to be dead off the rip.
Beautiful.
That's what we're talking about, trying to get that early space.
Get that
เฮ้ยมัน
early
ติด
pick
แท็บ
too.
เชี่ย
Little bit of a change in the setup this time. Scuba further
Happy.
back. Other trip can be connected to between the
แท็บ
boxes.
บีบพื้นที่
We'll get the spot out, Zeus. Needing to remove that. Util gets cleared. Spike can be
นี่ถ้า
brought
พี่บอกอยู่
forward.
ตรงซีทีนะ
But Hunter's Fury
มีศพ
gonna be
ของเล
setting
ย
response, just delaying, allowing for NRG to get completely corralled over on this side of the map. Final pulse not to be found. Swinging the window though, Yeta J finding one. The curveball going to be turned away from, but Kiko still able to plant his feet and find that elimination. Spike now in play. Cristali backpedaling out into
ซี
that
เทคดี
C
เหมือน
long
กัน
cubby.
โอดินเนี่ย
Hunter's
ไม่
Fury
ไฟซี
can find value from here.
โอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้ย
Molly at his feet.
โอ้
Zeus
ร้อนร้อนร้อน
having to reposition.
Oh,
Hunter's
wait
Fury
up.
going to be used early, but Zeus has the transfer.
อ้าวคอตเตอรี่คนเดียวตัว
Crucible up
นี้
over the top
วาง
though.
เปิด
Ends
ค
up
รับ
getting picked, and now Kiko brings his
Hang
man
on,
into a
ngông, ngông.
2v1.
หลุดฟ
A
อร์มหรือเป
single
ล่าคนนี้
shot dart, all that he's got. The defuse being started. Scuba to play
Yeah.
protect. Peeks in though
Yeah.
and isolates it down. The retap. It's already held to half. He's waiting it out, swings it, wins it, and Cristali will pull up the Red Bull clutch to stave off NRG.
Oh boy.
มันไม่รู้ว่าอยู่
For a
ซ้ายหรือ
moment
อยู่
there,
ขวา
maybe
เลยต้อง
NRG
ยืน
got
แบ
it
บนี้
done, but
เลยแบบว่าออฟแอลเวนเกิล
able to gum up the works here at Garage. That really slows things down. And Zeus, what a position, but then a big answer back from Kiko. Some really nice individual moments on both sides of the coin. Cristali plays that very, very nicely. And a little bit of a, I'm not sure if they just guessed incorrectly there for NRG on which side of the alley he was on.
Yeah. Ends up playing on the wrong side, gives that angle over. Kiko falls
ผ่าน
and then from there.
ตื่นแล้ว
Easy pickings. Now that outlaw absolutely going to be online, but it's going to be Zeus just spraying into the smoke, finding one. Ethan now going to be taken down. One bullet still remaining in this one. Will fire that off. Wins over to the corner, but now the neural tap's going to be invested.
จะมึง
They
อะ
try to
ติ
make
เลย
their
เหรอวะ
exit, but
เดือด
Mom
จัง
cannot escape.
แปมทิ้งหมดเลย เราชัวร์จังหวะกำลังชลมุนนะมันไม่ยอมให้ NRG ได้ตั้งหลัก
Line it up. Bounds around the back of sight, but Zeus is already there. A flawless round for FUT to now start to snowball this even further. He's almost got another convergent pass.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of making it a little too easy here for FUT because you've shown this exact same play a couple times where you're going to try to scale up long A with a lot of players, and this time FUT has an answer dialed in. They've got the util usage to get the reveals. They've got the spam early because they suspect that that could be the play, just like they saw in a previous eco. They are absolutely correct, so they are not fooled in the slightest. What is effectively a triple down from NRG on that strat.
Not sure if we lowered the lights, but Ethan going to be asking for those to be made a little bit brighter at the moment. Has not been able to find any impact here. 0 and 7 on this Omen. A rough look of it.
After being so solid on Lotus there. This time, tucked into the back of the site. Sop has the blades available. Top end Odin again.
Run it back, though, is going to be committed very early, and FUT say, okay, that's fine. We'll just let you come sprinting out. Ethan, though, okay, we'll be able to find his first.
ไม่เนียนแล้วไม่เนียนแล้ว
Kilana Cristali, and so far, Scuba completely unnoted as well, tucked into this cubby. Seems like there is some suspicion from Sop.
เฮ้ยมันเดินมาชิวเกิน
As he's going to go push forward to try to clear out this angle, and the blades will connect.
สวยแล้ว
Kill gets him into a 4v4 as the spike is going to be planted just from the shadows available for NRG. As Yeta J laid on this lurk. Molly gonna be set. He plants his feet though. Has the immediate dink into the spray down. Kiko now eliminated. Getting some of this weaponry. Again for NRG, they need to find some value sooner rather than later. Otherwise, you're gonna have to go for a save. Yedajay just jumping around the corner quickly. Works his way out to safety. Ethan will be able to find a second, finds a third, finds a fourth.
นี่ไงอีธานมาแล้ววีรบุรุษ
Now is in for this one. It's Yedajay trying to hold the garage, and he doesn't man to find Mana.
ทำไม NRG มันได้แต่ละวินมา
To come alive.
ผิวเฉียดทุกวินเลยวะ
Zero kills coming into
นี่ไป
the
บอก
round.
อี
He
ธาน
finds
เนียน
a
เนี่ยดูดิ
4K
เหมือน
and
รู้
gets
อะ
NRG
จัด
up
ให้
to
เลยอะ
จัดให้เลยเราเนี่ย
ฮีโร่ทูฮี
Somebody
โร่
must have turned up the lights for Ethan on that one. Because he is lights out there. Whoa, man, that
Bad
forward.
God.
Whoa. He has had some nasty ones today.
ในราวที่
Oh, that's gotta be
โค้ดฟุตกุมหัว
frustrating.
นี่คือแม่งโดนแบบ
This round really
โดน
nicely.
จังหวะแบบ
They've got a lot of the
2-4
flanks
1-4
covered. They're trying to really
ราว
just
ที่
hold
ไม่
the
ควร
line
เสีย
in so many different of these spread angles that NRG's trying to take.
ครับผม
And they
ทักนิด
win
ทัก
some
หน่อย
of
ไม่
them.
ได้
I
เลย
mean,
อีธาน
Yedajay there outdoing Kiko after he gets mollied off the position. Beautiful, but just got outdone by Ethan.
Virgin Path's gonna be dodged by one, but not by Brock. Tries to just hold his own. Meanwhile, the operator's still gonna be here. Want a shot to be found.
ใครบอกสไนมันไม่เก่งวะ
Over top of the box. A little bit of spam in. Ethan getting whittled away. Out is Zeus. Says a nice little hello. And he manages to find two. Mana dead. Kiko eliminated. Zeus looking for that fourth. He cannot find him. The cleanup is there.
มันเข้าจังหวะเดียวเลยวะ
They
ผมว่ามัน
answer
รีบไปหน่อ
right
ยวะ
back. They shut down the heroics. They get themselves a
ขอบคุณแลกคู่นะ19 เดือนนี่
กำลั
นะ
งคิดอยู่ว่า
Now they're turning up the tempo. Now we're playing some Turkish Valorant. Getting in their faces, and that's exactly what Zeus wants. Disgusting.
It's a stray for that final kill. Neither do we, Vlad.
โคตรเดือด
We're doing our damnedest to try to follow the chaos.
I will find you.
If they're going to continue to replicate that, then NRG, they're not going to know what's going on either.
Hey, if you don't know what you're doing, then your opponent certainly doesn't either.
คิดถึงที่สมัยซีเน็ตยังอยู่นะ nice เพื่อนแม่งน้อยซีเน็ต nice
Though,
กำลังกลับมาแล้วตอนนี้
very
ซีเน็ต
deadly read. Checking around the top of the
Seen
site,
it.
nothing going to
กลับ
be
มาทวง
spotted
ดู
there.
ลิ
It's
โน
going
ห
to
นึ่ง
be Ethan dead. Is he ready for the follow-up though? Cloudburst into the corner. The shorty going to be drawn out. Covering fire is going to be good.
เกินไปเกินไป
Will just dive in,
แม่ง
finding
ดู
some
พิมมี่มา
damage.
นี่หว่า
Brock
นี่
is taken down to a sliver. That is immense amount of value found here off the rip for FUT. The Outlaw will get carried over, but all players full HP, full armor. And Scuba, I don't think he's going to be ready for this tuck position from Sociable. He is not. And now it's just Brock. Yeah. Will end up getting taken down as FUT secure a lead at the half with a chance to make this 9-3.
This is so fun to watch. I am such a fan of Sop on the Jet. He has been lighting up the kill feed, but this right here, a great round because he causes so much distraction. It allows Zeus to rotate in, cover his back, and even though he gives his life for the cause, he wins the round.
ก็พวกกูค้างกูก็ช้ากว่าพี่เอ๋ย
A little bit of help on the backside, sure, but he's buying all that time and space for FUT to come in, collect some kills, get the plant through.
Might be having three conversion paths rather in this opening half. Yedajay just going to be forced away, but gets that camera secured where he wants it, down to the sewers. Ethan trying to change things up. Swing in though, and he will have Zeus dead. Quick reposition with the TP. There's the paranoia. It's the connection, but there's no way to quickly scale off that, so Ethan gets out scot-free.
Nice little individual play. FUT though, I think, trying a different idea. Scuba's got the cam in there.
Will be heard.
That's the smoke too. Trying to bait him out in the patience.
Tapping it on a tempo here. As dive forward in the smoke and stop will be eliminated immediately. That goes spiraling, and the neural theft gets the reveal. The spike not planted, now stranded. And it looks like NRG still yet some fight left in them as Cristalli on that reload will be noted, but Yedajay out from window. Keep his back protected. But realistically, what are you meant to do here? You would love to find some damage.
30 seconds
But they just
left.
have this completely locked down. Sends a shot right between his legs.
One enemy
But
remaining.
eventually, will get fished out as Kiko gets that elimination. Now
ถ้าจะกันได้5นี่ผมว่า2-0นะ
flawless.
ใช่
กัน5ได้พก2-0เลย
for the save himself, and it looks like that is going to be the choice
ให้
at
NRG
the
ไปครับ
end of it now.
เหมือนจะ
Goes
5
back in the mid and
แต่ว่า
Brock is able to
พูด
fire
ยัง
some
รวยอยู่
flawless established at NRG.
เนี่ยเดี๋ยว
Still
เบิร์
with
ก
a chance
ซื้อ
to make
โอ
this
ดิ
a
น
7-5.
Well, that's massive for giving themselves a really good chance.
อันนี้ถ้าให้เบิร์กซื้อโอดินนี่คือ
because they were
ทัดเลยว่ามันมั่นใจโอดินมากกว่าพวก
poor
เวนนอลเฟน
in
ทอม
the
เลยเนี่ย
economic sense.
But
They
yeah,
were
you
all down to less than 700 credits, so would have been a scrappy buy.
โอ้โหมันยิงดู
for
แต่มัน
anybody
ยิง
coming into it,
เออ
because they carry over all
มัน
these
ยิงแบบ
guns
เนี้ย
to get
มัน
the
เฟิร์สช็อต
flawless.
แม่นอ่ะ
They're gonna
มัน
come
ยิง
in
อย่าง
with
นี้อย่า
full
ซื้อเลย
armor, still
เอ
at
อ
the
มัน
op.
เลือกที่จะใช้โอดิน
It's gonna be all rifles.
มัน
full
น่าจะ
armor
มี
for foot
อิมแพค
with
ของเรื่อง
flush with
การแบบ
cash.
นี้ป่ะ
Couple
ยิง
ults
กดดัน
to consider.
พื้น
Kiko's
ที่
run it back. Crystallis, Hunter's Fury. Both
ไม่ได้เน้
Omens
นยิง
still have
ตายอะไรเงี้ย
TPs.
ยิงกดดันให้เพื่อนเล่น
Seen
ง่าย
anybody go for anything too creative with those, so maybe now is one
แต่
of
ว่า
those
ปืน
rounds.
ไว
There
ออ
you
ก
go.
เป็นโอดินแบบเก็บเสียง
Be
ยิ
the
ง
hell.
ไม่เห็นเส้นกระสุ
Brock's
น
not watching
เฮ้ย
this. Sociable's been
Yo.
completely on red. But there.
อ้าวไม่เนียนครับโดน
Feelings
รีคอน
coming through. Brock turns back, finds that kill. Gets himself another stop. Is going to be eliminated. He's taken low, but not taken down. But the volume of response here from FUT ends up looking pretty decent. But Zeus is down to
มารอ
one.
น
ไอ้สุดเลือดเหลือ1
ไปไหน
2v3.
เอาไปดูหลังวาร์ปหลอก
Reposition, but Zeus is still
เฮ้ย
in
เดี๋ยว
blind mana.
กลับมา2-2เฉยเฮ้ย
Now he's got that ult.
เดี๋ยวเวลาเหลือเยอะจัด
Try to
ไม่
slow
วาร์ป
him
หลอก
down
มาด่า
on
ไง
this
บอกเฮ้ยเดี๋ยวเข้า
reapproach.
เมื่อกี้มาด่าเลย
Very
เข้าเลย
wary about that heaven position. Hearing that Omen ult set, Ethan now going to start scaling his way forward.
Spike planted.
Molly ends up getting a bit of damage, but just a smattering found. The other J swinging out a little bit wider, taken lower, taken out. As Ethan will be able to find it now, it's going to have to be a 1 HP clutch from Zeus. Shots found, convergent path's going to be set, swing, gets a shot, but it's eventually the spray from Kiko to deny the clutch. And
เมื่อ
what
กี้
a
มันสเต็ป
monstrous one
4S เลย
that
ด้วย
it
ใช่ไหม
would
พี่
have been, but
ทีเราก็
NRG
สะบัดทีก็
managed
สะ
to
บัด
scrape together 5 rounds.
Does Brock bounce a recon
เพราะ
behind
CS
him
มัน
there
ตัวไหลอ่ะมันต้องอย่างนั้นอ่ะ
to catch the vision?
Might have done.
Player
The
standing.
fact that he doesn't look back and he's unable to find that kill. It ends up being everything for
ไม่เคยช
NRG.
นะเพื่อน
So
โอ้
halftime
โห
break now. We'll
ไม่
see you
เสีย
guys
เยอะก็ไม่เป็นไรมันร้านเรากุมหัวเฉย
ในจีรีเทคแต่ละวินแม่งเสียวาบทุกวินเลยดูดิถือว่ารีเทคสวยนะแต่ละวินที่เสียบอมไปแล้วรีเทคขึ้นมาเนี่ย
ดูมันจะสะบักสะบอมทุกราวอะ
ฟังสัมภาษณ์ก็มีเพลงคอ
เหลือเชื่อนะ
เชื่อจริง
เอาหน้าดีเจได้เงินเดือนมา
Just a couple important
เราก็พากเองเลย โอ้วันนี้ผมเอาข้าวเหนียวถั่วดำมาให้คอสตารี่กิน หวังว่าเขาจะหลุดฟอร์มให้พวกเราได้เห็นในอินเตอร์แบบตอนที่เจอฟูเซนนะครับ
แล้วหลุดจริงไง
นี่แม่งพูดถึงข้าวเหนียวถั่วดำแล้วอยากกินข้าวห
ปา
ลาม
รีสแม่
นะ
งสนุกแน่ EWC
เฮ้ยสกูบ้าถือแก้วมาทำไมวะวันนี้ผมมาหากาแฟกินนะครับ แต่ผมถือแก้วมาก็ไม่มีกาแฟแถวนี้กินเลย ผมก็เลยเอาโซดาครับ โอเคครับไปแล้วก็ได้
เจอโซดาทีไปเลย
ไปเลย
วัดเจลีจะนี่ให้มี
อัดจบไวจัด
User joined your channel.
สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับพี่อู
เรียกเพ่พี่ผมไปดูตารางมาว่ะ เราต้องเชียร์ XLG ว่ะ
ทำไมอ่ะ
เป็นงั้น VCT Point GE มันจะแซงปูเซนเนี่ย
โอ้โห แล้วดู
100%
ให้เชียร์ทีมอะไรวะเนี่ย
ฮะ
ให้กูเชียร์ทีมไม่มีลุ้นเลย
XLG
แฮปปี้เวยไงพี่
Happy
แฮปปี้เว้ยเอ้ย แบกอะแฮปปี้เว้ยอะ
really cleanly.
โคตรเดือด
But still, it can be
ไม่
an
เดี๋ยวก่อนครับ
attacker
ไม่เข้าใจ
sided,
หมายความว่าถ้า
favored map overall. So it's
XLG
just
ช
a
นะ
matter
นะ
of
ครับหรือเป็นแชมป์
is
ได้
FUT going to be able to maintain
ถ้า XLG ชนะ
that pressure now that they've
GE
shown
มัน
this
จะไม่ได้
map
ไป
a
ต่อ
couple times. Is NRG going to have some ideas
ไม่ได้ไป
here?
ต่อใน
Give
ฝั่ง
themselves
นะครับ
that slight edge,
pay off เลย
especially if they get this pistol. Then you start
มั
to
นจะ
think
ไม่ได้
that
VCT Point แล้วไง
this might just end in
โอกา
a
สอะ
2-0.
โอกาสอะ
โอ้ย
Soft,
ซอฟ
lucky to be alive.
ก็แสดงว่าเราต้องเชียร์ GE ฮะ โอเค
จริงๆพี่เอ๋ยต้องเชียร์ GE นะแต่นี่คือมันจะแบบใช้แผนรีเวิร์ส
จริงว่ะพี่เอ๋ยเพราะว่าให้ XLG ชนะมันเป็นรีเวิร์สอีกทีนึงมันฟันธงเลยให้ GE ชนะ 2-0
แม่นอยู่นะที่ช่วงนี้
เอาเหรอ
Definitely
ตามมาได้
make a meal of this potentially, but NRG just heard Scuba say it. They're ready for a fight, and instead it's just a collection of the orb. Ooh, they
แล้ว
can
มัน
pair
บายไป
way
แล้วด้วย
out too. That's huge.
หายละ
Big bit of util now out of the hands of Sociable. Just going to be waiting for that next smoke to try to cycle up. He's able to hold his own for one, but Zeus is also going to be taken out, and that is a critical lead now for NRG in the pistol, which is going to double back over to C.
อะไรซอฟโลด้วยครับไอตัวที่ตายคือตัวที่เลือดเต็มหมดแล้ว
Maybe considering B.
ยืนซะกลางลาน
Set up for Scuba. Spot there on the Cristalli, but Scuba can just hold the line on the backside.
The blaze wall now situated.
30 seconds left.
Trying to just go pushing forward. I mean, Sop is making all of the
แต่
noise.
ไปเล่นก็เชียร์ยังไงก็ได้แต้ม
But they end up not reading how far forward he is. Scuba's able to find Cristalli. Stop. He burnt to a crisp, but now it's down to Yeta J. The 1v2.
วิเทศ
Hits it isolated, but Scuba is playing that high low.
สุกุบ้านเดือดมั้ย
Takes the kill, takes the round, and NRG one away from tying this up.
Oh man.
ก็ผมไปเห็นสำนักไหนไม่รู้จัดสกูบ้าไปอยู่เทียร์ล่างสุดเพลเยอร์งงเลยมันกากขนาดนั้นเลยมันโหดด้วยพี่โคตรโหดเลยอยู่ดีโดนมองโบเฉยสำนักไหนจำไม่ได้แต่ต้องไปดูไป
Now you got a Guardian, Kiko, Marshall Mata, Ghost, and Ethan with that Bulldog, so trying to keep it a little bit extra saved. NRG.
ตีเก๋อ่ะพุทตีเก๋อ่ะ
Gonna get another orb, so they're gonna go down to the macro.
One two peek and Ethan will get eliminated.
อีธาน
They're aware of that front left side presence of Zeus, but he just jumps across, utilizing that smoke to make a quick little exit.
โดนมองโบเฉย
Still yet a chance here for FUT.
Both the bottom guns are on this C side. They read this nicely.
Zeus now slotting
ในบ้านมันหนักใช่ไหม
forward in garage, and it looks like NRG just going to try to take this and end it at B yet again.
ฟีลเหมือนไอคอตเตอรี่ในบ้านมันโคตรหนักเดี๋ยวดูอินเตอร์มาแม่ง
Slow, methodical on this
pit
approach
form.
of FUT gambling. Directly on A, but near enough by. Trying to make a go of this as Mata goes up and over. That Marshall now going to be situated on the line. Check in towards that A connector.
อีกทีมที่ไร้พ่ายคืออะไรนะ
Zeus around the back,
เข้าไป
not
พร้อม
giving
กับ
any
วิท
sight lines yet, and the camera has not been toggled.
เลเวนทาน
So far, he's completely unread. Now he's able to strike. Kiko going to be taken down. Jump forward, shock dart going to be lobbed in. Shoot is going to be revealed. Brock now eliminated Scuba. Able to find one. He's looking for more. He cannot get it. Mata, however, hip fire like a maniac.
โดดีโคเฉย
FUT just overwhelmed them. Zeus goes unread, unscouted, and FUT.
แสดงว่าที่พี่ไปดูมาคนจัดเทียร์นี่น่าจะอยู่ NA
This is just an awkward post plant here for NRG. Stuck completely on site. The Marshall gets the value there. This is so well read.
That kill on Kiko is when the camera spots him out, and it's already far too late.
Yeah, they're too aggressive. I mean, NRG just not ready for it. Brock thinking about the shock dart, thinking he had a little bit more time there too. Instead, he gets revealed and gets taken out for free. All these little timing moments for NRG, really off balance, but just all four players on B site like that is playing with fire, especially in an eco round against an eco.
And while there is a decent bit of weaponry here, it can still be very rough. As Sop unable to confirm the kill, the full armor, keeping Mata alive. Still a chance to find some impact with that Guardian.
From your channel.
Yeta J is hearing these footsteps. He's going to try to hold this line. The cage now popped. Backpedals out. Another cage covering the retreat. Zeus at the ready to try to go for the peak. Drops down into this one, but the spray is just not going to be connecting. Ends up losing his life as the player advantage, but damage dealt. NRG still wanting to try to take this C site, push it to the back. Mata able to find one more before getting eliminated. And Yeta J and Cristalli.
Spike down, C.
Look to keep putting this, but Kiko, one of the hometown heroes, is going to try to deliver on a clutch, but tag the 14, the heal off the blaze wall. Immediately the repositioning is going to be coming through. The jump up into the window. He doesn't push.
โอ้นึกว่าจะไปต่อ
He's completely unread for a moment, but now Sop quite well aware, and Cristalli has been given the time to rotate all the way back through C long.
30 seconds left.
ไปวางบีป่ะ
25 seconds. Not much more time to try to make a go of this, and he doesn't even want to make a lick of noise, so he's only got 8 bullets remaining in this magazine. With 15 seconds remaining. Work his way into the B site to try to get this plant
จากปฏิ
enacted.
หารย์ได้ดีถูกวะ
Seconds left.
What a clutch this would be if he could pull it off, but he's going to have to
วาง
commit to it
A-League ครับ
now. A
เล็บ
second to
พิกเอ็ม
spare.
ผมเองให้ไร้พ่ายแต่ไม่เคยดูจริงนะก่อนแต่เล็บมันโหดครับ
Stop looking for the up and over. The cloud burst in. The
ติ
shorty
ดตลก
not
อัน
to
เนี้ย
deliver
เรียก
on
ว่า
the
ติดต
kill.
ล
It
ก
barely finds the damage.
สอง
Cristalli
นัด
now
ทำไม
favored.
เอาช็อตตี้ไปเล่นอย่างงี้วะไม่โดนเนิร์ฟ
As
มา
the
ไม่ใช่เหรอ
recon has the shock, if he could plant it
ไม่
perfectly
รีโหลด
at Kiko's feet.
สองนัด
จริงเมื่อกี้ตอนยิงเสร็จ
It's 2
แม่ง
bullets remaining
ตอนเดินถอยมาน่าจะมีจังหวะรีโหลด
in front of that recon. The swing towards each other, the tap, trying to hold this diffuse to have, and Kiko has the headshot.
ลมสักบอยผมว่าอันเนี้ยจริงไม่เรื่องลมสักหรอกไอ้แค่ซอฟเนี่ยจัดให้แบบเน้นๆเลย มึงบ้าป่ะเอาช็อตตี้บินยิงแล้วแบบระยะแม่งอย่างไกลเลย
just about every sense you can imagine, and he's been phenomenal in the clutches too, and he's done it here again.
And it is a catastrophic misread from Sop.
อยากจะ
Playing against
เอา
the
จอ
Phoenix.
งัดขึ้นบ้างเลย
He's
ว่ะ
got util to heal himself back up.
มีอินสปิเรชันเล
I
ย
think you also might have expected him to be on the other
ซ
side
อฟ
a
มันดู
little bit
พิมมี่มา
closer,
แล้ว
a
แบบว่า
lot
ขึ้นไม่ไหววะเดี๋ยวน้อยหน้าเอาซะหน่อย
that Kiko just does ever so slightly
ก็จะมีคน
well.
บอกว่าเจ็บ
That gives him that
ที่
advantage.
ไหน
Now
ได้
it's into the
ช็อตตีล
outlaw
บ10
here
เมื่อกี้
for
จริง
Mata.
จริงน่าจะมีคนบอก
It's
โล
going to be one for sociable
ผิดคน
too, so
ผิด
a
คน
lot of
ที่
players
บอก
too
โล
well
อ่ะ
too on NRG.
ช็อตตี้ระยะแม่ง
One tap to that gun.
And not only does he get
โด
the
นเนิร์ฟ
clutch,
หนัก
but
อ
he
ยู่นะ
also gets
ผม
3
ว่า
more charges, so he's
แต่
halfway
ดี
to
แล้ว
another
กระโดด
run
ยิง
back.
น่าเกลียดเกิน
ดีถูกใจสุด
I would have been too shocked to see a timeout
Game
call
น่าเล่นขึ้นเยอะ
after the back of that one from Foot.
ถ้าอยากจะใช้ช็อตตี้จริงๆเนี่ยระยะแบบสกูบ้ากับอีธานเนี่ยเนี่ยกระโดดยิงไปเลย
For now, Foot will
ใกล้
try
ๆอ่ะ
to maintain this
อุ้ย
up down, up
อุ้ย
down.
นี่อ่ะ
It's going to be good damage found, but
นี่อ่ะ
NRG just find 2
แรก
kills
ๆกัน
in reply here on this C site. Still pumping the brakes though. Not looking to rush into a commitment.
แต่มันจัดอยู่หลายวินอยู่นะตอนเนี้ย
Zeus does manage to take quite a
Pin
bit of
tong
forward
dai mới ra
space,
gì rồi
but
nè.
just a classic in hand. It's going to be rough to
พลา
try
ด
to
อะนะ
find any sort of value.
พลาดเยอะจริง
Seem to
ตัว
think
เขา
that
ดี
this
เท
is
ค
going
แบบ
to be a double back
ไม่น่า
towards
ให้
the
อ
A
ภัย
site.
เยอะอยู่
2-4 2-5ครับมีไอ้
Long
2-4
enough
ก็มี
pause and Foot doesn't see
3-5
anything.
ก็มี
Haven't seen
ไป
anything
วาง
with
เย
A
อะ
and
ตัวได้
still
เปรียบ
considering
ไม่
that
ได้
it
วิน
could
ซัม
go
ติง
that
มันใช้
direction.
ช็อตตี้
Really
แต่มันไม่เคยยิงไกลเลยนะ มันยิงใกล้แบบระยะประชิดตัวตลอดอ่ะมันเลยทรงประสิทธิภาพ
Another
แทบถูกกว่าตัว
มันไม่มีใครเอามายิงแบบเมื่อกี้ที่แบบระยะ
Stop with
บ้า
that sheriff. Needs to find a ton of value, but maybe they're looking for the push out. They're kind of remembering some of the stuff that NRG did against them early on
มองโวซอฟ
in Lotus.
พูดออกไป XLG
มันอยากจะเท่แบบท่านไงเมื่อวานท่านแม่งอย่างเท่เลยที่เอารอยิงตัวหนึ่งแล้วกระโดด
Yeah, seems to be
โด
the
ด
game
ซ้ายขวา
plan.
ซ้ายขวาแล้วยิงอีกตัว
No other real firepower here. No chance to try to hunt for some kills. This is going to
รู้แล้ว
allow for
เมื่อกี้
NRG to really
น่าจะ
start
บอกว่าเหลือ
establishing
10
this economy as they tie it up at 8 to
แต่
8.
ไม่ได้คำนวณว่าขี้โกรธฮิวแล้วนึกออกปะ
And Mata will still just be able to find Zeus. No credence lent to that potential angle of approach. The remaining 2 players can just go down to the spike safely. But one
ลืมไปบอกว่าเป็น
winning
Phoenix
opportunity given over to NRG. And if this ends up unfurling Foot on this map, if this ends up being a 2-0
พี่
for
ติงนี่ต้อง
NRG,
สมัยเจ็ต
they
2
are
อัพ
going
ดา
to
บ
be
อ่ะ
kicking
คือ
themselves.
เข้าไซส์สปิดอ่ะ
Oh, that Kiko clutch
ใครอยู่ในไซส์คือ
will
แม่ง
be
บิน
the
มาจากบน
pivotal
หัว
round. It will be the turning point.
ช็อตลงมา
to
ช็อต
say
ตี้
the
อ่ะแตก
least.
ทุกตัว
Now maybe might be getting the Foot timeout. Just
ที่ดูเมื่อก่อนเจ็ต2 อัพดาวใช่ปะคาวเบิร์ดโคตร
7
นาน
วิอ่ะ
โอ้โหโคตรเก่งอ่ะแดด
3
ได้
ลู
เล
ก
ยอ่ะ
7 วิใช่ไหมแม่งเป็นสโมอีกตัวนึง
แล้วแดดแบบอยากจะแดดก็แดดอ่ะโอ้โหมีคีย์ขวาลีโอ้โห
โอแดมไงจุกนั้นแม่งเล่นเป็นโอเวอร์วอตเลย นี่ต้องเลสเนต2 ลูก เนตกว้างเนตแรงบูมบอทก็แรง ไอ้เหี้ยบาสแพ็กก็มีดาเมจ
บา
50
สแพ็กฆ่าคนได้เลยถ้ารู้ว่าหลบมุมอ่ะเอาตาย
เลนนี่แม่งแบบตัวดาเมจแบบโคตรดาเมจอ่ะเห็นเชล2 ลูกในแข่งนี่แม่งโอ้โหเล่นไงวะน่ะ
You know, we saw the one round with some of the dancing, with some of the moves, but the style hasn't been there outside of that. Been a little bit of a muted
มี
presence.
สอบเล่นไม่ออก
มันได้กับมันนึกถึง
Zeus on the
มัน
other end
เขาเรียก
has
ว่า
been
นอสตา
outrageous.
เจีย
He has been
ใคร
incredible.
ทำไม
เรื่องเก่าๆเราได้เรื่อยๆแหละ
He's gonna need a little bit more of that magic maybe too. Get those duelists really frying. That's when
วาร์ป
FUT's
แชม
at
เบอร์
their
แท็บ2
best.
อันทีเด็ด
NRG
ไอเชี่ยเมื่อก่อนผมกดแต่แชมเบอร์จริงไปดูได้ก่อนกดแชมเบอร์กดแต่โซว่า หลังจากยุคหมดยุคแชมเบอร์ก็มากดเจ็ตอย่างเดียวเลยแล้วหลังๆเล่นอะไรก็ไม่รู้เล่นไปอยากเป็นคนที่เบสเพื่อนบ้างเล่นไปเรื่อยเซนติเนล
Player stack
ส
here
โมก
though, but the operator is not a part of that equation.
Yeah, it's just one of those moments.
กล้องไซเฟอร์ถือปืนได้นี่เมตาสมัยก่อนสมัยแพทก่อนหน้านี้ก็มีนะ
Checks that corner. He's going to be very much in favor. The paranoia is going to be there in that vision. Meanwhile, Zeus absolutely destroys them all.
นี่อะไรวะน้า
โคตรบ้า
And what a call off the timeout. What a play from Zeus. Replay right the hell now. That is a fantastic trap.
ถ้าไม่มีคนเอากล้องไซเฟอร์มาติดปืนในแข่ง
Saturate through.
โคตรเชี่ยเลย
Right as Kiko pops the ult as well.
Unbelievable.
Perfect.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, they checkmated him in that round. That is for sure. That's stellar. What a timely paranoia, too. I mean, completely makes it Zomata has no idea what's going on behind him. Beautiful. Beautiful. And an immediate counter timeout from Bonkar.
I mean, I think you just have to try to shrug that one off.
มองก้านี่ก็เป็นเพลเยอร์มาก่อนใช่ไหม
โอ้วัดเลยป่ะ
From the attacker side, and it might end up having a bit of a fight over it along. His foot now starting to lean towards that side of the map, maybe thinking that NRG aren't going to try to go C twice.
Yeah, look at the crunch that Foot's setting up for. Oh my God.
I'm amazed that he didn't get shot at all.
I am the same.
Never mind.
Oh, there he goes.
He has absolutely been wrecked, and now he's down to 18. Scale forward allows for Sop to also get on that deep line now, and that's got a good amount of control. Being said though, flash over the top of that cage. J now going to be paranoid. Pops another. He is in a very invested position, fully blinded up. Not able to find a kill. Hunter Sphere, however, from Cristalli sends it from downtown. He'll be able to get the finish on Kiko before he can try to get the heals through.
Deadman ครับออตเตอรี่
Mata holding that connector side, finds the kill. The tag coming in, the paranoia connecting. Sociable able to find Mata, but Sop going to be traded out. Going to be good for the one elimination, but now it's going to be Sociable to try to clutch it. And they have the no reveal.
รั่วเลยโดนสแกนนี่โดนกล้อง
desperation giving NRG a very easy kill. They tie it up 9-9. The timeout's working for both sides.
It's a great call to make a fast pivot to C off of Mata seeing so much over on the other side of the map, and they know that if they can get in there, hold the line. It's going to be tough, even with that Hunter's Fury.
NRG สมัยเมซอมก็ดีนะ
The same problem now for FUT. They just invested 2 big ults, and they lost the round.
แต่คิโกมันเอ็มค
So
ม
it's
ก
just
ว่า
back and forth here. Neither team able to capitalize off of those advantages.
ได้มาตอนนี้เมตา2ดูลิสด้วยโอ้โห
TP forward.
ต้องบอกว่าตอนยูไอซอมไอสกูบ้ามันก็ล่างผ่าน
Only going to be good for one. Cannot hit that transfer. The takedown Brock just puts him at 55.
ผมผ่าน
จีไป
ไปแชมป์โลกผมผ่านทุกคนอ่ะ
Trying to get their ducks in a row. This attack will continue. The drone will lead the way forward. Sociable.
แต่เขาอยู่ A3 มาดิเฮ้ย
เนี่ยเขาได้ยินแล้วเนี่ยถอยเลย
Yeah, just that one player is enough. You know, with 2 kills already, anybody else on A, you're playing with fire. That means that there's a possibility that they've already rotated in. So think this is absolutely a really nice call.
Nice call ครับ
Ethan does have his ult.
Looking for a B finish
ตก
again.
ที่ B เนี่ยแหละ B ของเยอะ
Needs to clear the space, but smoke going up. Blaze wall, A connector side. Spike now to be planted.
ใจคุ้มจัด
Dolly to play this one quietly. Thought maybe he would go for the double shock dart, but he's saying Sociable in and around the back with that teleport. There's a camera, but no longer. Sociable's able to find Scuba.
พี่ไปหาทำ
Suddenly, it's FUT that have the numbers advantage. Slowest approach.
ไม่ไรเดี๋ยวกิโกะจัดให้
Recon sent to backside. Kiko unscouted by that. Finds yet
ไว้
a
ใจได้
J.
ตัวนี้
Time now starting to bleed away as Cristalli has to try to clutch it. The push coming in. Finds the first. Trying to go for the diffuse stick, but the time is just going to be gone. Ethan has him outdone.
ชีวิตเป็นคนมืดบอด
Cristalli will have to backpedal out. NRG
ที่ทานมันเก็บหมดเลยนะพวก
establish
แบบว่า
a
แมปโน
one-round
เลตพว
lead
ก
now up to double
อะไร
digits.
ที่เป็นแบบเทคนิคเล็กๆน้อย
That's the foundational pillar of
ประสบการณ์เยอะ
NRG
ด้วย
here. Ethan
เก็บไม้หมด
able to get this round. A nice little counterplay to that push-up that we've been seeing from Zeus. Takes
โคตรแน่น
down
อะอี
one.
ธาน
Patient enough with Sociable. Little bit of an error there with the positioning to give Sociable the first after the
ผม
TP.
ไม่ได้ตามการ
able to
แบบ
recover
เท่าไหร่
and make the
ปัจ
most
จุบัน
of it
นี้
and
โบ
a
สเตอร์
nice
อินฟินิ
smoke
ติก
there
ไงผ
to
มเล่
make
น
it
อินฟินิตี้ยังอยู่ไหมยังอยู่ครับยังอยู่พี่โบสนี่คือบุคคลสำคัญแห่งเฟนติกเลยทรงเนี้ยคือต่อให้รีไทร์ไปมันก็กลับไปเป็นโค้ดอะ
Could just sit and wait. It's like they're going to really spread the map here.
แสดงว่าผู้เล่นเก่าๆจากแพทแรกๆที่ปฏิพานยังเปิดตัวเก่าๆอยู่วันนี้ใช่ไหมที่ลงแข่งเนี่ยก็มีนะครับถ้าในแมตช์นี้ก็ที่ผมเห็นเลยนะอีธานคนเดียววะก็ยังอยู่เยอะนะอยู่เยอะอยู่ตัวเก่าแต่ก็จะมีเด็กรุ่นใหม่มาเรื่อยเด็กรุ่นใหม่ที่เอมโหดๆมีให้เห็นเยอะเลยปาโลยุคนี้ถ้าดูเอายิงกันนะสนุกเพราะว่ามีแต่คนโหดๆเมื่อก่อนมันเล่นสกิลกันมากโอ้
เดี๋ยว
ได้เท่พี่ซอฟ
ไม่เอาอย่างนี้
Hasn't been able to recover the weapon, and Scuba so close to death. Neural depth now invested. Right click attempt, no. One to the back of the head. And they know exactly where Scuba's at. Sop.
โดนวินอภินิหาร
What a
เหร
way
อ
to rally back into this round.
อย่างนี้เฉยเลยอ่ะมันแพ้แล้วเนี่ย
Weapons recovered and on for an ace. And Scuba will look to try to pull off a Red Bull clutch.
มุมนี้ไม่น่ากระโดดเช็คได้
Starting
หร
to
อ
cheer for it, wanting to see this ace confirmed. The reposition. And it's going to be able to shut it down. Scuba isolating, finding more damage. J now tagged up. It's still 20 seconds to play with. They will just set up a high low. And the MasterCard drifting will be found.
Just ridiculous. We've been waiting for something to come alive. And this is an unbelievable blade storm. Nice tee up there with the saturate. That right there is gorgeous. Just simply stunning.
โอ้เชียตีซะแรงเลยตีลังแปะเลยซอฟบอกเฮ้ยกูเอาให้แล้วยังตีมือกูอีก
The money still there for this buy. No outlaw.
ใครโดนช็อตนี้ไปร้องงงบอกเลย
As NRG gonna look to try to make this very aggressive.
Look at the fast rotates here though.
เอาข่าวไว้อะ
They're just stacking this one up, and NRG
มันเนียน
immediately
ไม่ได้
have to pump the brakes. Call a cancel on this push.
I love this though, leaving Brock behind. Probably leaves an extra player over here for FUT potentially.
อย่างงี้พวกแบบเวลาโรเทตจะได้ไม่ต้องกลัวผู้หนีใกล้ๆจะได้เปิดเสียงโรเทตได้ว่ะ
Back over to CB.
ดี
Couple SMGs though, gonna be in NRG's hands. So
ไม่งั้นเวลาจะโรเทตไป
ชอบมีตัวมาดักเนี่ยดักฟังเสียง
ไม่กล้า
ดัก
โรเทตไวไง
it's gonna be a little bit
จะได้
more
ช่วย
Mata out onto the jet.
ช่วย
Yep,
บอม
over
ไว
from Mata. Not able to find a punish quite just yet. Will force a reposition. Tailwing over into the corner.
อุ้ยโหถือมีด
Spike gets planted and stopped.
Ui.
Ends up getting fouled. Zeus now eliminated the duelist down.
เฮ้ย
NRG
โหโลจัด
looking to steal this one away. Yet a J scales forward. Is able to find Ethan. Opens up the site a little bit more for them, but the counter spam is going to be brutal. As the shock dart into the corner, ends up taking them low, but Cristali just doesn't have anything else. Util gone, but Mata out of bullets, peeks in, ends up losing his life, but Kiko now the run it back. Want to be immediately invested, immediately shut down as Cristali finds a headshot. The push forward, Kiko eliminated. And Cristali trying to do it all, finds the first. But the time again, it's just being bought, it's being drained, and Cristali has to make his exit. NRG persevere through the round, and they once again take the
มีคำว่าไม่คุ้มใช่
หน้าฮอตแฮนหน้า
I
บี
mean, I'm still thinking back to what Scuba
หน้า
said
ฮอ
in
ต
the
แฮนไว้
interview
ไม่ให้มันออกมา
before the match today about how
Nó
they
phải
just
tỉnh
want to
rồi.
brawl. You know, we know that FUT's going to bring that fast tempo, that aggressive style, and we just have to match it, and they do here, just barely, but they do. Able to hold the line on the backside. And
Slugfest was the term that he used.
It's like, it was that.
This is a
9
mud
บวก 10 บิต
fight.
ครับโอ้ยโหไม่ได้อ่านบิตนานจัด
You can have a
นี่ถ้าไม่
slugfest
โดน
in the
บิน
mud.
That's true.
เตะกับพินิหารไป CG อันนี้
Oh, man.
Again, now look at the buy. This time, not with those knives to
แม็
try
ก
to
ซี
rely
จีอยู่
on.
ดี
Right.
Two sheriffs alongside these vandals.
I mean, both teams' economy not quite stabilized. Even NRG has to buy down to a Bulldog to get full armor for Ethan.
Now Walkabout not going to be able to find anything. The drone just going to be cleared by Mata. It's typical positioning for the start of the round, so this doesn't give any real information over to FUT
เออ
yet.
ตายยากมาก
ใช่
Trying to
แม่งเล่นเหมือนจะแพ้
show a little bit of
แต่ก็
different
ไม่
look
แพ้ง
because
ง
they've been giving up some of the sewer space early to NRG. FUT maneuvers. Sop down in there. Try to see if they could catch NRG sleeping.
ไม่น่ามีแมป3
Trying to push and try to, you know, open up the space for those rotates. Instead, NRG just cut sound. They just want to slip on
เนี่ย
through
เขาเรียกว่าบอล
towards
ระบบ
C. Drone will give it away, but
เล่นไม่ค่อยมั่ว
be ready for this fast reposition.
Well, the smoke is pretty delayed, so they're already going to be able to scale forward. That camera again situated. But does Scuba tap it is the question. Zeus has maybe slipped the net. Yes, he's managed to work his way forward into the garage.
Spike planted.
Detection on the one. So attention can be tied to this angle, and Scuba's just going to be looking to hold this line. But Mata now going to be caught. Anticipating that counter swing, but not from Scuba's position. So he ends up falling. The flash connecting the neural depth going to be invested. Player positions now revealed as Ethan holds them back.
จังหวะนี้
Got
ที่
that
ผมไม่
paranoia.
โดดว่ะ
Kiko taking point is going to be good for one, but will get traded out. Scuba now going to spam down. Sociable able to find that kill. Stop. Cleaning up Ethan now into the 1v1. The tap. And Brock is going to be waiting for that confirmation. The hold up to half. And now can try to play the time. But Sub hits the headshot. The
เบื้องมัน
defense
ใจ
is
ไม่
in.
แข็ง
And FUT tie it 11-11.
หน้าออกตั้งแต่
Oh, what a
ตอน
hero. Couple big rounds here. FUT still in this. Tie it back up. This is just, again, absolutely scrappy. Just trades back and forth. I mean, you got to give both teams credit in that regard where
ถอยหลังแล้วค่อยพี
everybody's in a position where they could follow up off of each other. And so it's really well coordinated on both sides. NRG saying, hey, ease up. But the problem for
เอ
NRG
อ
is the
ทาน
money.
ไม่ยอมดูเมาส์ให้เพื่อน
That round right there was a big deal in that regard.
He's not moving
Mata does have his blade storm. It's his turn to give us incredible performance like we saw from Sop. He's just pushing up towards A.
Kiko, though,
Oi.
he's already
Whoa.
split in the garage, and yeah, Cristali's going to be taken down. Mata has just opened up the site. The spike now be scooped up, and the interception from Kiko is completely unanticipated. NRG.
ไอ้นี่ก็เมาหมัดเหมือนกัน
Gorgeous map at Zeus. He's made noise around the back. They're just going to look to multi-face to take him down. And
Ui,
they
ui.
will be able to do just
Ai,
that.
God.
Sociable cannot line up the shots. And Sop now
Yên ngùng
needs
quá.
to be the hero again.
That was a ghost.
He's reading the pivot.
ซอฟต์ยานะ
But does he know? Kiko setting up this blaze wall, could have made his way into the site. He's got to try to clear it out, and he cannot. It is a MasterCard thrifty. As NRG,
Match point.
they get themselves to match point. They
มัน
break.
เสียวินแบบเมื่อกี้แต่มาได้วินแบบพี่งงปะ
This is madness. They're all over the map. They're just pushing individually. This is an ISO call. Look at this. He outduels him with a ghost. Insane stuff from NRG. And yeah, Vlad knows that one.
โคตรกุมหัวเลยเยี่ยมศาสชนะอย่างเท่
Being crushed. They need a thrifty of their own if they want to push this into overtime.
Double outlaws. 3 players going to be one tap.
เนี่ยมันบอกเราโนเซนเนี่ยมันก็จะกลับบ้านกันแหละ
Absolutely.
ท้ายมึงก็จองไฟบินเหมือนกูเลยสัตว์
Going for an early hit. Gonna find
ยังอีกวินนึง
They're immediately going to start rotating off of that. Spike still drop back towards the spawn. NRG not needing to commit to anything quite just yet.
Well, NRG anticipated a push out. They just didn't guess the right angle. They were thinking maybe a mid push, something like that. Looking for something a little bit different. But just goes for something a little bit more standard.
Kiko is one away from having that run it back.
I was just curious if Zeus was going to take a peek at that.
Feels like this is
วันนี้มีจับสายด้วยนะใช่ปะ Play off
convergent paths alongside the Hunter's Fury to try to shut this down.
ไปเฟเล็ก NRG บ้างอย่างเงี้ยเหรอ
Their push disguised.
โอ้โหไม่อยากให้เจอรอบแรก
Tripwire going to be cleared by the shock dart.
Just trying to create as much
ฟุต
confusion
ก็
as
ต้อง
many
ฝืน
question
ไม่ได้
marks
มัน
on
หนี
the
มัน
map as they
เป็น
can.
ซีดไอ้นี่เด็กซีดหนึ่งไม่เจอจริง
Softly spotted.
30
Hunter's
seconds
Fury
left.
is going to be called in. Cristalli
ถ้า
trying to
เกิ
get
ด
back
ไม่
some of this
มีกฎ
pressure.
ขึ้นมาใหม่บอกว่า
Scuba lurking
ซีด
forward.
หนึ่งมีโอกาสเจอกันเองได้เราไปเปเล็กที
Find
ทู
a
ไหม
little bit of damage. Meanwhile, the push out of garage. He looks for a little bit more, but now sees another player has to backpedal away. The turn of the flash. Sociable able to find one. Kiko going to be shut down. The spray and pray from Yetta J is able to find Scuba.
ฮ่าฮ่าโอทีเฉย
Manage to persevere.
ผมว่าเป็นเปเล็กเลือกเลยไปทางแน่
มันหลอกอะไรของมันน่ะ
London, strap in, because we're going to overtime.
And we're getting our first one here, Masters London. Our first overtime of the
ใช่
event.
อันนั้นที่จริงคือพูดแต่ว่าใน
Hard
เกม
to
มัน
imagine
ขำ
it
ไง
took this long, but
ซีดหนึ่งเจอกันเองได้นี่
this
อ
is
ย่างเที่ย
exactly what you wanted to see.
ไลออดก็จะโดนด่า
Mirroring the rotation so nicely. NRG trying to do everything they could, but to create a confusion on the map.
ครับผมให้
But that clear of
จับ
that
ว่าใคร
trip
จะ
kind
เลือก
of
ก่อนนะ
gave away the script a little bit, maybe. That's okay because had a couple opportunities.
ถ้า
It's
G2
gonna be
เข้า
put
ซีดสองมา
starting on
มี
that
โอกาส
attacker side. Both
เจอไป
teams
เปเล็
gonna
ก
have 7 in that regard, so slightly favored.
จับแน่นอนใช่ไหม
Mata last cannon.
ไม่แต่มันมาซีดหนึ่งด้วยกันไงมันก็เลยสบายหน่อยไม่เจอ
เอาเลยอยากเจอกูปรับ
โอ้โห
Gonna
พี่
have to re-clear with the
ถ้าแม่ง
drone.
จับเจอกันอีก
You
นะ
see the waylay. That's a lot of info because
ว่า G2 มันกำหมัด
generally where Zeus is.
กะไม่ให้กูเล่นกับทีมอื่นเลย
Some more members behind it. Drone as well.
เปเล็กก็อาจจะกำหมัดกัน
They are stacked up. This is going to be an absolute mess of a
Ui,
brawl, and it's one that NRG are coming on top of. Sop and Suits eliminately
3-5 นะ
immediately dispatched.
มันเป็นอะไรพอปืนเขาแบบว่า
Foot going to be scrambling,
เต็มๆนี่
scratching
สู้
their
ได้
heads,
แต่พอปืน
wondering
ก็สม
where
ประ
in
กอบ
the
ไม่สมประกอบ
hell they
แม่ง
can find
แพ้เรา
success
งง
on this map.
What a setup there. Having that extra layer with the tripwire completely nullifies that hit.
โรเทตช้าไปอย่างเงี้ย
Now you're gonna have to play for retake
Oh,
it
sure.
seems. Don't anticipate that
มันเหลือ
Kiko's
ของไว้
gonna
รีเทคเยอะ
want
ปะ
to take a fight other than just make sure they don't
เหลือ
push,
พารานอย
they don't take any extra
โอ้
space.
สบายเหลือไฟวอลเหลือแฟตเหลือสโมก
Still 2 away from a Hunter's Fury. Deep angle not going to be great. The
ที่ตื่น
tripwire
เต้นว่ะ
will alert
เผื่อมีรีคอนอีก
the
เดิน
initial
มา
start of this flank. Still have another one set up over at
เดี๋ยว
C
มาด่า
long.
มี
So
แด
it
นอี
seems
ก
like
ยิงหนึ่ง
with
ตัว
that in mind, they're going to just try to play within the site itself, take these fights up close and personal.
ช้าไปว่ะ
The 3-player approach from Garage. Paranoia going to be sent down.
Paranoia ไปแล้วด้วย
Blinded up, but not at risk. He can turn a curveball. He could find success, but Cristalli able to find one. Tucks back. Yetta comes away with 2.
Remaining.
จะเป็นเรื่อง
ช้าไป
Finds a
อ่ะ
shot, and now it is all down to Brock. They're trying to find this opening lane. He
แล้
cannot.
วรีเทคไกลๆเนี่ยโดนทุกทีม
The 3v5 to convert.
Barely.
Foot now are up to map point.
โอ้ยมันไม่เลือกหรอกโอ้ยวิทย์มันโห
Patience
ดตอนนี้
pays dividends here That's his own smoke. That's really nicely thought out by
3 ป่ะพี่เอ้ย
Sociable to give him a little bit of an extra angle and an escape valve there so he can continue to do
โอ้
damage.
ฉุนเลยว่ะ
And he does just that. And it's going to be a quick pump. The break.
เห็นโดนทุกทีมอ่ะโรเทต3 บอมอ่ะ จริงๆ เมื่อกี้มันควรจะโรเทตจาก CT หมดเลย แม่งไม่ควรไปอ้อม A เมนออกกลางเข้ากาลาดแม่งไกลจัด แล้วพอระหว่างเดินก็ต้องระวังอีก ตรงนั้นมันอันตรายไงไม่ได้คอนโทรลแบบอ่ะ ถ้ามันคอนโทรล CT พับมีดวิ่งเลย
มันช้าไปอะ
อีเพื่อนบาย กาลาด
คือจริงๆจังหวะ
คุยกันอยู่
เปิด
ลย
กล้องซีลองมันได้ยินเสียงแล้วมันน่าจะโยกเลยนะ
ใช่ มันยังอะไรกันก็อยู่ไม่รู้เมื่อกี้
ฉุนชิวฉุน
They want to close this in 2-0 fashion.
Well, it's been a lot of different looks that NRG has shown on their attacker side, so a little tough to kind of guess initially, but FUT going to hedge their bets a little bit, putting the Cypher util across A, B, and Garage. So they're trying to see if they can garner a little bit of information. NRG trying to see if there's anything. Nothing at long A, and they're walking maybe into a trap.
Gonna fall back here.
Oh, Zeus, he's going to have to strike very quickly here, but he's going to be taken down. Not able to find one, but yet with that Odin, able to deliver 2 kills. Backpedals away off that blind. Meanwhile, Sop is checking forward. Still has that operator. Gets himself into a rough position.
Oh.
Will be able to jump back. And Akiko, he's going to jump up into the garage. And suddenly, it's a 2v4 with Brock down to 30. Putting an immense amount of weight and pressure on the shoulders of Scuba. And Cristali could just win it right here.
Spike down B.
The headshot found in Brock now. One of the best players for this team
ไอ้บอ
during
กชัด
stage
ได้นะ
1.
มึงเอา MVP ไปเลยปี
Has
อะ
to do it all. He finds the first, but eats more damage for health. This should be him dead, and it is. Sociable will find it, but close out Haven, 14-12. And that means we are going the distance. Frag.
ฝุ่นที่แม่งมีแมป3ทุกวันเลยเนี่ย ไม่ต้องพักผ่อนกันแล้ว แม่ง2 คู่เลยปะเนี่ย
วันนี้3 แมปอีกอ่ะ
จบตี 3 ทุกวัน ชิวๆตี 2 ตี 3 วันนี้ผมจะตื่นบ่ายแล้วเนี่ย
ตื่นบ่ายก็ดู
จาก
ซีรีส์ต่อ
อยากตื่นสัก10 โมง 11 โมง
หายยัง
แฮปปี้เว้ยวันนี้ยิงกี่ตัว สกอร์แฮปปี้เว้ยแม่งพอๆกับท่าน เกินไปว่ะ ท่านบวก34แล้วแพ้เนี่ย ไม่เชื่อ เฮ้ย Valorant เขาสปอยล์มาว่า กลุ่มอัลฟานี่มีคนตุยแบบรอชุบชีวิตเนี่ย
Here we see some nice executes on the A side of the map from FUT in this game. I had criticized NRG's defense that it was often way too passive, and I think that FUT did a great job punishing that by going towards that A site and execing there. Because if you get the advantage there at all, or even go even, that A side of the map is so easy to post plant. And there we saw a nice little waylay ult, SOP dash combo there to also open it up.
Yeah, definitely. Very explosive team coming into this, and Zeus having such a great performance as we've already highlighted. It's really nice to see that full confidence coming in from him. And what I really liked from FUT's game plan coming into today was no sort of overextensions, right? We've seen so many times where there's maybe moments where they need to be a little bit more disciplined, although I will say there was a round that SOP had where he shouldn't have done the things that he did. I think it was like a 2v1 where he jumped up with a shorty against Kiko and then they ended up losing it. So I think coming into this last map, if they can kind of find that balance of overextending when they need to and being proactive and gathering that space on their attack, but then also just taking it back a little bit and remembering those protocols and being able to have that kind of discipline.
Now, you mentioned this is Crystalli's map, but Zeus absolutely on form.
Yeah, in EMEA, he was playing a lot of Phoenix. It wasn't going so well, but they managed to find the waylay, and the waylay for him has been phenomenal every time he plays it. And it's just beautiful to see. He's been up there with SOP. We said that SOP had a bit of a quieter game. It doesn't matter this time around because at this event, Zeus has been performing. It's not just been the SOP show. Zeus has been up there with him every time.
And let's not forget, Zeus was part of this roster from kickoff last year. So he's been there from this older generation of FUT to this new era of FUT. And I think the way that he's been able to settle in and also have a greater performance, I think, ever since the arrival of SOP, we're really seeing that confidence come through from him. 262 ACS on that waylay. It's been really impressive for him to come onto this global stage and have the performance that he's been having.
What I really like is you were pointing out the very different styles these two teams have approached to this, but it has been neck and neck every single round for both maps.
Yeah, exactly. I think that once again, criticizing NRG on that defense side for doing a lot of flood rotations rather than pushing out. Again, on Fracture, that's something I'm also going to be critical of. And I don't think that the map theory wants you to do that. I think that it suits FUT's style of play a lot more in the sense that it's all about pushing out and being proactive. Holding these sites is extremely hard, and so going onto this map, that is what I'm also looking at once again for NRG's defense.
I think for FUT's defense specifically, because that's the side that they'll be starting on, I'm looking at how they're going to make improvements in comparison to how their game against Vitality went. They only managed to win 4 rounds on the defense there. However, in saying that, the defensive protocols that they had against Full Sense in the very opening series was really good. As we mentioned, taking control of those extremities, SOP and Zeus being the star kind of players in terms of that, but then also Yetijay being such a great site anchor.
I think what it was is that FUT are very aggressive on defensive Fracture like I'd love, but Vitality had the read. They just sat back and wait for it. I think that it's about FUT not being so one-dimensional about those push-outs. I think it is the way to play the map. It's just that you can't just do it so obviously.
Yeah, don't just be taking A main space. Give us some bridge crunches and things like this. Not just pushing out of one avenue, but actually gathering that and just denying information from NRG as much as possible. You don't want them to be getting into these post-plant situations.
It is also a map where that Jet, I do think, has its weaknesses. When you want to push out on this map, you want to have those ray satchels, you want to have that neon stun, you want to have ways to try. And the Jet doesn't provide that, and so to me it ends up being about Sop's individual form. If he's just pushing out, he's going to need to win aim duels, and then the last map is a little bit quieter. He cannot be quiet on this map.
Well, because of how competitive it is right now, every single player is going to be needing to step up for Fracture.
Yeah, exactly. Zeus swapping, well, he's not swapped, but he's on the Raze right now. I'd love to see him honestly play the Waylay on this map, but he has been decent on the Raze.
Yeah, I have to agree. And then when we look over towards NRG's side, we're going to see Mada picking up that Waylay. I'm intrigued to see how that looks. We also see Brock being on this Brimstone. Now, this is an agent that he's been having to pick up across a couple of maps. Of course, we're very much used to this man on your screen right now being on that Sova, being on that Odin, but has started picking up the Brimstone, the Vise, and whatnot more recently.
The attack side for the Waylay, it's strange that he's not got too much support here, but look out for him dashing into tower, and then if there's nobody there, he can continue to go onto the site and they don't have to use much utility. If there's any danger in tower, he can just saturate right back, refract right back out.
And on the opposing side, it is usually Yetaji that is being a little rat in tower. We saw it so many times in their series and on Fracture so far throughout this.
I think Kiko on the Phoenix, this is the map that Phoenixes love. You've got 4 orbs on the map to farm. Kiko has been farming as well as a player. I hope that he's able to get a lot of ults on this half. He could be the defining factor about going into this playoff.
Yes, that's right. This is for playoffs. This is a do or die situation here. This is the last life for these teams to move on. So FUT or NRG, they really want this NRG. Reigning champs, so much experience. You have so many expectations of them. Minnie, you've been a little bit more critical of them, but as you should be for a team that's already won a huge trophy versus a Turkish team who's really trying to win it all for the very first time. Now, fast, aggressive teams, they work well with momentum. So is FUT going to carry forward in this map, or is it going to be NRG continuing into playoffs as we send it back to our casters?
A third and final map to determine it all. It's best to simplify it, to boil it down, a best of one to determine who moves forward and who makes their early exit from Masters London. FUT pushed to the brink to manage to make it the Fracture. But will that momentum build-up be enough to carry them forward? They've been good in the pistols. Let's see if that continues or if NRG can still come out on top.
Looks like, again, FUT looking for the north side crunch. Throw out the haunt, but there's nobody there, so they immediately turn their attention back over.
Zeus looking for that clearance here, but a bit of damage going to be found, but he cannot take down Ethan. Meanwhile, the push forward into Canteen is looking strong. NRG able to find Cristali, Sociable, and Sop now able to find some kills. Sop off camera, coming away with 2.
ดุดันไปหมดเลยดุดัน
Hands layer down onto the floor. Kiko able to get some healing in. Meanwhile, Sop though rescaling, and the spike is going to be ushered toward the north side. He will look to make this an A-site plant, but he'll be able to get the spot out. Kiko now picked apart, and it's just Scuba with 16 health, doubling back through arcade.
โอ้หน้าวิ่งไปเอเลยไปวางให้เพื่อนเอาตังค์กัน
Completely untouched. 2 players would go down to a single shot from the Sheriff, but how are you meant to isolate?
โกรธถ้าสกูบ้าจะไปก็น่าจะไปด้วยกันหม
So
ดเลยนะ
outnumbered, finds the first.
เกือบไรอัพ
Will get some
เชี่ย
damage in, but cannot get the follow-up.
เกือบนะ
Find
เกือบนะ
another opening pistol.
This is going to be one that maybe NRG ends up kicking themselves about a little bit. They just keep pushing through, and Sociable, Sop holding both sides here. Canteen and Jen. They say, no, we know you guys like to get aggressive. We are perfectly poised to push back. They do more than that. Huge, huge win here for FUT. The defender side, I think, a little bit wanting against Vitality compared to what we saw against Full Sense, but I think you got to kind of take some of those lessons you learned from Full Sense and just take some fights.
Looking for that up and over. NRG ringing out a shot. Position going to be known. Cage popped to push forward though, and Kiko not clearing out that back corner of the site. The spike now going to be on the floor. Sociable looking for a little bit more. Will end up falling, but it's just Ethan dead. As NRG will find himself 3, and FUT get a very clean anti-eco.
Exactly what you needed. Some pretty quick rotations over. Hold of the line on the site. So FUT well poised to do some more damage potentially on this bonus. They're going to be carrying a lot over. Tremendous work there by Sociable with the Bulldog. And NRG, so good. He just always seems to come up with these big multi-kill rounds when FUT needs them. That one right there just really clean.
It's another really strong start for Sociable as well on Fracture. Trying to get that orbital strike online very quickly.
Good point.
Seems like NRG wary of a potential Southside crunch. NRG is going to go on a walkabout. He's going to continue to scale forward. Slotted here against the wall. Toggles the camera. Is able to spot it out. And they're not going to have the read at all! As NRG finds 3. The Neural Depth spotting out the 2 remaining players. But FUT now so well favored to convert this bonus. Cristali pushing forward. The tripwire in position. Is Kiko going to be one away from a run it back? If he can find one more kill, might feel like he has to commit it, that he can commit it into this round to try to get the conversion, but he will not be able to find that elimination. Scuba trying to isolate them and pick them apart, but he cannot. 3-0 start from FUT, and it looks like that momentum has indeed carried forward.
ของหมดเหรอ
Well, he does it again. Another massive ulti kill for NRG. And they just don't quite read off of that cam. He's got so many tricky setups. You know, the desk was talking about, Billy was talking about how annoying he is in tower, but this one catches him off guard as he slots forward. And he's so annoying on that Cypher. Every piece of util, you never know if there's going to be him or somebody else playing off of it. Now you can go into the Outlaw for Sop. They're going to buy a little bit of time there. Quick haunts exchange, so FUT going to be pretty well aware, and they're going to be quickly rotating up on the north side.
Quick spot out, double dash up in a tower. It's a very fast wraparound for Mata. As Cage will drop, Ethan going to be spotted in the corner. Tagged up, Cristali just holding down M1, trying to find that elimination, but it's going to be NRG just running and gunning to find the enemy IGL. Spike brought forward onto the site, but no closer to really getting this plant enacted. They're going to try to commit for it now, but the players are just getting picked apart. Planted in the corner, as Brock will just be able to find 2 kills with the right click. A little bit of damage to try to slow down this loon of the economy, but it's still going to be a 4-0 start in NRG. We might be looking at another early timeout call from Bunkar on the other side.
Yeah, I would think so. This is just really good stuff from FUT. They're so fast to rotate. They're so fluid on this map, and that's exactly what Fracture needs. That's what defenders need to do. One of the things I kind of was worried about with
Bambino, feeling confident that they have the read.
Absolutely. But one of the things that some teams kind of rely on in this map is like holding the line with the Cypher and the Brim and doing things like that. And I think FUT got a little too passive, gave maybe Vitality a little bit too much respect, like what we're seeing here. Making those early reads, making those aggressive push-outs to try to get info quick. They're doing it again here. Deep haunt at tree. This time, NRG. And so try to confuse them by going to the other side off of that. See if they can find any purchase, but Trip here. Set up for NRG to give them a little bit of extra info. Mata calling it out. Kiko already has his ult, so doesn't need the orb.
Stop at the moment. Staring in towards halls. As there's the tripwire cleared. NRG trying to keep him protected. Sop's just going to be tucked into the corner now. Scouted out, spotted. Slips the net though. He updrafts up over the top towards Dish side. Meanwhile, it's just going to be a 1-for-1 as NRG does get taken down, but Sop is rewarded. The snap back on the ultimate. He found Kiko, but Scuba will be able to find Zeus. Now swapping the weapons as the spike gets planted. That wasn't even a snapback. Either way.
วางเปิดด้วยครับสโมองหรือเปล่าไม่มี
Picked apart. It's going to be 3 players strong over in halls.
ครับ1อ่ะ
As this is pretty much impossible to break. I mean, he had the orbital strike now. feel pretty decent about the odds, but needs to be able to find that first kill, and he cannot. Mana will be able to find that 3K. The operator able to be carried forward, and this was a big all-in gamble from NRG that ends up paying off.
นะเกมมันเริ่มที่เรา5
But it almost doesn't. What a play here from Sop. I mean, yes, NRG gets the round. Nice work by Mata to lock down the post plant, but that maneuver there to deal with the Phoenix ult, dude. Oh my God. That was incredible movement from Sop.
It felt like that was going to be the round-winning play, but
yeah,
NRG still able to persevere. Their own orbital strike now going to be online, as well as the Nightfall.
And Mata's one away from a convergent path. But with all this pressure FUT's been creating, making it a little bit difficult to find that early orb quickly. A rethink of ideas. Of course, with that op there as well. You can always look to that to just give you that ult and have it for the post plant potentially. Here they go.
Nightfall just going to be connecting onto the one. J backpedaling deeper into Canteen. Song clears out the rest of the site. Kiko eating a bit of spam early. We'll be able to get himself healed back up. Meanwhile, Scuba dancing around over towards that bench side, but it's going to be Kiko coming away with 2 kills. The Surgical J both going to be taken down. Cristalli able to find the one, but nothing more. 2v4 now. Spike still in tower. Kiko already halfway to another run at
แต่
back.
เล่นฟินิกด่านนี่แม่งดีอย่างนึงออฟแม่งมีให้เก็บโคตรเยอะเลย
Stop just trying to get deeper out onto this angle.
ได้3 เม็ดแล้ว
Find anything that he can. Does he have a corner?
ตายหาไปเลย
What a read, whether it's Block, whether it's Ethan making the call, either way, that secures the round win.
มันแค่เคลียร์เฉยๆให้สุโกวะเลยมาดู
We'll find 2 in a row.
It's just incredible. They're able to just barely find that open space. It's hard as the defenders. You got to talk about how proactive you have to be, but it is Fracture, so you end up not always being able to cover all your bases. And NRG sniffs out the open space, starts dissecting players, removing them from the round one by one. Should be a little bit of time here to maybe consider going hunting if you so choose. There's a little bit of money here, but a couple players pretty low on the side of FUT. Sop only at 150 credits, but does have the Blade Storm, so he's A-okay.
They've got Zeus 2 charges from a showstopper. Feels like NRG just taking the measured play to not try to eventually funnel some more over to him. One around to be found. And Sociable just dead from behind.
Nice positioning there from Kiko. That's a great job. We've seen some really good reads on where some of these teams want to position themselves for their ults, and the other team has to counter quickly to try to deal with it. So some really good preparation being shown. Blade Storm is going to go. Once again, looking for some kind of pressure. I mean, this has been their kind of go-to plan here early.
Scuba far enough around that corner to not get spotted if this north side swing does continue. Pulls off the camera for now, but now we'll have the spot out as the cam gets cleared. We have to know that he's going to be on that arcade side, but seems like FUT off the back of that haunt, sussing out that this is going to be another A hit coming in. So he's going to be chucked out. Cristalli unable to clear that prowler fast enough, but Sop arriving has the tailwind away. Convergent paths ends up getting sent. Mana goes diving forward. From up over the top, Sop cannot find a single kill.
ของหมด
Only a tiny lick of damage on to Kiko. Zeus has arrived on the scene. Spike stuck on site. Paint shell. Gonna be good to get a good amount of damage and pushes Brock out into the open, but he narrowly is able to find that elimination.
สงสารที่เบือกที่ถ่าย
ทำไม
Down to
ไม่
30.
วางเปิดตอนแรกอ่ะ
Tries to create some
Even
pressure around the
Wang
back, but it's going to be
นั่นน่ะดิ
Scuba on
โอ้
this
โห
flag
ไฮไลท์
arriving. Finding the first, Sociable with a tap,
คม
and he will quickly fall thereafter. Scuba finds the final 2 in NRG. One round away from tying things up.
And I wouldn't be too surprised now to see a timeout from FUT. We never did see one from NRG. They held it close to the vest. You've got to be kidding me, Mata. That is ridiculous. The no-scope blinded up. Gets the kill anyway. And then Scuba pressured early in the round and just uses that against his opponents to slowly work his way through the dagger.
not expect of impact with this raise as he very, very strong on that. And then Cristali again with a bit of a soft start into this map in particular. There's a lot of things that you want to just try to key up, tune up, and fix going into this next round. Otherwise, NRG, they're going to be breaking your economy again and tying up the scoreline. Granted, you are starting from this defender side. There's still a lot to try to tally as Mata's going to be able to continue with these operators for quite some time. There's plenty of cash available to NRG, and Kiko nearly has that next run it back.
Yeah, it's a pivotal round for FUT.
เฉินเนี่ยไต่สลิง
Showstopper
ไป
in
เลย
there. Get buy-in.
พร้อมไปแฮะ
ปกติพี่ไปอยู่อีก
Get this
อีก
to
ฝั่ง
go.
หนึงไง
You're gonna give yourself
ตรงแท่นที่มีให้
really
หลบ
good shout at an even or positive half.
เจอเซตมา
Don't
หนีไม่ได้
NRG
เจอเซตสกิลมาไปละ
streaking once again. This time they're aggressive on the south side. I like this. I like this a lot more.
มันคุมแมปโคตรดีอะไซเฟอร์น่ะเนี่ยไอ้ตรง
ต้องมี
Over at Jen.
Oh, face forward and Sapa just immediately find that kill. Trip is now going to be cleared. Mata checking back that operator at the ready.
วิ่งเลยมาเร็ว นายรออยู่
No prowlers. Try to face in this. They nearly line up. Cristali lucky to not be taken down at the same time. The Haunt now going to be invested, but they are already well aware of what is waiting them on the other side. Kiko, however, going to be found. And they're left immediately chucked out. Seeing these players retreating back through the spawn, and so try to find the catch, and he does. Brock. Recovery will be able to find the spike, but you still have Cristali tucked back on the A site. Takes his way up and over the top, and seems like they're trying to assess which way they should go, but it's just going to be down 6 feet under. There's Mata now spotted, trying to clear this corner. The shot will whiff. The frac's back around the corner, but Yeta J has him outdone. The headshot found the operator, going to be lost in FUT, able to maintain a lead.
That's huge. Really nice timeout call
สาร
here.
โก
Gonna
ร
get
ธ
that
อันตี
early
ทีไร
pick
ไม่
on
เคยได้
Ethan.
ประสบ
Just
ความ
not
สำเร็จ
quite ready
แม่งต้องโดนฆ่าเล
for
ย
that full push out. And Yeta J having a laugh over that one. Here's the crazy thing: didn't need to use the showstopper there as FUT.
มันขับ
Still
มารอบ
got
นี้
that
มัน
in
ไม่
your
ไน
back
ส์
pocket.
ต่ำแล้ววะ
Cristali gets one away from that nightfall.
Yeah, really nice round from Cristali. Great hedging of your bets there as FUT, saying, okay, we've got control over B. Let's send one to A because we're giving up a little bit of space into mid
ตัวมัน
towards
ถึ
our
งเวลาของ
spawn.
ตุรกีแล้วตอนนี้
And that works a treat. Over up onto the north side. So now NRG saying, okay, we know you're not doing those dish pushes anymore.
They heard the tap of the door, but does give it the space. Orbit collected. Cristali
ตึง
now
ตึ
with
ง
the
วา
nightfall
โลอีมี
online.
รอบนี้ตึง
Yeta J trying to watch the camera, has a tiny little gap to peek through, but Blaze Wall is going to be set up as well.
I think they're going to try to pop the trip over on Mata's side and then set up for the execute. Try to see if they can pull some players. Or they might just change directions if he just gets enough space.
For now, it's a massive scale forward in the tower. Yeta J. Curveball goes in a
Look
little bit
there,
behind him,
just
still
talking.
getting the vision out, so we'll end up getting picked apart. He go out in front of this Molly. The rest of the team going to be held back by it for the moment.
I'll find you.
It will be the Haunt. Start things off first, but the clear comes in. Tap of the plant. Nightfall at the
ตัดเลย
ready.
หรือเปล่าแต่เพื่อนอ
And
ยู่ไกล
however, playing front gen
มันเสียรีคอน
very
ไว
much
ไปหน่อย
catch
นะ
them off guard.
คอร์เตอรี่อะ
Looks like Sop at the same time and taking damage. She's down to 30. Nightfall going to be sent. Kiko will end up getting marked. Not quite enough of a spacing to be able to avoid that. Chuck forward though. Ethan dead. Paint shell now out. Saturate will be able to connect, slowing them down a little bit, and Kiko still trying to find his way out of this corner. The curveball going to be sent through, but
เชี่ยแฟดสวยสัตว์
the covering
โอ้
fire
โห
out from tower. They're trying to keep him in this
ขาวหมด
round, and Scuba
เออ
will be
แฟ
able
ด
to
เมื่อกี้
find
โคตรดี
some.
อะจังหวะเขากำลัง
NRG
โฮลอยพวก
right back into this one as operators are going to be
ตา
collected.
แตกทั้งไซส์
One round away
คน
from
แฟดก็
tying
ขาว
this
เออ
up.
คนแฟนก็ขาว
ก็ขาว
A really good counter read here from Ethan, doing a nice job at the beginning of the round, understanding that the methodology has changed for FUT, so we can change ours. Using that Phoenix really nicely to clear some space as Kiko. That's huge there. Talked about
ได้
what
ไง
a
วะ
problem Yeta J
เมื่อ
could
กี้ผม
be.
มองว่าNRGไม่น่าจะโดนเลย
Eliminate him early.
คือไม่
from
รี
that
เทค
B
แบบ
site
ของ
makes
อะไร
it
ไม่
oh so
ตั้งแต่
much
โดน
easier.
ตัวท็อปเปอร์เปิดอ่ะ
They're going to be carrying
โดน
this
ระเบิ
double
ด
operator
อัด
forward.
เข้าไปกิมุมคิโกะจบแล้ว
Oh my.
Know that there isn't going to
เดี๋
be
ยว
one on
รี
the other
คอนอะไรวะ
side.
นะของใครอะ
Give them some very
ของฝั่ง
favorable opening tools.
การดัน
Heck,
Ethan
just a
อะ
stinger
อ๋อ
for Yeta J.
ใช่เหรออีธานปามาเหรอ
Buy up
ไม่ไกล
here.
ไปเหรอ
So this is going to get
เฮ้ย
potentially a little weird.
มันเฟลนะนะ
We'll have Mata Able to quickly turn back around, but it's a little bit of a delayed reaction, and Sop is actually able to find Mana, finds a further away player, and now Scuba frantically trying to find something that he can get. Manages to find the one kill, but Zeus will trade it back up. That puts Foot now in a key advantage position. C's going to be out, Crystal isolated, taken down off to the K. NRG, however, still here with that stinger. He's able to finish the job, swaps over the class, eventually will be fished out as Brock finds that elimination. Now the orbital strike available for him, as the spike will get planted.
Spike planted.
Launching smoke.
Sky Smoke down, just trying to slot his way out.
Yeah, he
is able to win the fight versus Zeus as well. Tap now, called in the orbital strike. Pushing Sociable off of that plant. The Molly
ยังมีไลน์อัพด้วยเหรอ
layered in as well. Just no chance, no way.
ของจริง
Even try to hold this one a half. Sky Smoke cleared. Ethan getting the spot, the tap. He's anticipating this re-wrap. Takes down Brock. And now into the 1v1. The defuse being stuck. Can he just hold the completion? He absolutely can!
มันเป็นบิมไง
A Red Bull clutch! Has Foot get up to 6! And he somehow manages to survive!
Oh man,
that is so
Insane
unbelievably well played there by Sociable. That smoke positioning so good. Reminds me of what Forsaken did on Sunset the other year. You put it just a little bit in front of you, and it makes it a lot harder for the opponents to guess where you're at. And he even gives himself an angle to play around the side. That's gotta feel good.
The tension build-up and the relief, but it has still been some back and forth. I'm sure the coaching staff would love to see some consecutive round wins to close out this half. NRG still with an opportunity to try to tie this up. Still are going to have money widely for another buy. Win or lose this round.
He gets one away from the convergent pass there. Sociable
แม่ง
will
ดัน
have
ยับ
his
เยิน
ult
เลย
though.
They slow things down. Scuba tucked over bench. Can try to get the up and over with this jet.
So tempting to just try to wait out Scuba there to see if he'll maybe push around the other side. Instead, they do end up clearing the trip. Are they going to try to take the zip here? Or are they just going to hold Zeus in the
พูด
back?
นี่ต้องเจอเปเปอร์เล็กจริงนะชอบแบบจับกลุ่มด้านสาม
They have a
โดน
solid
เปเปอร์เล็ก
enough
ชวน
read
ทะ
on
เลาะ
this
นี่น่าจะ
position, but they still need to be able to try to
man
hold
อยู่
the line here at the A side. Saturate going to be chucked in. Sop able to tuck back, dodges that one out of the orbital strike. Locks off Ethan for the moment. Cloudburst down. They fill this space. 40 seconds remaining. It's going to be Zeus now. Here within the side of Paint Shell at the ready. Could just chuck it into the corner. He would find an immense amount of value. It's going to be Sop. Able to come away with one. Zeus now back towards Sands. Finds Kiko. Sociable finds Ethan. And Scuba can't find anything. A flawless round to chain together another one. And Foot, they get up to 7. Now looking for an 8-4 half.
Yeah, just the stall and coordination here from Foot. So nice. Sociable again. Doesn't need to light up the kill feed, but he uses his ult to allow a reposition to just completely thwart this attack. And then NRG's left guessing where they're going to be on site. And the reaction from Foot. So clean. So you still have just enough for most of a buy. Scuba only on a Guardian. Now you're going more of a default here for Foot. A little bit of a push out from Sop. But everybody else just trying to hold it be, just kind of guessing that this is how NRG is going to react. But Mata strikes from behind.
A bit of a bait there.
นี่เรียกว่าอะไร
Trying to push forward. Meanwhile, Sociable not ready to get off the iPad. Mata takes it out of his
กำลัง
hands.
เล่น iPad เลยครับ
An amazing start to this round here for NRG, who
Pukte
very
nói
much
với
need this round win. Zip across to the south side from Crystal. Yeta J trying to push forward through that cage. And will be able to find one. Scuba eliminated. But as that smoke will fall, so too shall Yeta J as Sop is the last one. A 1v3. Looks for Ethan, finds it. Let's work down the 12 health.
ยิงจัด
Now the
เดิน
1v2
12
reposition.
ไปวางเปิดไม่ได้ยากกว่า
Wrapping around through Canteen. The Molotov there to buy some time. A shout out to a squad that could not qualify, and Sop widely feeling like this round is likely going to be done, and it is. Kiko is able to get NRG up to 5.
Maybe a little shout out to Alfier. It's his birthday, so that
เรียกมา
could
มืด
be
ไหม
it.
ครับ
But
Could be.
ooh, what a back and forth. But again, really solid defender side stuff from Foot.
I mean, after a 4-0 start, you got to be feeling decent about that one for NRG, but this needs to be an immaculate defense. If Foot can find another pistol, that might just be curtains.
อก็ไม่แย่7-5
เนี่ยได้ปืนพกไหมเนี่ยก็แบบในบุกใช่เหรอจริงๆเก่งเหรอรอชม
to the playoffs.
Still a shout here, still some hope, but it's going to take a really
ดีเจมันก็มันจัด
position themselves to go into that playoffs, to join Vitality. As an EMEA team, 2 would make it. If they can do it. Regional pride, but definitely the pride of this young team, this young squad that came together and has shocked the world here. And this fracture, first half, I am giving it a very high mark. Can this attacker's side match? Because if it can, they will be moving on here at Masters London for sure. Just a little creep up, just using that cyber cage. Kiko.
Back to the chat.
ตัวไปปิดไฟ
Order him on here, but it's going to be Scuba. He's able to find the opening value, but that paint shot is locked in right at his feet, so it ends up being a 1-for-1. Right to the rope though, and yet
ขึ้นมาแม่งมีปืนกลลอย
with that frenzy going to be favored every day.
จังหวะนี้
And now Cristalli gone as well. A 2v4.
4-2 ฮะ
Sociable. Not quite slipping the net
พี่
broad.
เบือกรออยู่
Every idea, every understanding of this
พี่เบือกไปแล้ว
but still will not be able to win out that fight. So now brought back into a
กลับมามี
2v3.
หวังโมกปิดเลือดไหลเข้าพันทีมไปเลยด้วยกันไม่มีใครรู้ด้วย
Slip through and go plant this
โอ
on
อิน
A.
โฟโอ้เดินสวยจัด
NRG can continue with the pack mentality, play together, stay stacked up, try to get that retake going, but they will not be able to
เอาอีกแล้ว
prevent the plan from
จังหวะ
coming
คนเหลื
through.
อเยอะว่ะ ไม่ดีเท
โอ้2-4แพ้อะ
Drop it over.
แพ้ว่ะ
This is taking a while though. So now
เฮ้ยไปเร็วรอบนี้มันรู้ไหว
This is still very slow. Zeus is in an all-in angle. No blast packs to try to make a quick exit. He has to find value here. It's going to be a little bit of a high-low, but Zeus still able to find 2 in that fight. 3 overall in the round.
พี่เขาเสีย2เลย
Sociable tapping the plant. Running out of time now. Has to drop down, go for the commitment. No, we'll just plant this up over the top.
10 seconds left.
But no Molly, no smokes. The Sheriff on the other side. And Sociable to peek in. Tagged.
นัดเดียว
นัดเดียว
One more tap is all it'll take. And he needs a headshot. Staying planted in this position. And he runs it out! Mata expecting that he climbed the stairs. He just stays tucked away, and FUT are able to find their second pistol on this map. Now up 8-5.
just unbelievable that they win this. 2vx situation, and Zeus says, I'm going to stick around. There's maybe Sociable calls for it either way, and it is the perfect read.
It's in the name. Zeus is doing God's work in that moment to be
มัน
able
น่า
to
จะ
come
กระ
away
โดด
with
ทิ้ง
those
หรืออะไร
kills.
สักหน่อยนะมันพวก
Also
วาง
gets
เป้า
himself
ใช่ไหม
halfway to a showstopper.
What the fuck
Unbelievable. What a turn for FUT. Now it's going to take even more for NRG to dig back
เรื่อง
into
ค่าย
this.
กลครับ
We've seen an eco here today, so
ไอ้วินอย่างเงี้ยวินนิโคอ่ะพยายามแบบใครเล่นฟินิกพยายามไปหามุกให้เพื่อนเล่นเพราะว่ามันแปดปีหนึ่งที
response, but NRG just game stacks. so they are happy. Be a little bit
มา
patient.
เป็น
just
เรื่องแต่
looking
ไม่
for
มาดิ
kind of a crunch play there off the back of the C's. It looks like. Instead, over to the A side.
แถบสอง
Now
อั
for
น
NRG, the real question is try to find a way to dive the spike or see if you can do some damage. Just the classics, so no buy up. I'm gonna clear the trip, so FUT gonna be pretty well aware.
Smoke's down.
There's even a secondary trip here, so we'll get confirmation.
Plenty of footsteps going to be heard again.
Catch them.
Deep angle established for Zeus.
ชิบหายเลย
This will be more than enough to delay. They realize that this Hall's angle is going to be stacked, so they will now just take the rope across and die on that dish side.
เฮ้ยแต่มันไปอยู่
Not
นั่น
look to
เยอะ
give
มาก
over anything additional. 2 foot on this round, but Sop, he's like, well, I've got a Marshall. And he's got a hip fire.
โอ้ย
Come away
อ
with
ดฟาร์
one
มอด
elimination,
ฟาร์ม
so Ethan going to be taken down. Scuba, maybe with an opportunity to catch Yetta J off guard.
ป้า
Yetta J, no, surprise. And will get eliminated here, but the rest of NRG dead to the spike. 3 players surviving. Phantom the Bulldog going to be carried over, but they cannot recover that Spectre.
Okay, now we're into the real meat and potatoes here for NRG. If they're going to start turning this around, absolutely cannot afford to give over another bonus. FUT's been really good at converting those, especially on this map, but if my memory serves me correctly, I think they converted both bonuses against Vitality, still ended up dropping, but here today, I think they seem like they're in a little bit better form, a little more confident, a little bit better read, a little bit better pulse.
Yep, loss of Vitality widely came down to giving over that 4v2.
Cage triggered.
They're not looking to make the same mistakes. Meanwhile, the crunch.
ที่นี่
coming
คู่
through
แร
on
ก
this
อ่ะนี่
north
ไม่จบ
side.
เลยเนี่ยเที่ยงคืนอะ
Smoke's going to be exchanged, but the space still widely is given up. Just Brock over on that sand side, but FUT not liking what they aren't seeing, so we'll just go ahead and make a quick pivot across.
มาเลย
Chico's campus. He's situated, sat here on B.
Oh, Yetta J.
อย่านะ
Oh,
นี่
Ethan
อ่ะ
ไม่เนียน
wise to it.
เก่าแล้วมูนี้เก่าแล้ว
Managed to find the wall bang. Meanwhile, Tripwire, they're going to try to hold them back. With little glimpse, they're on the side. As Zeus trying to scale forward, place this one quietly, and Kiko cannot hold down the sights. Another spike can get planted.
It's a huge find. Still have Prowler, still have C's, still have a Molly.
Hawk now going to be cycled in again. There's that Molly not going to go deep enough, but Mono will. Peeks out, is able to find the one stop. Going to be traded out now. Zeus striking from Jen, gets himself a second. Another paint shell built up, tossed into the corner to give Ethan no hope, no recourse.
One enemy
Whoa,
remaining.
will fall, however. Suddenly it starts becoming a hell of a lot more possible. Looking for the hold there. Gets it up to half, but Ethan cannot get the drag across. Zeus perseveres, and it's another bonus conversion for FUT.
They are so good at this map. The positioning they're taking, the way that they're going to flank out over towards Jen here for Zeus. And that big crucial kill onto
แต่
Kiko
เกม
to
วัน
get
นี้
the
ซอฟ
space.
ไม่ค่อยเวอร์มากนะ
Nobody
มีแค่ไม่กี่
confirmed
ช็อต
on the Prowler on the entry, not much information given over to NRG.
มามากด้วยวัน
And
นี้
it's going to be finally a timeout taken.
Yeah, amazingly, this
ตุยกระสือตอนนี้อยู่ KC ครับผมแต่ปืนพกก็จบแล้ว2 แพ้2 แพ้มันทำให้รู้เลยว่า individual ฟุตแม่งเทียบกว่าเยอะหลายช็อตเกินดีจริงครับ
NRG, again, keyword for them has always been resilience. Is that going to be enough here against a FUT squad who's already shown they have some of their own on Haven?
find a gap, a way to weasel the way into the doorway.
ไม่ค่อยเพิ่มเหมือนเมื่อก่อนแล้วแต่ก็ยังเก่งอยู่คุย
I know that they are very capable of breaking through. We know that FUT absolutely can crumble under that sort of pressure. For the moment, they are looking damn favored here. As Mata, that saturate, will get a catch on the one, faces in, eats an immense amount of damage. It's just going to be a fract around the corner where there's a paint shell ready and waiting. Zeus again, will find that kill, will get sniped out of the sky by Brock, but South goes forward, finding revenge for his fallen teammate. A scrappy affair, but one that FUT comes out on top of. Scuba and Kiko both at Sands. They're trying to pull off a 2v3 with just Sheriffs. And still that Molotov at the ready for Sociable. Peek out, Scuba, whittle away, down to 10 health. Kiko again needing to deliver. They want to pull off what would be an absolute miracle, but it's one apiece. It's 11 rounds for FUT, and it's a 6-round deficit for NRG.
We know more than we did before.
It's so scary right now. NRG is so massively on the back foot, gonna be coming into a bye. Sop love the aggression there. Deal with that player at the point of the attack. That gun unrecoverable, no problem at all. They can just cover that doorway, and there are those two ults. Showstopper, orbital strike. Do have some answers. Mata's gonna scoop up the operator. But is that gonna be enough here for NRG to start turning the tide? Fast beat crunch set.
Showstopper out, Mata dead. No refract magic there. Is absolutely out into the open. Scuba now will be able to find the timing. It's a cageless ball. Looks for that second kill, but Sop is able to hold his own, pops the blades immediately. Kiko with a running back, sprinting forward, trying to find anything that he can, but it's going to be an off shot from the flank. Jump forward, Ethan dead, and Zeus with another three-piece.
GG.
And a chance at the fourth. Kiko will hold his own for one. Have to be a 4K as well for him, and he's not going to look to try to play it out. We'll just try to retain the weapon, but FUT now advance forward up to match point. NRG are going to need 7 rounds in a row just to push this to overtime.
They're feeling it, man. This time they're just gonna go B the whole way. They're giving a little bit of breathing room at Arcade.
NRG, XLG.
That's more than enough, and you've got to pump the brakes again as NRG. We try to go for the operator, but there's no escape out there, no refract set up by the time the showstopper's coming through. NRG just has...
Come on, one more. Come on.
I hear big time.
You have to
XLG.
Have to go through so much. Alt cycles, great game planning, great execution, the confidence flowing. Zeus has been incredible these last 2 maps. Absolutely brilliant performances on the Rays and the Waylay. And he has been knocking it out of the park with these big multi-kill rounds.
Well, that's not the way you want to be seeing this started.
The
botch job on the util. And now a deep camera placed in halls that cannot be cleared at the moment. And FUT will continue to scale forward. NRG still 3 players saddled over on the opposite side of the map.
Take it
Block
down.
on the peak is able to find one. Zeus dead.
คอมโบกับบิมนี่ตายเลย
Smoke's down.
She called in the quick pivot back through the defender spawn. Now arriving is Kiko, as well as Scuba. Get over here, try to counteract this and stop again. Fearlessly trying to take position, but this time it's a massive overstep as Kiko. Purple won't be able to find the kill, and it feels like FUT end up absolutely overcooking this one. The neural depth will be committed. Cristalli able to find another kill to get some damage in.
Come back.
Weaken the buy.
The
defuse is there, and NRG managed to hold on by a thread.
Yeah, just a nice recovery here for NRG when things look like it might get a little bit weird because of the early misstep with the util, but Brock, the quick one and done. Ethan, the reposition there to counter Sop's movement. Able to just sit behind those smokes, looking for that extra player. You know, there's been a lot of crunches, so he's got to be aware that maybe that's where they're going to come from. Still, though, no ults invested for FUT. They're going to have a healthy buy still coming into this. A little bit extra money in the tank even. Op does get forked over, though, to Mata. So he's going to have his ult. Brock with the orbital strike. So a lot to work with now for NRG, who seems to be playing a little bit more of a give and then fight back at the point of attack kind of style.
Whereas that previous round was nothing but give from FUT.
Right.
Getting a bit too overconfident, a bit too overzealous. Looks like now some restraint being shown. Just going back to defaulting. Triple push to secure the orbit dish. Get Zeus halfway to another showstopper. Mata at the same time. You should reposition too.
Should be able to lean B now as NRG. Prowler did not connect with anything, and Kiko's taken a ton of space. So I think they've got a pretty decent read. Just going to come down to execution.
Angle check into the arcade side. Nothing going to be spotted, so Sociable can just join in with them. Smokes at the ready. Now going to be called down. Mata. Convergent paths. If he sends that, might just connect onto damn near everyone, and it will. That slows things up, but now he's going to make his exit. Orbital strike going to be called in and stop again. Going to be cooked as Brock has his own there. Check in towards main. Yetij dead. And Mata, he's able to find another. It's going to be a Boombot kill versus the tournament for that one, but the round still going over into the hands of NRG, and this time there are ults committed into this. Sociable can pull off one ungodly clutch. Swap the gun, the spike going to be recovered. And that first point of contact, and then Scuba as well. Able to force him away. The time is just not going to be there, so Sociable will just try to hold on to this gun. NRG sticking around for a little bit longer. Moving their way up to 7, 5 more to go as Kiko trying to find this kill. He will not.
เหมือนรวยนะมาล่า
Sociable, the last survivor.
I was curious. Don't want to think about the timeout just yet as FUT. You still have some more room for mistakes before you have to call another timeout to talk about things. You're going to have most of a buy here. Sociable only going to be able to go over to the Guardian, so going to hand that gun over to one of his teammates. See what they want to do this time. Just a nice little wombo combo there. Right off the rip, they run it back to gain space. FUT. You're going to have to push the tempo, but look at this layering of the Cypher util from Scuba.
It's a good amount of information gained.
มันต้องทำขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอ
Tripwire, meanwhile, the exec getting ready to come through. Scuba trying to face forward into halls. A little botch there on the blast packs. They get slowed up. Nathan is able to fight too. Just spraying into the smoke despite now strand in this round. Looking very much lost. The cage will fall. Yetij now spotted, none the wiser about this swing. Kiko will have him dead. Sociable.
Gotcha.
Once again, they try to hold onto the weapon, but this time it is just the Guardian. The economy whittled away at, and this is a massive opening for NRG to try to get back into this map.
ถ้ามันได้บิดปืนพกนะไอ้
Gonna have to be an eco here on the next round for FUT.
มากเลย
So Sociable again looking to save this gun.
ตอนนี้หลอกเฉย
And they are maybe on their way to doing the unthinkable. So you would expect that we're going to get at least to 9 here for NRG, potentially, barring a crazy thrifty from FUT. I'm just curious when that timeout is going to come through. That's the real big question now. Is
it feels like it has to be after this
ต้อง
round.
ย่องชิวขนาดนั้นเลยแล้วมันจะเซฟการ์เดียน
NRG
จริง
now really starting to get some wind underneath their sails.
It's just a matter of you call it ahead of a thrifty attempt, or do you try to just call it for the buy? Either way.
10 seconds left.
Not this round, then the next.
Love that.
Sociable, yep, at least just getting another ult charge, 3 away from having that orbital strike online. But NRG given this wiggle room, given this
ไม่หวังแล้ว
opportunity.
จบแล้วมันห่างไป
It's just 4 more rounds to
ส่ง
go
ไป
to
เหรอ
push
พี่
this into another overtime.
บินมีออร์บิทัลไซส์จีแล้ว
I mean, I love those extra layers of trips. It just makes it so easy. Throw the smokes up, start spamming through. And yeah, a little bit of a oopsies on the blast packs from Zeus. It's been incredible. Are going to have that Guardian. Another one able to be bought in. Sop going with the Marshal. Couple Sheriffs. Cristalli, no armor. I wouldn't expect you want to invest the ult here. Maybe you get...
เฮ้ยโหมุมดีจัด
ต้องไปซ้อมแล้วมุมนี้
Most amount of damage, but
Still scary.
Valor's in and okay. Yeah, I was going to say, Guardian, higher penetration compared to that Vandal. Will be able to find a bit more damage in exchange. Ethan just going to be backpedaling away as Sop making sure that Pain Shell is not going to clear him, but also decides to take the orb for himself. He passed this over to Zeus. He would have had that showstopper online.
Could just be thinking around ahead here, maybe. Let's see what they want to do, but NRG has got the strong side read.
As they check back through this holes, they pop the door, they scale forward, Haunt out as well towards the spawn.
Yeah, they know.
This is going to give them a very good idea. So Ethan looking like he's going to go for the pivot and just leave Mata on an angle.
Look at Yeta J though. Let's see.
Oh, the up and over right in front of Brock, and he's going to take that one damn easily. Kill found, right of the rope. Kiko unable to find the catch there. New Minster escape, but now they're going to be pinned in as Keiko quickly sits down two. That Marshall not going to be able to do a damn thing here.
เอาอีกเสียเต็ม
Kiko considers going for the push, but doesn't want to give him the chance, doesn't want to give him that freebie,
หลัง
that
มา
weapon.
มีใครดูหรือเปล่า
Last player standing.
Now he has been
Spike
found, and it's just
down
time to
B.
get a jet to try to stop this from being a flawless, and he will be able to do so, but he can't find the follow-up.
Farmยับ
Kiko gets the 3K, and NRG get 3
ใกล้
rounds
เข้ามา
away.
เรื่อย
เฮ้ย
I think this is where that timeout has to come through for FUT. You've got 3 big ults, so whatever the coaches have drawn up for this situation, it's going to be called in here. You'd expect some kind of set idea off the
ยิง
start.
เดือดมากนะคิ
So
โก
as NRG, this disruption can continue. The way that they've been mirroring, they've been...
ๆผมมันไม่น่าโดนไหลมา12เลยนะ
เป้าแบบจัดอะ
all the way back into overtime. 3 more to make FUT's worst nightmares come true.
I mean, they've already faced this pressure. And FUT stood tall on Haven. Now another gut check against a team that has faced many of these before and come through. See what they can do. A little bit of a delayed hit here towards Dish. The Haunt, though, does get cleared, so...
แต่ไม่ได้วาง
awareness that this isn't a crunch, at least that's the initial
ตุนไว้กลับ
thought.
ปิดบินพร้อมกันเนี่ย
Now we're checking. That is a big brain use of that.
ไป
right
เรือ
now.
สาม
Goes
สาม
out.
อะยัง
The
ไง
one in reply finds out
อุ้ย
absolutely no one is
ฮะ
Mana. Shoots out of the sky. Sop is dead. He's
พี่เอ๋ย
dead.
ลงพ่อ
He's able to find a second.
เป็นเรื่องคน
And the nightmare becomes reality.
จะจ่ายเฟสจ่ายเลสไปแล้วครับ
Cannot find a damn thing.
เอาล่ะ เอาล่ะ
I mean, do you consider the save here? I think you have to, but there's so much time.
ผ่านเบรกสวยนะครับพีท
เฮ้ย
Able to find the
แจก
one.
โชคชัง
45 วินะ
Need at least 3 more.
โอ้โห4
Or
คน
you'd be willing to commit an orbital strike into this. So I think in the end, this is going to have
ไอ
to be
คอ
the
พี่โซ
same.
ชิเบอร์จะเซฟการเดียนอีกแล้ว
Love to have anything other than
30
Got
seconds
Guardian to
left.
cling to, but everything is just a world away, out of reach. Bodyguarded by NRG.
อยู่บนหัวนะเก็บดิ
We're not looking to give him a single pixel to take a shot at.
No, there's just no hope. No chance. Checking for the
10
flank.
seconds left.
And now they're going to go on this hunt. Finds the first. Decides to plant his feet. We'll get a bit of that regen armor back in. Already has the ult. NRG should want to try to take this gun out of his hands. Looks like Sociable will be allowed to survive, to pass a warning message on to the rest of his team. But NRG are continuing to run this back as the economy again gets shattered. There's another ult, another 2 ultimates get committed into this round to no avail.
This is kind of telegraphed here by FUT. There's a deep haunt early. And Ethan clears it and immediately just takes a timing on the Nightfall. That forces out the Nightfall from FUT. Doesn't hit anything. Whereas Ethan hits almost the whole team. And then they can just position themselves to shut this down. Going out early, but delayed. The haunt going to keep him at bay. Clear the trip.
Get out of my way.
Scuba again.
Shell a tower, but plenty of players nearby enough to run it back. Rush forward, but it's just going to be a tuck down into the sewers here. Kiko trying to see if he can catch anyone in transit, but he cannot.
ผมแม่งอันติรัวๆเลยว่ะใช้แบบบางที
All players of
ใช้
FUT
พุ่ม
now
เฟือย
joining together.
ไปหน่อยหลายช็อตอยู่
Back towards halls, where it is just Ethan to try to hold this
อีธาน
line.
ต้องจับให้ได้นะ
Be careful with the sound
แล้วก็
keys.
ถอยเพื่อนรถ
แค่เบรกก็พอ
Sees at the ready. Looks like Scuba maybe looking to rotate
โซ
and
ฟมี
join
แดก
him.
ก็ดิ
Ethan will reposition.
เนี่ยรู้แล้วว่ามา
The door is shut. And Ethan flies over towards that dish side, but now the noise is going to be made.
ไปมาไวๆหน่อยน้อง
Stomping their way forward.
เฮ้ยเห็นแล้ว
Back entry again going to be denied, as well as Scuba. Snacks up out of the sky.
กูบ้าวะกูบ้า
Sociable only able to find the one. And Scuba still watching this angle.
Oi,
Jay does manage to skirt his way across. A tuck in to drop. But Molly into the open. And Sociable again, the last one standing. The Molotov forward to try to cut them off on this approach.
Enemy down.
He's able to find one, but the defuse is going to
Yilang
be
level
stopped. Surely he does not commit the ultimate to this one.
ผมไปทอดไตปะล่ะเฮ้ยยังอีกเหรอ
Held to half, the op shot going wide. Gets the dink, but cannot secure the elimination.
ร้านตีอย่างเยอะ
NRG will find the defuse and find themselves 1 round away from pushing this to overtime.
Just a brilliant
เป้า
hold
บิน
here
นี่
from Scuba and Ethan. It's Scuba
แล้วมันยิงแบบสเปรย์ด้วยนะ
sky.
เป้าบิน
Man's
2 ตัว
out there shooting clay pigeons. And that has got the fans here fired up. A lot of Kiko fans in the audience
มันจัด
want to see this go to overtime. You wouldn't have thought this was possible.
เที่ยงคืนกว่าแล้วยังไม่จบ
6
กูเล่น
rounds ago, it felt all but
มันเล่น
assured.
เต็มวิน
And
3
here
แมป
we
เลยเหรอ
are.
คู่เนี้ย
One more chance. Mata has a convergent pass. Everybody else 1 or 2 away for NRG for some of the important ones. Just a
Poor trap play here on a Brock.
wow.
They will be able to pick apart that Odin.
แล้วมัน
not
ใช้
able to
แบบ
find
ว่า
much
วิน
damage.
ใช้ตรงนี้เลยวะ
Now the neural depth to be committed. The spot out here on the rotations. 3 players on this ace on the map and immediately FUT. Look to backpedal.
Gonna fall back here.
Work their way over to B. Mana. One player here. Quickly being joined by Scuba. And again, that convergent path's available.
มาดังตัดก่อนหนึ่ง
Just absolutely cooked them here. A tower, but he doesn't manage to find that jump shot.
Oh my
Nice
god.
and
Into the convergent paths. He wants to go for the re-peek. He wants to try to find a kill. The cloud burst expiring. Mana able to find one.
น่าจะมีอันตรงอันติอะไรจะมาช่วย
Now,
ซ้อมเหลือ
time to
2
trade. The player advantage, but barely that is up. Survives with 2 HP. The operator now in hand, staring at the canteen. He's got Scuba.
จีจีเลย
And out of nowhere, what will close it? Overtime.
การดีฟีต NRG
ไปละจีจี
แต่ว่ารีเซิร์ฟละฟุตแม่งชุดนี้เป็นชุดที่ดีที่สุดของฟุตแล้วตั้งแต่มีมาตั้งแต่เปิดสเตจ1แล้วทรงมันมาอยู่
ก็แต่มันมีทีมฟุตมาเลยปะ
โหดจริงโหดจริงไอ้อันดีฟีตกู ไม่ได้ไปต่อเป็นมัวจัด
เดี๋ยวมาแชท
You guys are adopting a faster play style. The question is, would you like to admit that your brother was right all along?
I will never admit he's right in anything. But what I will say is I do believe that playing the best Valorant for your team is what matters. And I think this is the team that wants to play fast, but no, big time's never right.
I guess, Bambino, from your perspective as well, you've had quite the time in EMEA when you consider the teams that you've been on previously. How does it feel now to be able to make it to a playoffs, especially with this roster too, having so many rookies at their first global event?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing, you know, like, truly after, you know, I did 3 years in Koi, and that was 3 unsuccessful years, right? And, you know, I was starting to doubt myself. I was starting to think, am I the problem? Is this ever going to happen, you know? And I was lucky enough to be given a chance on this team, you know, and I'm very, very grateful for that. Grateful for the org, grateful for the owners for taking a chance on me, and it just feels amazing. I wouldn't want to do it with anyone else. The guys are all great.
Well, you've been there from the very start of kickoff, so I guess, Vlad, from your perspective, coming in from stage 1, how have you managed to turn this FUT team around?
I mean, of course, it wasn't easy. We had only 1.5 weeks of prep time till stage 1, and of course, Bambino and I, we put a lot of work in that sequence, and then you know, like till 4 or 5 days ago, before the first official, 2 of the players didn't even were in Berlin with us. You know, it was really hard spacing to fill every gap in that in the season, but we overcome everything. We just overcome everything.
You absolutely did. And I think it's fair to say also, based on your reactions coming out of that, the NRG is definitely one of the big guys to take down. And now that you've done it, now that you're in playoffs, looking forward, are you feeling like you're in a good place now, or it's just going to get that much harder?
Of course, like playoffs is going to be more harder than this. I don't expect any easy way to make it into finals. But I think, like, overall, what we learn from this game will be the defining factor of either we win or lose.
All right, fair enough. And Bambino, you're one of the few representatives here, the regional representatives here in London. Do you have any message for all the London and the English fans watching today, and, you know, maybe the support FUT?
You know, keep coming, keep watching, you know, get on the streams, come here in the crowd. We have a Brit. And not only that, the guys are just super likable. They're the sweetest kids ever. Support EMEA. We're not a weak region. And
yeah, it's you gotta prove it.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, if you guys get that trophy, it'll be the first in a long, long, long time, and then you can put in big time space. Well, congratulations so much, guys. We're very excited to see you go into playoffs. With that, we are gonna go on a very quick break. When we come back, it's gonna be Global Esports versus XLG, which will be very exciting as well.
start with Happyway of XLG. Happyway, you will not believe what Crystal told me. You need to trash talk. So, talk to us about what you think of GE.
I think Crystal just a normal player because I already showed him in skirmish. His firepower. I think no man battling him.
Oh, okay. No man's better than Crystal, right? I love this trash talk. Thank you so much, and good luck.
Oh, I love to hear it from Happy Way. Talking a little bit trash about
เป็นไง
Crystal.
คิตันแม่งโดนหมิ่นอีกแล้วพี่
But I think he can afford
เอ้ย
to. He was a
ถูก
savior
ละ
for XLG, especially on split where he was massive.
Yeah, he was taking over the server on a different level in this game. It was like 1v9. He was just doing everything for this team. If he wasn't on this server, XLG wouldn't have been here. I said it before. I think that Happy Way has been the best player in the Chinese league for the past 2 years. He is the person that I've been most impressed with time and time again.
Not only that, he has been the consistent member for XLG. When we think about their performance at these global events, he's always putting up crazy numbers. Maybe not quite as crazy as almost 400 ACS in a single map, but I think that just goes to show and
เคยอยู่
highlight
XLG
to us about how much he was carrying them through that
แปะ
series
XLG
against
ขึ้นนี่
DRG
มา
yesterday.
And XLG definitely want to prove themselves this tournament. In Master Santiago, they did get grouped without winning a match. And I know this is something we talked about. This is not how XLG want to be remembered. But this time around, they found a bit of form. And of course, the question is, can they make it out of groups this time?
Well, I think the fact that they're playing against opponents that they got some comfort in, they've got some history in, I think that was the narrative we had yesterday. That they looked a lot less nervous playing against a team that they understood. And I hope that that shared history might actually benefit XLG because, of course, there's been some nerves there. There's been a little bit of, Wendler said it yesterday, not performing to the same level as domestically. So hopefully today is different. Well, today is the same as the game before.
No, well, they've definitely done better. I mean, they got grouped at Santiago with not a single map win. So at least this time around, they've been able to win a series. And the fact that they had to send DRG home, though, is a little bit sad because, of course, that was a regional matchup that we must not forget. And I think we need to remember that XLG have made playoffs before back in Champs, but that was because they were China's first seed. At least this time, they'd be doing it on their own accord.
But they need to start believing in themselves. I've heard those Raga answers in those interviews saying that he didn't think they're going to get to playoffs. Like, to me, that is crazy. If I'm a coach there, I'm having a word because that is criminal to be so self-deprecating coming into this match.
Gotta shake it out of him. Like, stop it! Stop that! You're gonna make it! Now, Heavyweight talked a little trash about Crystal. It's a little bit funny because Crystal has been one of the overperformers for global esports, especially on the Killjoy and Sova. But let's talk a bit about his agent pool here.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that obviously GE like to play a lot of different comps, a lot of different agents, but to me, Crystal is shining every single time he's playing that Killjoy specifically. I think obviously at this tournament, he's probably going to still be playing a lot of different things. Like, look here, his lurks on Killjoy, that pro. It was phenomenal for their match win against Full Sense. That's why they got so many rounds so easily. So in the future, maybe this is something they need to look into. Maybe making it a bit more simple. Pat on that fade, Crystal maybe as a sentinel lurker. Having to play so many different roles, it's really difficult to coach.
It's
like,
crazy.
If you're an entry player, like we saw Patman playing Waylay Op.
Yep.
Like that to me is crazy. The carry's supposed to learn all these different skill sets as a player.
I think for me, when it comes to Crystal, it's nice to see the unexpected players stepping up, right? When we saw the roster coming into this event, I was looking at Autumn, I was looking at Patman, because those are the players with the global experience. Yet it seems to be Crystal that's coming up live on a stage such as this, which is really, really nice to see.
Yeah, we're seeing a personality come out of Crystal that we haven't really seen even on the Pacific stages where he is a lot more comfortable. So let's see what he had to say to Jen ahead of this match.
Jen here with Crystal of GE. Crystal, you know your opponents so well. Identify XLG's weaknesses for us.
I mean, their firepower, they have two good guy like Happy and Rarga, and 3 guy who have not good aim, so we will see what will happen.
With the 3 players, are there weaknesses?
I mean, yeah, for me, yeah.
Okay, I like this trash talk. All right, Crystal, good luck today.
I can't believe he's saying that. I mean, he was teammates with basically most of their team right now, so I guess it's fair to say. And I wonder who will be doing this 1v1 skirmish going into this for the map veto, and see, you know, who's gonna walk the talk that they keep throwing at each other. So let's see what happens in this 1v1 showdown.
Okay, we get Crystal versus Hathaway. That's quite exciting, especially considering the amount of smack that Crystal was
โอ้โห
getting.
ดวลแฮปปี้เว้ย
We have mentioned the operator in the skirmish, not a big fan. It looks as though Crystal is trying out a variation of weapons.
โอ้โห
Crystal's
แฮ
eating
ป
it
ปี้
right
เว้ย
now.
แม่ง
Hathaway might have been right. Oh, there we go. Crystal returning a shot there. This is
No, that's unacceptable. Discount that shot. Don't.
แต่ตอนโดนท่าน50นี่ what the fuck แม่งไม่ได้เถียงเลย
One thing for Crystal for me is that with his familiarity with the players on the server, like when I was watching Pat in Pacific, it seemed like every round he was getting reads against Paper Rex. I wonder if there is any of those tendencies that Crystal will notice from the players. Obviously, it's a long time ago, but you there's things in logic that you can kind of break down and understand, and I'm hoping that he can be one of those players today being very vocal, or at least maybe on his lurks, maybe he's got a little bit more confidence today.
Yeah, that's a very interesting point about matchups between players who are familiar with each other. Now, with these results, XLG gets the map veto advantage here. Let's see what they've landed on.
Alright, welcome guys. Let's do the map veto for G versus XLG. XLG won
ยั
the
ง
skirmish.
ที่ลมๆ
so
แม่งมี
they're
ให้
picking
เลือก
their side.
แม่งมาเลือกสกลางแดด เหลือจะเชื่อ
So picks Team B, which means GE banning the first map.
Fracture.
Fracture is banned. And what is your map ban? XLG.
We want Pearl.
Pearl is also banned. Now GE is picking the first map.
Haven.
Haven. And the site for Haven, please.
Attack.
Alright. And your map pick.
Lotus.
Okay. Lotus. And the site for Lotus, please.
Attack.
Okay. We have Ascent, Breeze, and Split left. GE banning first.
Oh, sorry, we'll ban Split.
You ban Split, okay. And last two maps are Ascent and Breeze.
Banasa.
Okay, the sider is Breeze. GE is picking the side.
Defense.
โอ้โหเห็นแมปแล้ว
Quick recap.
เชียร์ XLG ว่ะ
XLG attacks.
อาจจะ 2-0 ด้วยเนี่ย
GE attacks, and if we go to the decider map, which is Breeze, GE defense. Everything correct? Alright, good luck, guys.
Yeah, I think the big thing from that veto is XLG getting their home map of Lotus. That is the map that they have been phenomenal on. So GE clearly coming in with a plan because they're not banning it today and letting them go to that map.
And quick predictions.
2-1
GE.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh
So
we are in the
insane.
GE bus right now. I like to hear, but for XLG, this is unfinished business. It's a chance to prove that they can finally deliver on the global stage. And for global esports, this is history. This is India's finest at their first ever Masters and loving every second of it. We got old teammates, old friendships, and everything on the line. Let's see who wants it more. We are about to find out who will be surviving another day here at Masters London.
我觉得首先在赛区内，我们通过自己的实力争取到了这个国际赛来之不易的名额。我们来这里训练得很刻苦，然后所有人都在用心的去调整自己的心态，自己的这个心态的那些就是上场的那些感觉感受，让自己处于一个自信，然后全力以赴，然后去操作去秀的这个状态。
XLG, they will persevere.
I mean, XLG was my previous team. I win with them Ascensions. When I was in XLG, I played with Rarga, Happyway, and who I was coach. So right now, I face versus them again.
我觉得是我们的梦想一直在驱动我们向前走，去争胜，去专注每一回合，才是推动我们一局一局持续去争胜，全力相信自己的动力。
For us, it's good matchup because like it's Chinese region.
เขาบอกว่า Happy Way ทำลายสถิติโลก คิวเยอะที่สุดในโลก โดยที่ไม่โอเวอร์ไทม์
下一场比赛，我想带着第二季的
35คิว
全力以赴去争夺这比赛。
อันดับ 2 เป็นกิโกะ
Good luck, guys, and I will destroy you today.
ทัวร์เดียวกันด้วยนะ อันดับ 1 อันดับ 2 อันดับ 3 เป็นเลส อันดับ 4 เป็นเทน
ยาว
ด้วย XLG จริงๆมันเล่นดีทั้งทีม
But their opponents today is
ถ้าเฉลี่ยตอนมันคัดมามันพอๆทั้งทีมอ่ะ
จริงๆ XLG แม่งไม่แบน Ascent ก็ได้นะ ผมรู้สึกว่าทีมแปซิฟิกแม่งถ้าไม่ใช่เกาหลีที่เล่น Ascent ไม่ค่อยเก่งอะฟอร์สไม่เคยเก่ง Ascent เลยผมว่านะ แต่ XLG มันก็คงไม่มั่นใจ Ascent ของมันอะ
ผมไม่ค่อยได้เล่นอ่ะ
คู่นี้
เลย
ให้
บอกคิวถึง
GE ไปกดทาย GE ไปครับ แต่ใจจริงคิดว่าน่าจะเป็น XLG
10% ต้องเช็ค XLG ใช่ถูกต้อง
เดี๋ยววันนี้ Happy Word ยิงทำลายสถิติตัวเอง
เฮ้ยโคตรเกรียน
likes to make lots of different comps per map.
Oh, it's the same kind of comp they're running Pacifics, the double sentinel here. Very strange composition, not seen very much on this map. I think that there are holes here if XLG expected this to come through, especially towards that A site. I want to see XLG taking the map from GE, making the space feel really passive, and then throwing in some fakes. GE don't have a lot of information here. They're going to rely on big bunker setups.
Yeah, for sure. I think having that double sentinel approach is going to be really interesting for them starting out. I believe that this is the first deadlock that we get to see in the event as well. Kind of underutilized sentinel these days, but can also be used in a kind of initiating way to be able to sell the rest of his players.
Now to take us through the final Swiss match, we are graced by Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you, Victoria. Yes, indeed. One last spot in playoffs up for grabs, and it's going to be history made today on the London stage. For Global Esports, I think it's fair to say they're coming in looking hot, but XLG looking to right the wrongs that have been done to their region. They've sent DRG home, and now, as they said, they look to carry forward their ideas. Doing for the boys they've sent back home. A start here from XLG on the attack side of Haven, already wasting no time. You heard it from Crystal in the interview. They love to fight. And this time, the fight's going XLG's way.
ต้องไปเรียนรู้การแท็บโอ้ยนี่ไซเฟอร์
to 2v1.
Oh, the man of the moment.
ต้องไปเรียนรู้การแท็บไกนี่เลยนะไอ้เยตูเจอะที่มันออกมาแท็บนอกกันเลย
Almost an argument to just put him on Killjoy on every single map.
แม่งเล่นโคตรคลาสสิกเลยเอาตัวไซเฟอร์ไปดักโบกรถตรงกลางแม่งก็มีคนโดนนะ
On the other side, Happy Way has been unstoppable, but a little bit shaky for both of them in that fight. It will be a pistol round for XLG to start. And something you mentioned, like having to carry on the sort of your I guess the weight of your brother after eliminating them. That was the case for both teams. Both teams had to go through a regional team to get there. So I'm almost looking at this as don't waste it. You had to send someone else home that, well, we talk about those friendships in GE as well, the relation that they have to Full Sense. And now you come in with a different relation of hearing these guys are scrim partners. They play each other a lot, so I want to see one of them maybe have a few extra ideas of how to beat the other, because that's where they will have practiced everything.
Scrim partners, previous teammates, what half of the players in this game used to play together in some form or the other, going across teams. So
that Ascension game had a lot of the players.
So it's definitely somewhere that they're familiar with the bodies on the opposite side of the stage. XLG have the pistol. Very strong start from Happyway. This little spam through the door and a very awkward fight afterwards. Okay. But the weapons now on everybody else for XLG. We don't expect to see them lose all too much. Nice bait by Patman. To jump out of the window to draw in the fight. Udaton has his vision back and they're looking to fight this together. Raga has to be careful. Doesn't know there's a player quite as close as he is, and this is getting costly already. Still, the numbers there for XLG. They don't want to lose anybody else, and it's a guessing game as to where Crystal is at this stage of the game.
There'll be a rifle retrieved. The SMGs are not really the worry at this point. Yeah, Crystal.
ที่มึงเอาชัวร์จัดอะชัวร์ชิบหายเหลือคนเดียวแม่งยังไม่มีใครเข้าไซส์
Additional weaponry winning here should be impossible. The damage not so much, especially if he waits for somebody to go for the plant. I like the check. Oh no, I don't like the check. It was hard check by Noman, but eventually he will go back. 2-0 for XLG, an important conversion. Now they'll look to build into this map, because I have a feeling the reason that G might have taken us here was after witnessing their display on this map versus DRG, which I'll be honest was very surprising from my side, because I thought they'd go into that match maybe not heavily favored, but at least like even competing on maps that they feel a little bit less confident on.
Well, yeah, I think we saw it in the rest of the series as well, where it was a much closer affair. But that first map, I started to question everything I knew. XLG, in my mind, they were coming in as favorites. I think they made less mistakes in their opening games, but DRG trashed them. It was 13-4 when it comes to Haven. Already, 2 on the board. It's a strong start. XLG take down Udaton as well. This is not going that poorly till Autumn shows up to the site. A double kill, a triple kill, in fact, before he finally falls. And yet still, we're into a 2v2.
It was to run it back, one of those kills that was traded out, and especially considering some of the weaknesses in play.
โอเคเปลี่ยนโพซิชั่นวางดี
I think
เนี่ยแล้วก็โดนสแกนแล้วก็โดนยิงทะลุตายไป
He's kind of stuck in a horrible position. They know exactly where he is, and Harvey just patient, now knowing where the last man is standing because of the ping. I'm not sure what went on
จะลีลาทำไมเนี่ยวางให้มันเสร็จแล้วก็จะไปหาที่ยืนจะได้ไม่ต้องโดน
You don't normally stick it all the way to the very end and then let go if you're baiting.
No, it's certainly a strange strategy. I don't know what they were expecting to come their way in a round with no ults and limited utility on the other side, but maybe just conscious of a quick re-aggression, some deadlock util, the net, the shocks, who knows? Who knows? Or maybe they just stopped defusing a little bit too early, or stopped planting a little bit too early. Either way, a 2-1 scoreline. Early half goes as it should, but now XLG come in. They put all their credits into this round. This is a full buy for the attack side with very little margin for error, but that can be said on both sides. If we are going to have a lights out start to this half, this will be the round that decides it.
I've seen this flash an awful lot if you watch EMEA. The GX doing it every single round, but gets you that additional little bit of space. Normally we'd come into a game and be highlighting the duelist players, talking about the fiery side of this matchup. But I'll say that the players I want to highlight in this game are all currently playing Sentinel. It was Autumn who will flex later on, and Happyway that, to be honest, to get them through split, had to drop 35 kills.
For GE in both games, Crystal has been solid. He's had at least one map where he looks like the best player on the server, and it doesn't even look close. Keep your eyes on him as this game goes on. Patman with the early aggression down C Long. He's been embedded for quite a while, and he's found himself the pick now. C Long no longer in the hands of XLG. They look to fight deep towards the spawn, and Rarga's taking a double, but they don't think there's more here. They weren't ready for Abby. 3 under his belt already, and Leo won't last long. GE looked like they were in trouble there, like they were backed against the wall, but they came out swinging.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. Like you see the fight forward from Raga, and they're able to take out both players. They go, okay, well, there was no re-swing. I guess Harvey just a little bit further behind on the rotation, but I almost wonder if they think he was baiting at that point just because of the gap that came in, but it worked perfectly. Harvey then still had to hit all of the shots, and that's exactly what he does. Hunter's Fury online. Opponent's economy completely reset. And well, in this round, other than some pistols and a stinger, not much to play with at all.
Yeah, they're going to sit back and wait. XLG thinking maybe there was some A aggression coming up. The smoke down on short, it's going to deny them even if they crossed over having any kind of fight in favor. Move towards the B site, and I think this is a good round for some experimentation. You really have to get an idea of what G are doing. They have so much, but the problem is they have so much. They can just keep changing up those positions, and the main problem will be Crystal. It's a very unusual comp to play against on this map, and those sensors are going to punish No Man every time he wants to dash in to take space if he chooses the wrong site.
Nice shot from Harvey. He's not necessarily been the highlight player individually, but he's had a great start to this game. And mainly that's because they've had so many other highlight players individually.
I got the spike.
Getting through. It's going to be awkward there. You even mentioned it. He tries to go over the utility that was blocking him, walks into more utility. A nasty setup. And for Patman just lurking around the edge of the smoke, they saw, okay, they've got all this utility. At least it's probably clear. And it wasn't. 3-2, a flawless round. And a huge start from GE because they have just built up a hell of a lot of credits after some much closer rounds.
Fair play to Patman there as well. I mean, Lysor ripped his head off with that stinger, or at least his helmet, but manages to find the correction just in time, walks out of there with 3 kills, and although the round probably wouldn't get out of control even if he does lose that fight, it's an extra weapon carried forward and less chances for XLG to do damage. A 2-0 start for that attack side, but XLG now lose the lead. GE seem to have complete control. Credits come back online, big buy coming in, one away from a run it back, one away from a Hunter's Fury. XLG have no shortage of opportunities in this round, but they're going to go very directly to the B site. No utility waiting for them there, but instead there are bodies, a barricade of bodies, and they're finding nothing but picks. Rarga's taken out of the ult, but he's right in the middle of the open. An easy conversion for Javi. And a 2v5, this buy round, it's going nowhere.
Yeah, I like that now they put the wall down as well.
It's like, almost died to that spam.
Yeah, as if it wasn't problematic enough. The B site, execution not working, and starting to see the same troubles again. A composition, you look at the Jet Phoenix and you go, okay, on the attack, that should be deadly. It should be where you get the majority of your rounds. Right now, they are struggling to not even get rounds, get kills. Happy Way still alive though. That's why you always be careful picking up against him. Incredible individual ability, but we're asking a lot here.
The ult used, it'll give them indication that they can plant on B, sure. But from here, Happy Way has to have a lot of confidence. Leo's 41 HP. I mean, my guy is in trouble, but he has a Hunter's Fury. Happy Way needs to take down some players and buy time, but now the hat comes off the head on the other side, and they know all about this man. It's a bit shaky, and it'll finish that way as well. Patman with a double to put GE on double the rounds of XLG. A pistol gave them a leg up, but they've fallen flat on their face ever since.
Yeah, and I think it is going to be a microscope put onto some of the players in this game, because it's a very weird scenario, because I think that Raga has been someone that you look regionally, he is fantastic. Like, he is someone that always seems to step up. When it gets to the international stage, it's looked very different, to the point where
This was somewhere where the defense came in and said, let's secure the win, instead of just trying to crush them into dust early on. And if XLG are being given no opportunities to get back in, they've got to start creating some.
Yeah, it's early days. I think the pistol gave them that extra bit of a buffer. But I can definitely understand why Lavoya wants to have a little chat with the team. They've already witnessed this get out of control versus their regional rivals in DRG, and I think we put GE on a slightly higher pedestal. Immediate.
เฮ้ยผมนึกว่ามันจะลงมันกำลังเงยหน้าอยู่เลยเมื่อกี้
Stuck that would have been one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life, but he didn't. Raga already with the trade though, and actually Happyway's found enough that it starts to get a little dangerous until Yudatan. Even still, these weaker weapons have put them into a 2v2 again. Patman is already walking behind though. The second they go for the plant, this is a problem. I don't think there's any way that Raga can react to this, and now Happyway's left in an awkward spot once again, blinded up as he tries to retrieve.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? The camera timing on short, when it's activated, didn't catch Patman. He got a timing, and the fact that there's a trip behind, but he's an omen. So he can easily just teleport past that. It's exactly what they go for. And GE find themselves wrapping up behind very quickly. Despite that, a small blip on the radar is what cost them the round, but they came in with weaknesses. They had stingers and a bandit, and they made that look really good. If they got the plant in there as well, Raga has the ult and a rifle having been recovered. They can go take short, fight back into the site with ease, go deep into the spawn. There's so many options for them, but GE recovered that nicely. That is good, though, to see a little spark of life from XLG on the low buy rounds. All they have to do is bring that same energy into the full buys.
I think my only worry is we have seen a bit of that already with like some of the earlier low buys that they can do damage. It's just, do they now go back to maybe some of the slower, more default rounds? They need to get rid of some of that utility. And wow, Yudatan has at least been caught. I didn't even think he'd get away with one. Unfortunately, that's another sort of cursed moment for WS Leo. He is 1-7, and that Hunter's Fury is not going to play a part in this round.
Well, Raga used his flashes up to get a little bit of control towards Garage, trying to cause problems for that defense, create question marks on the map. And for now, at least, GE's response is to play much more passive, cover off these angles. They have to watch the walkthrough in the window. They have to be careful of the wraparound on B. Result, whenever the fight comes in, they're not going to be in the best position to do anything about it. You look towards this A site. Autumn is completely isolated. He's got two trips, though, covering long and a camera watching for the short walk up. If he gets one and gets out, his job is done. And there's an easy reveal. The second trip, not expected, but Happyway converts. And Lysor's there for another. Now XLG are heating up. And the A site plant is locked in.
They found the weaker site. Well, they know exactly where Crystal is as well. We get to see one of those crazy clutch moments for him so far, and with the amount of credits that they currently have, I wouldn't be mad to see him go for this. His previous team facing off against him with no spams being found. In fact,
แม่งใจคอเอาช็อตยิงทะลุกันอย่างเดียว
Lysor to close things out with a triple, and a third round found for XLG after the pause.
Yeah, great opening pick as well. Setting a player up top box and one down a little bit lower makes it almost impossible for an AWP to get a pick and get out of there, regardless of who they're playing. On the Neon, even more so with that little prime time to get ready for the sprint. Yudatan found his pick, but he got punished immediately. XLG get control off of that, then hit a lighter A site.
แบบนี้พี่ว่าใคร
Shred every defender that was trying to float back through. Very nice round from the attack side. And again, just showing us that can get the work done. When it comes to those buy rounds, they don't use everything either coming through here with the Hunter's Fury. Still that Blade Storm in the back pocket.
I think my only worry so far is that even going into the late round there, not a lot of that utility is being broken. Now, of course, that kind of came through because the Sova got eliminated immediately. So they are going to start doing that and maybe just go for a more direct take. Already destroying what was thrown down by Crystal, but he's still doing a lot to delay them.
นี่โนแมนมึง
Second player further back
น่าส
is
งสาร
Happy.
ใช่ไหม
Won't last
โดน
very
แต่ละ
long,
อย่าง
and Crystal
นี่มัน
falls
เอา
out
ตัว
to
รอด
one.
มันได้ด้วย
XLG, this is something that was mentioned on the desk. Gaps, weaknesses towards this A site. XLG been running into numbers there, and it doesn't even
เข้า
seem
ใส่
to
แล้วมัน
matter.
ตายที่ไม่แปลกใจ
Definitely
เลย
feels like the attack have cracked
เดิ
the
น
code
ให้
to
เพื่อน
getting the
เข้า
spike planted,
นี่แหละ
and
เจ็ด
now in the post plant. Hunter's Fury is there, but it's on the site. It's not likely to be used, and they've lost Happy Way.
หายแล้วพี่
And
เว้ย
all coming in on the back lines means they fight forward, and no man brings the heat for the triple. At this point, the off being saved is probably the best outcome, but he's got to be quick.
เก็บข้าวของให้
30
ไว
HP, a straight shot to take him down. Okay, Udaton makes it out. Op is saved, but XLG, they are closing this gap round by round.
ตอนนี้ยังเป็นร่างแฮปปี้เวย์รอแบบว่าทีมเริ่มไม่ไหวจะเป็นแองกี้เวย์
แต่วันนี้ดูยิงทั้งทีมนะ
วันนี้เพื่อนมา
puts them one away from their opponents. And for the defense, they are going to be able to keep that
ชูตลอด
operator in hand and get a rebuy into the next round. But I wonder what is the moment that maybe we see a pause on their side, because if the momentum starts to flip, or more so if they've just found the gap, that weaker side, because even with the Sentinel in play and some clear knowledge that it would be a push into that A site, they definitely suffered. Instead, though, they're just going to stack up that side of the map.
Cover going out. G are looking for a bit of control early with that operator. The smoke makes it a bit more annoying for them. It still seems like they'll get some control for XLG. A different approach. A side had been working. GE come up with a solution, and now the other side of the map gets pressured. Let's listen in with XLG on this push.
Get in backside first. Come back side.
I know exactly.
ป่วยมาแล้วครับ
Guys, I go playing open. Nice, guys. 2v fight. Happy open, come.
มันเฟียวว่ะไม่เป็นทีมจีนที่คุยอังกฤษทั้งทีม
Wait, they don't have a small, guys. I play OT. Both B players. I play OT, guys. I run already. Go hard. Don't let them save up. No, let me pick.
ทีมหลุดมาด้วยนะ
You want play? Guys, chill.
ชิล
It's okay. You ran A.
เวลาเยอะนะจริงไม่
Well,
เล่
you
น
might
ได้
have
แต่
a
เนี่ย
couple of picks for Crystal and Udaton in the end, but that only confirms that they saved their rifles for XLG, showing that that A site isn't the only one they know how to get into. A very direct play from them in this round, and it's working. I like the fact that they go for deeper aggression as well, sensing that it wasn't being as well defended. No smokes called in the end, playing post plant. This is looking like a much more well-rounded XLG attack side.
Yeah, I think especially the fact that they are just now getting more aggressive and challenging for some of those post-plant control. I think when you have a composition like this, if you sit passive, you just don't really have the utility on those duelists to buy additional time. But just being disruptive, and I'm starting to notice that a lot of what G is trying to do on the defense, rather than actually playing into those retakes, which in some of the earlier rounds was actually working with them, they're making hero plays to try and save a teammate that's isolated. Like Patman especially, I think this has been a bit of a flaw at times in his game where he wants to try and win the round and sometimes ends up being the one to throw it away. But it was a gamble to try and make a play to help out his teammate on the site, rather than almost lean into some of those retakes.
Yeah, we saw him run out of garages there. Another direct play from XLG. This time more numbers and utility waiting for the Hunter's Fury. Still draws first blood. And Crystal's thinking about emerging from that smoke, but he'll never make it close. Rarka spanned him through. Great flash on backside and
ไม่ก็ไอ้หลักการอ๋อมันจะเป็นมุมสแปนอันแน่เสียงหลุด
potentially heard, and yes, Happy Way did right. Okay.
เกือบไม่แฮปปี้นะ
He gets it right in the end. The op of Udaton.
ตัวจัดไรซอ
Again, should be denied the ability to save. XLG wanted to stop him last time, and a couple of
ไรซอ
later,
แล้ว
they
กู
gave
ยัง
up,
ซวย
but this time the net is already cast so wide. Happy Way is sat on the A side. He's about to have a freebie, you have to think. Udaton is clearing it though. And he hits the shot. All right, fair enough. He has earned that op.
ที่ไวออฟอย่างนี้จะอยู่กี่ราว
Trying to be in the right place at the right time over the last couple of rounds, but he's never been in position, and unfortunately, wrong place, wrong time.
ไวจัดถือว่าเร็วนะพี่เอ๋ย
Cleaning up
แพสซีฟทำงาน
on that XLG side, and I have to say, I'm not sure what was said in the pause, be it to be that little bit more aggressive, be more direct, but Havoya has
ไอ้สกินนี้
definitely
นอกจากน้องจริงผมก็
made
ไม่
a
เห็นมีใคร
difference
ใช้เลย
because I think
ไอ้เวนดอลเมื่อกี้
after round
ฟลิง
6 he took the pause, round 7 was an eco, and then from then onwards they
น้อง
won
จริง
every
ก็เลิก
single
ใช้
round.
เลยด้วยไปใช้แชมเปี้ยนหมดมั้ง
Well, one more to play for after a 5-round streak from GE. Their lead has been taken over by XLG, and there's a chance that they could be trailing at the
จะมีเคยบอก
halftime,
กี
fighting
ได้แบบ
to
นี้
be
โดนไป
even
4 ราวติด
Stevens.
เลย
We move into the next, and that's
Ui,
a little
khủng.
pixel angle for Crystal with huge value. Larga down, and that's one part of their site push is dealt with, and the other part has an operator. Yeah, has found the opening place. Men down.
An immediate response. Jump over the top, but
มันไม่ค่อยมีคนสแปมตรงนั้น
not
ตาย
able
วัน
to
นี้
find anything. Operator going to be swinging in. It's not even needed. They are winning
เดี๋ยว
every
ซาวีมัน
single
รีบจัง
battle on the XLG side, and
น่ารอที่ซ่อม
Crystal's
อย่าง
ult is available, but it's one that only really works with reduced numbers. Going to try and throw it in just to clear the backside, but there was nobody there,
ว่าแหละ
leaving everybody with knowledge of where he is. And
เฮ้ยทำไมวันนี้มัน
easy
โหดจังอะ
closeout in the end for
XLG อะ
WS Leo.
โหดทุกคนเลย
7-5 from the position they were at. XLG have climbed right back into this game.
This has been an excellent resurgence from XLG. Like I said, 5 and 2 down. They dug deep. They found solutions across the map. They played a clean game, and individuals are starting to heat up and look confident. It definitely seems like GE could be in danger. And you know what? It is a good day to be an XLG fan, at least here in half number 1. There is
ตอนแรกนึกว่าจะดับประกันได้เยอะแม่ง 7-5 เฉยรั่วเลย
เพลงก่อนลืมต้องไม่เอาอยู่แล้ววันนั้นตบตาพูดจริงเหรอลิงลิงมันพูดจริงไหมเนี่ยบอสจะสัมภาษณ์ว่าอยากเจอ NRG มากกว่า XLG
perhaps thinking that it was a XLG who struggled against their they're not far away from winning.
Yeah, unfortunately for G, it does seem like they're a little bit cursed with their map choices. It happened yesterday. They were able to turn the series around, but for their sake, you got to hope that they've come in with a solid attack side. It's been a rough start to the game for Autumn, someone who was lights out in their series yesterday, but there's still a second half to be played. And the defensive side of this comp can be very difficult. Already, Raga caught. The same can be said for Noman, but he had support on the site. Lysor trying to hold the line, but running out of bullets, and well, I didn't have any friends to play with. 2 stand.
ถึงมือบอส
Can they turn this pistol?
Happyway has been very impressive so far, but Patman's quick to put him in his place, leaving Leo 1 versus 4. You know, that's definitely not in his favor. The deadlock wall certainly doesn't help out. I would say the trip behind, but they certainly already know where he is. That'll be a cleanup for GE and a chance to put things level at 7-7 if they can win the Andy Eco.
Yeah, that's the thing. It'll be both teams having a pistol, both teams winning 5 rounds in a row. Talking about them being scrim partners playing against each other regularly, it almost seems like this one's been mapped out, but I also do go in looking at GE on the attack. Like, you kind of expect having that double senti to maybe help you out on the defensive side. But I also do think that a lot of deadlock compositions have potential on the attack. At least to clear angles, make things that little bit more awkward, not leave you with safe space to stand in. So I definitely want to see what ideas they have. It will, however, put a lot of pressure onto Yudotan. Over on that Neon, it's going to have to be that hard entry for the majority of rounds. And at least in this one, a bit of a slower paced default. Of course, maybe even expecting there to be a stack, which there is. Although I will say at the moment, Autumn is walking directly into it. Of course, he's normally your lurk player, so this is kind of what you want from him.
It's a good thing the wall was in the way there.
It didn't look like it was, but you know.
No, it didn't, but pretty sure I saw a man get shot in the head and not go down. Autumn finds himself one, does some damage, loses a Marshal. It is what it is. If anything, confirmation for the rest of the squad that the seaside is the right way to go. The spike can make it there. It's been sprinting ever since he went down. It's just now making it towards the site. Deep position from Patman. This is a big risk, but he should fly under the radar. You never really expect someone to be embedded in a round like this, and it means plenty of kills coming up for Patman.
Yeah, he also had nothing to lose. I think that's the best thing about it. They kill him, they get a ghost. He's at least delayed them a little bit, and he can give the information over. He even threw down a deeper smoke to go like, okay, yeah, you need to play into this site from here. And instead, he's able to farm them up. 7-7, level once again. And for GE, it's not the greatest of bonus rounds, but Patman getting that many additional kills means he can now invest into a Vandal. They will, of course, be coming up against 5 rifles on the other side, though.
Yeah, but you take a look at what GE have to work with for the next. I mean, the money is stacked very high after a light buy in the previous. Oh, Patman! He might have had a big play in the previous round, but this one amounts to nothing. Great response from Leo. And XLG have the man advantage to work with. Good stun, but there's a second layer to this defense. Rarga was standing by. That's completely caught Yudotan off guard. Rarga with another, and the Molly buying more time, allowing them to break this wall, or at least have it decently broken. Oh, this is a problem.
So much damage, though. Harvey is desperately low, but even still, the bullet's not connecting. Not able to get the gun, though. And Harvey is just trying to run for the hills. I think realizing that, yeah, you know what, on 4 HP, planting pretty much anywhere on that site would have been an immediate death sentence. I think, though, he was hoping that maybe they rotate away. That's all he really has, is the element of surprise. And if they just wait and play this together on the XLG side, there is no element of surprise, because at some point he has to plant. And it even seems like they're beginning to make the rotation. Maybe he was hoping for a little bit earlier. They are very close by.
Yeah, the drone gets around in time, so they're not even worried about the gong. They know exactly where he is. And exactly pinpoint with a reveal up top. They know he hasn't gone to mid. They got there in time to fill in that space. The dots connected. Javi is going to have a sensational performance, and he almost had it. A shot fired at each player. Luckily, they didn't land. XLG are back in the lead.
Yeah, not bad for a bonus round, but I also think it wasn't really the weapons that you expected to do the damage in the bonus round. Patman with one of the only rifles fighting alone, and then Yudotan doing the same. It was definitely a bit of a, I guess, disjointed, more surprise factor style round out from GE, which you can kind of expect in those low buys, but now they come in with the full investment. Rarga will, however, have that run it back online. Definitely still yet to see the level we know we can from Rarga on this Phoenix. But with them being in the lead, I don't think it matters so much.
Standing ahead.
With them being in the lead, even without seeing it, exactly. The chance for him to have his moment. Doesn't feel too far away. For G, it's going to have to be great usage of this double sentinel comp while on the attack. It can be hard at times, but was certainly a period where the double sentinels looked better on the attack side than on the defense across a lot of the regions. Whether they can make it work is a different story.
Cage triggered.
Autumn's going to be spotted outside of A. They have no notion that no man's in this spot. That cage is going to go down very soon, and he could have himself a freebie. He wasn't peeking.
He's just holding the control. Oh, okay. It was a reaction shot from Autumn. Like, you see the swing come out to maybe try and get an individual fight, and Autumn's managed to get the kill, and we even had our own third-person observer for that one, in the form of Harvey. Even still, though, walking into what is the Senti setup, the spike on that side and still spread across the map is the rest of GE. A chance to maybe try and respond over the top of this. Plant not coming in just yet, but immediate double kills up for the global esports side. Raga's ult not likely to do too much in this moment as he was blocked out by all of the utility, and then he's caught in the back by Crystal anyway. A flawless round for GE into their attack side by, and guess what? We're level again.
That was a really nice play by Crystal. He decides to play much further behind the pack, deeper into Garage. And the response a lot of the time from that backside has been to put the paranoia through. Lysor fires the paranoia. I think it catches 2 or 3 players, but it doesn't catch Crystal. So once he goes to TP, the man in Garage has clear sight lines on him, takes him down. And that avoided what could have been a really nice fight back from Lysor up on that plat. Instead, 8-8. XLG challenged and forced down to pistols. This should be Global Esports taking themselves the lead.
Yeah. Well, that's going to help. I was going to say they've always been pretty good in these rounds, but when you have that mid trap and lose a player so early on A, there has to be that little itch scratching your brain that you need to rotate off of this mid control. But now, though, they are sticking around, and there is potential for an isolated fight.
Cage trigger.
Looking at Patman as the one, because he does, like, even in low buys, Patman, I feel like he likes to make some audacious plays, but for now at least, oh no, they're running back.
Yeah, they've gone to the players on A. A space has been taken there, but the problem is the spike has to make it across already. One pickup for XLG. This early push getting them in a really nice position. Crystal's made it out. Wall behind as well, just to contain. And a 4v3 from this spot doesn't look too bad for GE.
30 seconds
It got
left.
a bit scary, and Argo will heal up a little bit. Happyway's managed to find one. Even damage here would be nice, but we're starting to see the step up of Autumn. Okay, Patman. Both of these players are in a bit of a shaky spot, but never mind. Autumn there to save the day. After a very slow start to the game as well, he's now level. And GE find themselves back in the lead again.
Yeah, that's 4-1 in this half for XLG. It was a solid start, as we said, with the 2-0 up on the pistol. But they took a while to get into that first half. 5-round streak from GE that they had to fight back through. Now, GE get another very successful early half. This
We have seen in quite a lot of rounds double duelist aggress somewhere, solo Cypher. If that Cypher gets caught, you're almost screwed off rip.
Oh, let's see if XLG have figured this one out here on the defense. Flash in the pan, winning the 3rd round, but that's how you expect that early half to go. Anti-eco is all they've got under their belt. An immediate idea from Crystal to pop the ultimate, closing the distance towards this A site. Target selection here, it's going down below. That's a perfect hit. Rarger's going to be caught. Let's listen into this chaos.
Heal, can you plant? Get ready.
ไม่คิดว่าออก CP ไปหมดแล้วหรอวะ
CT safe.
Kill, get.
Omen TP somewhere.
Kill, can you plan?
Yeah.
Behind you, kill.
Miss spike. Plan for long, guys.
Guys, reset.
Long and short plan.
Guys, I have flash.
I can watch heaven on camera, okay?
Yeah. I have ulti, guys.
I have heaven on cam. I have CT also. I have the stun. Cannot come out yet. Probably gonna save.
Yeah, they save.
Good take on. They had money.
You don't pick, don't pick.
Well, this is kind of exactly what I was talking about, isn't it? They get the opener with that ultimate, they get into the post plant. Now, I will say, this time they actually went into the heavier stack site, but because two players were isolated out and it was only one player in, there was no chance for breaking that ult. I also, there's one small detail that I really like from Crystal, and that is he did not buy a rifle this round. Because I see so many players running in with that deadlock ult, and they just get shot in the face. And so you've just thrown away credits. He goes, I know I'm going to do that. I know I'm going to run straight in. I'm just going to buy a stinger. And then, if I get a guy, I can take his gun. It's given them a little economic boost. It's given them an opener. Or they're going to try and take the guns away. And there is Crystal with that rifle, who's going to manage to take down No Man with the AWP.
It's funny saying the guy's in the middle of the board right now, Crystal, but his impact in every map is tangible, and then sometimes he just pops up with like close to a 30 bomb. Like, this is such a valuable player to have. Thinking back to yesterday, it was the Pearl up against Full Sense, right, where he managed to flank like 4 players in one round. This guy has been a menace.
Well, it's funny as well, because for him, this game is personal. When he was on XLG, of course, in the tier 2, the import rule is 2. When you get to tier 1, it goes down to 1. And that meant they had to make a choice between him and Raga.
I must wait a moment.
They chose Raga. So now he has the chance to send them packing himself, send the players, send the org that didn't decide to keep him, and what Happy Way under serious pressure here, but he is going to survive.
One of the 2 rifles for XLG, but they've pushed him off the site. He'll be ready for the retake, although sporting a few scars from that earlier battle. And here we go. Wall broken. Drone going in. Flank going to be attempted as well by No Man. Updraft used already to get over the trip. This is dangerous. Everybody from G is focused on the site. They have no idea that No Man's here. He updrafted just as he stepped out of range. But now there's a smoke down on long. He can't fight through that. So the fight on backside is... It's completely easy for GE. Everything going their way until it's and Crystal bails them out again. 40 HP in it. And Flank had the potential to change the game, but they got just enough done before he arrived.
Give me the Crystal replay right now. Give me what he was doing in that moment. Oh, if I saw that across the stage, I'd be so mad. I do like the adaptation from GE. I think they started to realize that they were completely trapped.
Thank you for
that replay. Man is having a great time. Climbing up that board. 11 to 8. This attack side has started to run away like the first half, but it hasn't stopped. That's the difference.
XLG.
Well, being their map choice expectation was that go in the direction of GE, but it didn't look that way. Okay, TP from Pac-Man caught. Raga's going to immediately just send his ult through, caught by the stun.
Nice.
Made sure that didn't go any further.
Again, it feels like every round Crystal has that high impact. Life what a shot! And he almost corrected as well. GE find themselves a man down, facing into the operator. It's only going to get worse, and now Blade Storm's activated. No Man is not losing this round, not if he has anything to say about it. Leo, it's easy, as can be. 37 health on
กระสุนมันลอยไปไหน
Managed to avoid the spray from Leo, but the shot from No Man's a different story. 11 for GE, but now 9 for XLG.
ลาวเมื่อกี้ถ้าได้โนแมนไอ้ได้นั่นด้วยนะจิตตันโอ้โหน่าจะมีภาพ
faster pace attempt in that round initially from GE. It felt like when that didn't go to plan, the backup plan was just to try and retreat back into the B site, and it looked like XLG from start to finish were well aware, especially after the run it back. Even if you get caught, you cleared out a lot of that space. The operator of No Man finally able to find a couple of targets as well. And again, we're going to see that pressure put towards C from them. They're going to know early that it isn't this side of the map. It's just how early do G decide to go the other way, or are they going to walk back into this operator.
Right here.
Thankfully, I don't think anyone's rounding that corner before the drone clears it. And the op shot fired gives the game away. 2 players spotted. XLG no. Actually 3. They know that Sova was close as well, but they're not ready for Uniton to just walk in.
What?
เดินมายิงแบบชิว
I'm so perplexed. They had so much information. They saw him step forward when last they looked, and moments later, they're blindsided by a man that told them he was coming. Good stun too. Lysor dodges it, and well,
there was no follow-up.
I'm not sure what the idea was there, but well, styling on him hasn't worked out. The flank has though.
Yeah, no, a great round from Uniton. I will say the fact that it seemed like he also knew 2 players were there and just went for it. There was no teammate anywhere even remotely close. That was just it. Like, look at the map. It's mental that he just went, all right, I'm just going to win this round for the team.
There was an op there. Like, that is I completely agree. A crazy repeat to go for.
That is literally a man who doesn't give a damn. Like that is what I've just witnessed. And well, you know, he's having a good laugh about it because he has just won them the round. That's got to be infuriating as well for XLG. You have the right setup to stop him, and you just get wrecked.
Oh, there's no table strong enough to survive the bash that it's getting after that one. For XLG.
Ow!
Oh no, the barrel pointing through for Autumn. He's been sold down the river. And that's at least going to be the man advantage for XLG in a crucial round. Ult used by GE. They get space. They find the C site. But XLG are waiting as well. They still have a camera for when they go for the retake. What they won't have is Rarga.
Eventually. Happyway's not in a bad position, but it definitely seems like they know there could be a player here. Even still, though, Leo's done well. Trade back as well, putting it into a more advantageous position. A singular kill will get Harvey his ult, but they are being flanked again. Of course, all of that scythe utility is gone. Well, so is Uniton as well. Harvey needs a clutch for the ages, but he's already managed to. He's being revealed and flanked, but the fight in front's a little bit ahead. Also gets the last, but finally No Man strikes from the back. That 1v4 shouldn't have even been close. But, you know, he makes it look pretty good.
This time the flank from No Man works out. Thankfully, he didn't have 2 targets to deal with. 12 to 10 and 2 chances. Again, though, with how this started for XLG, I love the setup they went for. Happyway's so smart to just tuck in. Here's some utility being placed, but doesn't jump the gun, waits for his teammate to take a fight, and then he's there to catch the player who's trying to trade onto his buddy. Very nicely done.
I love the change in emotions immediately. It was very close. It was very close from Harvey, but they are, again, it is only down to 2 rounds. This half especially has felt very good.
Outlaw. Look at the outlaw buy from Uniton. It's nasty. He's just been wall banged through that wall on long down to 55, but he's going to be able to one-shot hit anybody except for Lysor.
And Happyway has no shields. So I guess clearly the credits on the other side of it have really been brought low just by the amount of damage that was done by Harvey in the last round. Even still, though, G set up with multiple ultimates, but they're just waiting. Especially with this double duelist, you expect aggression. You expect someone eventually to have to go looking for information. Come on, there it was. But they didn't quite manage to catch the kill.
It's only a matter of time before someone faces Uniton. The spike making it back to the C side. Here comes the peak off the back of the Hunter's Fury. They're trying to force players out of position, and they've done that. But Crystal was the one to fall. A nice shot by No Man, and that's immediately got G to cancel this push and look elsewhere. But meeting up with Autumn might not be the play. Well, that's an awkward reveal. They're not fully pushed up short. That's good information from Leo to have, I suppose.
20 seconds left. Time ticking down. Raga in position, but he's lost his teammate. Now he's the only one remaining on this site, but he gets support from above. Shutting it down at least for now. 10 seconds for the remaining players of G to get in, and they find both kills. No Man, he maybe just needs to survive. In fact, he does. Pat catches him. G
มัวแต่ยึกยัก 3 เกมอีกไหมเนี่ยโอ้โหมีตี 3อะบอกเลยคู่แรกเล่นกันอย่างช้า
รอบแบบหลังๆมันทีมมันสูสีเจอกันจัดให้3แมปคู่เลยเหรอ
โอ้โหแต้มเลยอะ
XLG had the great plans today. They weren't taking map control, they weren't faking out the sentinels, they weren't breaking the utility. There was a nice timeout that came in later from Havoya, but it was essentially just a very simple, let's just go A and try and win there, and that worked. But yeah, I think that tough loss for XLG.
Yeah, thankfully that timeout that came in though kind of helped them even up at the half towards towards that half there, and then at the end I think it's one of those ones where you're looking at global esports and you're starting to look at the individuals here now stepping up when it really matters most, you know, considering that elimination is on the line today.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, XLG did have good timeouts, but overall, Global Esports reading that much better. And there's a player that we've been talking about a lot. It's Patman. Yesterday, we're like, we need to put out the Pat signal, but it sounds like he's come and, you know, put on his Pat suit and he's ready to go.
Yeah, he was a key player in a lot of these holds, I feel like. Of course, they had the Sentinel utility on the extremities, and then he was just running around, doing his thing, flooding into these sites, anchoring really well. And that's the Pat I love to see.
It's a good sign that Pat is turning up, because I think that as much as it's great that kind of these other players that we've highlighted, Crystal and Yudatan and the likes, I think that Global Esports just feel like a completely different team when you actually have the more experienced players such as Patman being able to show up on the stage.
Yeah, it helps so much. You know, together he's sharing the calling with the IGL Javi, and I think this is what we want to see. You know, how they communicate together.
Yeah, I think we've been highlighting players that we don't usually see on GE stepping up. If you have Crystal stepping up, Yudatan stepping up, Ultim doing his thing, and then Patman playing like he was in Pacific, this team has got firepower and danger if they win today going into the playoffs.
Yeah, that's right. And you know, that's why some of us have them going to top 4. I think this is definitely, I mean, jokes aside, I do think this is one of the dark horse teams of the tournament. And again, while some of them are on the global stage for the very first time, a lot of the players have a lot of experience. And it's just so interesting now that we're seeing how these two teams who are so familiar with each other are reading each other. And now with Lotus on the horizon, I'm very curious how this is going to be panning out. The last time Global Esports played Lotus, the last 2 times, wasn't great. It was against PaperX though, so maybe there's a case for that.
Yeah, PaperX pretty good at Lotus, so I'll give them a free pass. But the interesting thing was G were playing the exact same composition XLG were playing.
Yeah, they yoinked it.
Yoinking the triple Sentinel comp.
They literally yoinked it.
So you could tell that they are scrim partners and they were practicing it. Didn't really work out. But I do want to hear what the XLG coach has to say ahead of map 2.
Here with Coach Huvoya of XLG. Huvoya, 10-13 was the score line. What was supposed to happen on Haven for you guys that kind of didn't happen?
I think we gave too much control for the Cypher because he was solo taking a lot of the zones, same as Batman when he was playing Omen. I think we should take a little bit more deep space in defense. And overall, we just maybe panic in the crucial situation, but I think we are doing much better than yesterday. So let's see how Lotus goes.
All right, thank you so much, and let's head back to the server.
Okay, would you guys agree with that? They're doing much better than yesterday? Because that's what coach.
Yeah, I mean, I also really agreed with his reads there. Like, it seems like Havoy is always giving good answers. It's just that maybe sometimes the execution in the server isn't there. On that defense, they should have been taking a lot of space. The attack side there didn't have lots of utility. So I think that there's always a little bit of perception coming out from him. It's just whether the team can execute on it or not.
Well, we were talking about Lotus just now, and you were saying that Global Esports, the last time they played this, they were lifting XLG's comp. Didn't work out. Do you think this is going to come back out again today? Because again, when you're playing like a team, like XLG is a very different team than PaperX on Lotus.
GE, I don't know. I can never guess what they're going to come up with. The fact that they've played the comp knows that they should know some of the weaknesses. They did lose 13-4 though, so maybe they really do know the weaknesses.
GE. I think they've changed composition like 3 times on this single map alone, never mind what they change from week to week. And that's what I was kind of talking about as we went into that last agent select, is how sustainable is that, especially at a global event. And it looks as though they are going to steer away from the triple Sentinel mini and instead going for that double duelist.
Yoinking the PaperX comp instead. Losing the PaperX. Yeah, we'll just play that comp. They lost 13-4 playing XLG's comp when PaperX were running this composition. So maybe it's going to be a very PaperX heavy strategy from them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued to see those anti-strats come through. We've spoken about how great they are in doing that, but I think Autumn being on the Jet is a key component for me. We spoke to him yesterday about transitioning from that Sentinel mindset into something like an entry. We saw it on the Phoenix yesterday. We're seeing it on the Jet today.
I'm not sure how GE are going to go around the map and breaking all this utility. Their composition is all in. So maybe the strategy is just ignore the walls, dive over them, and get in the face of XLG.
Well, it seems to be working really so far, especially on Haven. We saw rounds like that getting in their face and catching them off guard, even though they do know each other so well. Well, Global Esports is 1 map away to qualifying to playoffs. Let's see if XLG can bring it back as we send it back to our casters.
Thank you, Victoria. XLG certainly putting on a better face when it comes to Haven, and now they come to a map where, well, we've seen them challenge NRG not too long ago. They didn't win it. It was a very close affair. I think my hopes are definitely high that we can get a 3rd map out of this one.
Yeah, I definitely expect it. GE are trying to choose a PaperX comp to beat a comp that they were running. And I've learned in life trying to copy PaperX is a gamble and a half. We'll see if it works out for them. Through the smoke they go, and what Happyway has just met almost the entirety of the opposing team. One player has just been stuck behind the wall, by the way, all the way back towards the spawn, and they are still looking to fight even further forward. Lysor is waiting. But now that he's seen the aggression, that's where GE decide to go back.
Well, GE are now looking to fight in water, but that net could be huge. They've got so many. XLG should walk out of here with a lot of kills, and in fact, they very much do. A 1-0 start for the defensive side. And again, this is where they were putting on a very good show up against NRG on the defense. Starting out with a pistol, definitely a good sign.
Yeah, for sure. Like you go back to even before playing against NRG and regionally, once they started playing this comp, I think it was 3 different appearances. They lost 9 rounds total. So I think it was a 13-2, a 13-0, a 13-7. So this is a composition that teams in China at least will have been trying to beat and failing. And sure, GE obviously will have come in and they know their scrim partner, they know the comp, they know what's coming. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to have the ability to beat it. Already though. It means that I'd say at least on the A side there's some vulnerabilities in this weapon's range, but on the rest of the map on B and C you can play a lot of close angles, and of course in this round they're not up against much.
Well, yeah, those Spectres are going to shred anybody that they come up against, as long as they can get those first shots off. Nice paranoia. There's not going to be much a chance for Yuditan to even make it out alive. That said, he survives a little longer, gets traded out on. Not bad damage if they can get a few more. That looks questionable. Okay, Javi's done well. Oh, Javi's done very well. He was caught there by the net, and Crystal now has a chance. Still just a classic to work with, and no man will get him in the end. But you know, Tom, when you come in with 5 Spectres, you don't want to be getting out with just 2.
Yeah, no, you kind of expect that to almost come home as a relatively clean round when your opponents have nothing to play with. But it was just Harvey at the back of the site that made that one incredibly costly. It means there's not going to be a lot to play with here, other than, of course, the bounds of utility that are available for XLG. And I will say, going into this map, something that does excite me is seeing Autumn back on the duelist. I think over the last couple of days, that has been where he truly shines. Already some aggressive space taken, a bit of a shaky fight initially, and in fact Lightsaw has been able to bring this back. So I was going to say an even scenario, but eventually Patman caught him.
Now with 2 pistols left to try to take these fights on such a big map as well, it's going to be hard to find any value. XLG though have Happyway's utility covering off C. They've got a camera outside that's giving a ton of information. Very deep control. And a lot of utility sat on the site, albeit without Nomad, 2 of those sensors won't do anything. So really, all they have to worry about is the A site. All they have to worry about is Leo taking a fight. But tucked in this corner, there is they're going to check it. Of course they are. Autumn first around the corner, nicely done, and now planting the 3v1.
Happyway. It now comes down to damage, and if he continues on this trajectory, they're going to get the information very early that he could be coming from behind. That's the problem. There is still the wall in play, and there you go with it being tripped immediately. They know that they can take towards the spawn. Just look at Crystal. He's already walked all the way back around. Just watching in case he comes back through B. The rest of the players can just hold on to the cross. It becomes incredibly difficult. Now, the one good thing for Happyway is he's found a rifle. Has enough to buy into the next round, but also he can start to question, do I just want to hold on to this gun instead?
Well, exits would be very valuable for him, but stepping into Crystal's angle has one outcome, and one outcome only. 2-1. And look, again, this is the early half we expect. You win the pistol, you win the follow-up anti-eco, and now you come into this, the bonus, and lose it. It all goes as expected. When we talk about the defensive side for XLG, we know that in buy rounds, when the footing is even, they have a very good chance after what we saw up against NRG. And so this round is really where I expect to see that turn around. You can see right away on the A site, they're going to try some aggression. Rarga's going to put that slow down, stopping G from taking space, but with a dash online, Autumn can still make it across. In fact, the Blast Pack's got Yuditan there. The TP got Patman in. They are committing to this fight on GE's side. There's a lot more bodies than they might expect here, though.
This is the benefit of this comp, and already Yuditan walking into angles has managed to find a couple. In fact, that's his 3rd of the round already. Raga with a couple of low enemies. Had a chance, but
there's flank coming in.
Yeah, they're both just waiting. They're almost just trying to bait. They're making sounds while not giving anything away, like maybe trying to get him to keep looking. Well, Crystal just a little bit early on that one. But they can now just rotate back in the other direction. Raga given slightly more of an opportunity. Actually, that's Rez.
Yeah, but look who's waiting around. Crystal hasn't fled the scene. Instead, he's still waiting on the A site.
ไม่เรียกเพื่อนด้วย
He'll find himself the close to the round. The second for GE in the lead, no longer in XLG's hands.
Solid round from Yudotan as well.
Oh yeah.
By isolation. Some of that individual brilliance that we saw, especially in the series versus Leviathan. And okay, well, no.
ไปเล็กจะได้เลือกใหม่ได้นะครับผมทีมวางได้เลือก
To go, okay, we need to change something now, otherwise if this happens 3 or 4 more rounds, we're already in a bad spot.
Yeah, I agree with you entirely. Seeing that pause out early is unusual. You won't see it a lot. Usually it means the game plan from top to bottom is not working and something drastic needs to change. For XLG, adjustments made, hopefully, but this will not be the round that, well, at least the majority of the time that we see the reward found for any of their labor. GF full rifles. They have ults to fall back on. Even if you can get one of those out of them, it could be a win. The Seekers, perhaps, the most likely, or the Showstopper, but this should be an easy follow-up from GE and an opportunity to take the lead as they're up against just a couple of pistols. No shields across the board, making this weapon in Autumn's hand very, very dangerous indeed. But I like what XLG are doing, just sitting back and setting traps, waiting for GE to step into them.
Okay, well, Seekers are going to go out. That makes all of those positions nowhere near as valuable. This is the thing, you might look at that and go, hey, they got an ult out of them, but when they have as many as they do, you almost want to cycle them a little bit. Having all 5 online is almost a waste at times, and if it makes a round like this cleaner, helps you build those credits up, that holds a lot more value for the side of global esports than just having all of those ults for the next round.
Yeah, as much as you'd love to have Seekers to go into a site with the Showstopper, you also have the Skydog. Should help out. Just to find that information to point the rocket in the right direction. Lysor, last alive, and look, if they didn't already hear the bookie firing earlier, they certainly know what they're up against now, seeing that smoke bloom. But for Lysor, we can see his chances of getting any kills are fairly low. Going down to the spike is his play, and well, even if he goes towards spawn, he'll die to Yudotan, who does have the Showstopper already. So giving him an orb is not the end of the world. A little bit of cash and a 3rd round for GE.
Well, that's kind of the funny thing is, like, I was looking at Autumn, like, almost tempted to go into that smoke. It's like, no, you have ult. Everybody other than Patman has ult, who needs 1 orb. There really isn't any value in you fighting this anymore. Let him keep the bucky if he wants to. And while in the end, Yudotan's position is enough. Lead taken by GE. But this really is looking like a swing round. 4 ultimates, well, almost online for both sides, but 4 already on the XLG side. Buy back up after the pause, which was where we saw the turnaround in the first half of the last map. And I wonder if they're going to maybe play a slightly more passive game, force their opponents to execute, but that's not quite as worrying when you have these ults online.
Yeah, you're looking at No Man. Ability to get in there and just steal one of the other players. GE have already made noise on this C site, and you can see XLG are ready to pounce. No Man standing by, thinking about the annihilation, but all the while,
Shadows traveling.
GE are scaling up now towards this A site. Less heavily defended. This is where the res is as well, so getting these picks early is going to make it much harder for XLG to ramp back into things. But the problem is that while they're creeping up here, it seemed for a moment like XLG had a perfect read. They haven't sent No Man this way, at least, but Leo is still standing by. 3 players on the A side. The fake on C better be good.
Oh, there goes that showstopper. Blind up initially, but that hasn't slowed him down. He might not get it with the showstopper, but he has found it elsewhere. Raga's done well. Res, of course, available, but getting in for it is not going to be possible. And just to make sure that space is confirmed, we are going to see utilization. And actually just an aggressive peek out from Crystal. 1 player caught. Res used. And that puts the favor back for the defenders. Oh, the stun actually caught him. That was enough for a trade out. And now No Man brings it back into a 1 versus 1. But I don't know if he's ever seen Autumn in this corner. He almost walked past him just moments ago. The spike not planted for him, and that's why he doesn't check that way. It is a back and forth of sorts. A res used. And so much more. But it's GE still to come out on top.
Yeah, that's a really big blow to XLG. GE now sitting with a ton of credits.
Bold.
Outside of that, they've got the Blade Storm on Autumn, who I think is going to come in here with an Outlaw, and XLG put all their credits into that last one. They put ultimates into that last one. Even No Man showing up in a big way was not enough. XLG trailing by 2. The pause changed nothing. And GE have a chance to extend this even further. In fact, great net from No Man. I mean, they really didn't see that one coming. But for GE, this is their opportunity to push up to 5. And if it's clean, to build up an even bigger buffer of credits. XLG, it's sad, but in this round, they almost need to do damage.
The other side of the coin is some of those ults that were expended in the last round can start to build back up. So either way, GE have got to be very happy. 4 rounds already versus what is normally an incredibly tough comp to play into on the defensive side. And you can't help but feel that that missed shot on the stunned-up player made all the difference in the last round. Harvey somehow able to save himself. Even still, a bit cagey from GE. They know how important this is. Of course, a team that the talking point was that they never make playoffs. And that's regionally. We're talking about in Pacific now. They are a map away from making it elsewhere. Thankfully, Autumn was well aware of the potential of a close position.
The updraft in a small room does sometimes make it hard to hit. You flick up a little bit too high. I'm not even sure that's needed, Patman. I mean, he loved going for the TP plays last map. This time you're up against an eco in a 5v3, and he's like, I'm going to go for the flank play, boys. Fair enough. He's got himself 2 kills for his trouble. Hopefully we don't see that backfire a little bit later on. GG seem to be feeling confident, and the flawless round will certainly help.
Yeah, 5 rounds already. Normally you'd be looking at that and going, that doesn't feel like a death sentence, but 5 in a row versus a triple Senti defensive side comp. A lot of the time, if they get to start on this side, you don't really need the other side. They have shown stuff in the attack as well, but this is starting to feel a little bit detrimental. And that early pause kind of sold it that they wanted to stem the bleeding. It feels like, Mitch, this has to be the time that they stop it.
Yeah, this has to be where they restore order to this defensive side. An operator in play for Rarga. And so far, you even think back to the last full buy they had, they looked so good on the retake on A. And so many pickups. No Man was on a tear. GE get Patman into position, pushed up on A. He's looking to catch the rotations, and the rest of the team is looking to bait them. Seekers go out. Finding some info to work with, but this is all a ruse, and now it's time to go for Patman, but he's been spotted. The Prowler sees him. Now the element of surprise dissipates, and you won't get a free sight anymore. Now they are calling for rotations back. The op is coming into play. The Paranoia didn't land either, but Patman shifts focus towards the B site. That net is good. It's caught Uditan, but now he's got backup. They're playing the high-low. It's across the map for GE. They're fighting everywhere. It's going to be confusing for XLG as to where they're going in. Happy way. They're finding all of the picks.
Happy way not very well. I think he was the most likely to be isolated in that fight, but getting 2 picks from it. Still a sensor
โค
here,
ตรเห็น
but
มาไวกว่านี้อีกหน่อยนะ
all that's really going to do is give the game
Leo
away.
mà.
Leo's
วางหลอกอยู่
committed a
รอ
little
เพื่อ
bit
นก่อน
further.
พอน
Spike you in.
10
seconds left.
That's exactly what he's going to do. 8 seconds left. Patman, all he can really do is make this costly. A nice quick double, and wow,
ถ้าได้
there's
พร
Leo
ไป
at
นี่
the
เป็น
end
เรื่องนะ
to close out the round. XLG
ดูขนาดนี้ต้องรอ
will
ดู
find
จับสาย
themselves a third. And now we
แล้ว
expect
จะ
to
ตี4เลยนะฮะ
see them build into this half a little.
Obviously, Leo's there in the end to close the round, but it's also before even the first shot is landed that he really earns his money in this one. The fact that he puts that prowler out to check if someone's outside A reveals Patman, who otherwise would have had an easy lurk. That those players were starting to rotate. Rarga was running away from the A site. He would have had a 1v1 on a player that had no idea he was there, but Leo was curious, and the prowler got them the early read on the play. Validated their concerns, and now a 3-5 scoreline. It's not pretty, but plenty of rounds left in this half to still shape up as a good one for the defense. Rarga's on the angle, and he will find that with ease, even the wall to slow them down on the tree play.
Yeah, making sure he can't be surrounded allows him to lock in on the angle. There has been a TP across already, but and the slows put into play. He knows exactly how to play around his utility, and even has support. Although Noman does have to be a little bit careful. I definitely don't think he knows that Patman's already ahead of it. A chance maybe to just wrap around and find that kill, but there's the first. The second player behind the wall at least. Even still, that man advantage kept, and there's re-aggression coming out from Leo as well. Patman is just trying to do everything. Spots the player. Knows that he's there, but his teammates are all falling like flies. We're watching a man play a masterful game of ring around a Rosie, but unfortunately his teammates aren't alive to help him out. Still an advantage here for XLG.
They'll at least get the plans. 2v3, someone needs to step out of the way, and with the nightfall going in, it's going to be a difficult round. Shot landed on the Rarga, but he's still alive up top, not for long. Happy does well. The drop down not heard though. Here's a big swing from Happy Way, and he'll get there in the end. XLG, a 4th round locked in.
ผมสงสัยอย่างนะเมื่อกี้โดนตี2 คน
Now we're starting to
ยัง
see
ย่องกันอยู่อี
this
ก
defensive side take shape.
It's very interesting because you go back and look at their games regionally. You'd think that maybe the 13-0 was 12 rounds on the defense. It was 12 rounds on the attack. But it's when they brought it here versus NRG where they struggle more on the attack side. So it's obviously imperative that they still throw in
บอก GG ปุ๊บแม่งมาเลยวะงงว่ะ
แอดปั่นป่วนจัดวันนี้
Well, Rarga on XLG picking up that operator. Found them a lot of success in the previous round. Opening on A, slowed the play massively, got the rotates in. Was even traded out in the end. For XLG, they're now 1 round behind. Picking up some momentum. With a few rounds left to go, the lead could still be theirs at halftime. G's attack. Trying to avoid Rarga on A. They've walked into him on B, but this time they live to tell the tale.
Well, yeah, in fact, he was the one that took the majority of the damage.
จังหวะชุลมุนครับ
Ult usage, not really a chance to respond. The nade almost finishing off Noman, but
ปล่อยเอามา1
that will be Harvey. And he had the spike.
โต2
Oh, that's really rough. That is a special delivery all the way to the C site. What do you even do?
They haven't realized. They haven't noticed just yet that the TP can be taken. Patman doesn't have ult online, and no one's hit tab to realize. Now they know. with the orb taken that spike is not going to be there for long. It's stolen back, and GE walk into the A site wide open. For XLG, it's not a bad idea. Sure, they're going to concede a plant, and Lysor is very low. But the main thing is to avoid losing players in these early skirmishes. Play that retake together. And for now, at least, they've avoided any early flare from GE.
Yeah, but look at the ults. Showstopper for Yudotan could be a real spanner in the works. They'd love to have that Annihilation back online now.
อ๋อถ้ามันคงหยิบไอ้เหี้ยปลาของไม่เดินไป
He's just holding it. He wants to try and deny them. It's a nice shot from
กูต้องบอก
Raga.
ไม่ได้ใช้อันตีแล้ว
Earlier on, but he's still able to survive. The knives also not getting anything just yet, but there we go. Already a pickup. Crystal also on the other side of this has found another res. Utilized the up top position of Batman gets nothing, and now all that remains is Crystal versus the whole team. And Arago once again.
ไม่ทัน
Does he have enough time for the defuse of the rest of the team and run away? And no! It seemed like they have it, but just a little bit too slow. The spike will act as a Red Bull clutch.
I need to turn my volume up, and hell, maybe they do as well. That's ridiculous. 0.5 as well. Much bigger gap than I thought. And they clearly didn't know either, committing to that defuse, hoping that it would be close enough, but the realization kicked in before the spike had exploded. GE doing just enough. Less than a second in it, but a sixth round finds its way into their back pocket. Guaranteed neck and neck at the half.
It's the showstopper. Yeah, that was it. Just that he held it just for a little bit of time. Sometimes you'll look at that and go like, oh, maybe that's a Rosa ult, but not in this case.
Saying it popped in a bit earlier than I expected, but right on time. Very well done. Looks like XLG putting a lot of stock towards this C hit. They've got the right read, but they don't know just how right they are. Dog going through will keep them in position. Happy Way has very, very passive utility there, playing to punish GE when they take space. And I meant more so towards the C site after the plans, but
okay.
Well, in both cases, very nice early fights.
The spams through as well.
Spike down, C.
That's where the Guardian really holds its value. A nice trade back from Crystal, though, and he does have his ultimate online. Again, timing it correctly. Could remove weaponry, but instead he's gone swinging. And he's found Braga, and not in the way he'd hope. Autumn in a 1v3. He could reposition through the B site. Still a lot.
30 seconds left.
The wall now breaks, and Braga already watching on that angle as well. Even making it on this cross is not going to be easy unless he can hit the shot immediately onto Leo, and he cannot. Braga already back in position once again, but is he just going to run through? Can he make it through before his opponent stops him? Door needs to be broken. 10 seconds, and he's even hit. I think that might have been through the wall.
Yeah, it was. He's left him down to 54. That's going to make this a damn sight easier to slow the paranoia even more so. And yeah, you're dead to rights. Really nice stuff from XLG now. We are seeing, again, what looked like domination to start this out after the second round. XLG slow down. G start to run away with it convincingly so in some of the rounds. It might have been slow to get on the board, but there's no denying them now. One round left in the half, and XLG can still make this an even one.
Yeah, it is starting to feel like Haven once again, where G come out of the block strong.
It's Raga's off, man. It's just made such a difference. It feels like every round he's either getting the information, but not being punished if he misses the shot. Or, in the vast majority, he's got them a man advantage. And then some. And you can't push him after because he's using his util to slow.
Yeah, it's the slow, the wall, whatever he can put into play. Last round of the half. And it's not the prettiest from GE either. Stingers for the most part. Of course, they can still take the weaponry away with that steel garden. And the ultimate's not built up on the other side. Leo is trying to get himself a little bit closer, but unless he is getting a multi-frag, likelihood is that Nightfall will not be used.
Minute on the clock. And GE are very happy to sit and wait. 28 shots. Yeah, we go to the Classic eventually. Honestly, I think it would have broken just off of time. With not that much of a difference, but we got one mag left for Udaton.
He's baiting them in. He's baiting them in. And you know, he has kept 2 players. Seeker's about to be used. See, they're trying to put Lysor in and now looking to remove the weaponry, but obviously it does take a second or two. Lysor's just going to have to run out of there, and I like the Thorns. The Thorns forced him to take a lot of damage on the way out.
Shield stripped, but he's going to go and at least get that heal back from Rarga. Again, we've seen this net before. This time Udaton very close. He will be caught, but not before he gets one. Not a bad trade for the weaker weapons in this round. Still 2 rifles to work with. Patman gets tagged, doesn't even get the heal there. Steps into the smoke a little too early, and Rarga shuts him down as well with the recovered rifle. A look for the fight on Javi. He's not seeing the angle, but now he has. Slipping himself away to hopefully have that cover from Crystal, but the smoke up has blocked him out. He's got to be quick. They could be defusing for all he knows, but they've given the game away now.
เฮ้ยเตะสักครึ่งก่อนไหม
And finally he will strike. The patience from Crystal, a flash still to work with, sees them defusing. He's got to swing in.
โอ้โหตั้งนานไม่เตะ
Just in time for the Red Bull clutch.
What a round coming out
มันเป็นอะไรมันจะระแวงอะไรขนาดนั้นมันไม่วิ่งมายิง1-2ไปไว
wrap around all the way through on that flank. And just impressive stuff individually to not outrun at the end when you know that they could have been defusing, utilize that flash as well. That is just an intelligent player in the clutch.
A 2-round lead for GE, who are already up a map. This is definitely looking like XLG are in trouble, but I think they found enough towards the end that the second half isn't.
ไม่คอมมันอ่ะสมมติถ้าไหลเข้าไซไปเราได้เซตอัพอ่ะจบเลยมันใช้วอลเซกไหลเลยเก็บคอมนี้แต่ถ้าโดนชาร์จมาเข้าไม่ได้ก็ตามมัน
Scrim partners, relationships throughout with Crystal being an XLG member, XLG being the team that sent out Udaton and Noman when they played on prior rosters as well. Even Autumn and Lysor have a connection with FPX, but only one of them can go marching on as they eliminated 2 other teams from their respective leagues. Only one of them makes it into the playoffs, and for GE, they are going to hope to try and do it in 2. But for XLG, regionally, that attack side was strong. But I do think they're going to want to get a pistol.
No man's got to be careful. He's got the spike right now, and the flank coming in. It looks like the timing could be good to catch him. He's rounded the corner just in time. Instead, it's Leo. He's really thrown to the wolves there. XLG lose themselves their fade. They'll get the A site for this. Oh, maybe they won't. The wall's blocked out the spike. Again, No Man is isolated, is trapped, and he'll make it back to his buddies.
Yeah, there's been a few moments already that could have made this round incredibly spicy. Instead, it's Leo sacrificed. a post plant, which is normally where this composition becomes so tough to break through. The wall already in position, and a flank already spotted. It may be a man advantage, but there aren't a massive amount of advantages for GE here.
No, this can very easily flip-flop in the other direction. He's got three! Lysor tucked in the
อุดร
corner.
ธานีไหนพี่บอกว่ามันไหลเข้าไซด์ได้แผ่นแล้วมันจะ
Coming his
มี
way. What a round
โค้ด
from
แผ่นเดือด
Udaton. That's going to get
อันนี้
GE
มัน
up to 8.
ไปหน่อย
That's just nightmare
แม่ง
fuel for XLG.
โดน
You
ให้
want
คม
that boost into the half, and a guy runs around the corner. Multiple people trying to face him off tap, and he just absolutely destroys them. Quick enough to correct, but also a little bit disjointed from the other side, not quite able to find those trades. Gives GE that little bit of a boost, and as I said, that is the last thing XLG wanted on their map choice, a map that regionally has been flawless
XLG
over the last few
ผิดหวัง
months.
ว่ะไป
It would be back-to-back defeats on it if
เฮ้ยกู
they're unable to make a recovery. But fact is, recovery is not expected in this round.
They had the net land to start this out, but no one followed up, and the Crystal now surrounded, finds himself in a bit more trouble. Or Patman, excuse me. Crystal from further back, firing in those shots and making it out, and buying a little bit of time. But XLG aren't looking to change the direction, at least from what we're seeing. A Skydog might change their mind. They know now rotates have happened. They know the C site's a little better defended. But you're either going to rotate into space that you've given up, or you're going to pump the brakes and just hope that GE start second-guessing themselves.
They're going to try and just walk it. Flash is going to let them know, but Nomad's managed to win the fight. Crystal here, but the jump across is fantastic. They're playing this one well as a team, but they still have to deal with
ไม่หยุดยิงไม่หยุด
มาแล้วว่าอุด้ง
back-to-back triples at a minimum. And he's now waiting for his teammate to come in behind. Happaway still with a rifle, expecting
ตอนนี้เป็นอาซูน่าให้ไป
something.
เวท
I
ตาย
like
ไป
the
แล้ว
angle he's taking, but unfortunately left a little bit
อันตีไปแล้ว
open. Another Udaton round, a showstopper online.
หัวใจ
But the fact is that was still a little bit too close.
Yeah, the panic version of me was thinking, well, we have the showstopper. Maybe you just throw it in to win the round. But I think that was the backup plan here. Let Autumn go. Let him find the pick. If he dies, then maybe we throw that showstopper in. But it wasn't needed. GE find themselves in 9th. It looks on the timeline like an easy one, but certainly anything but with the way that panned out.
Okay.
XLG now come in with a full buy themselves. Losing this, the chances of making playoffs, they take a plummet real quick.
Rifle handed over to Harvey. Udaton is just going to be playing with the showstopper this round, waiting for someone to make contact, and if the stars align, they'll be put into play. It really is, as bonuses go, a weak one. More pistols than purchase weaponry, and for XLG, this is feeling like the moment to build back into this game. They've even got heavy shields on every single player. They know what they're up against. There goes the showstopper. There goes a freebie. And a weapon that can be picked up by Udaton.
A really big kill as well, not only for the weapon, but for that utility removed. XLG now, flank is open, they've got to go. And the decision is towards the C site. Wall gone in, they can make it on the crystal site a little bit quicker than he's expecting. Nice shot, but the wall got in the way. XLG keep things even. With a plant coming through, you got to be wary of the spams, but that's not a that's not a commonly spammed angle. Leo almost got a haircut.
This is still where things get so much tougher for GE. The post plant versus what is now a double senti. Still incredibly difficult. Udaton is taking that initial space, but it's Raga to find the kill. Nomad with another. And in fact, he doesn't even realize he gets the third. A double tap through the smoke. And what started out a little bit shaky from the showstopper is 4 players
แม่งเป็นวันที่ยาวนาน
staying
จริง
alive for
นี่ขนาด
XLG.
แค่
That is a
คู่
good
2
way
เกม
to
ที่
break
2
back.
คู่แรกจับในทุกราวเลยอะ
This could definitely be a revival for
แม่งเล่นสนุก
XLG if they can have a bit of a streak early on. That round is one they're expected to win, but
3K.
Makes me feel a little bit better about XLG's chances. The vibe check over that side of the stage looking good. All smiles, all standing. Autumn might be about to wipe that smile off their face. He's inside the smoke with the Autumn. He's making it out. At least it seemed like
ไอตัวหลังซวยด้วยครับตายไปเลย ออกมาช่วย
Autumn follows him.
มันเดินไปเหยียบน้ำแข็งแล้วมันไอ้นี่พอดีอะแดนไม่ออก
For XLG and yeah, I think you kind of have to save.
This is the problem. Like you're running that double duelist, you're up against, as said, a composition that in the post plant is almost impossible. Just look at the utility on the map right now. There's a wall holding onto the cross. They've already put a sensor in the spawn, a second wall to block off with the barrier. There's no way back into the site as it is. So what you're going to see from GE is these aggressive starts. Like we want to deny them having all of those players in the post plant. We want to deny them getting into the post plant in the first place. The problem is you get wrecked like that and you have no choice. There is no way that they're getting back in.
It does just look like a rare mistake from Crystal to step in. Gets unlucky that he spammed down, but of course it's an angle they're spamming when Autumn had been caught out the way that he did. Autumn overstaying his welcome in the smoke. Crystal going down ahead of his utility. What else can you do but save? I can tell you what else. You can throw your weapons away. You have two choices. One of them much better than the other. And a great net at the end.
just all trolling. He's having a good time.
Oh, why not?
Captain 3K got it in the last round, but now we look again to see if there's any sort of response. Of course, the problem for GE is that you get into that first proper buy round, you get slaughtered off rip. And in fact, that's a moment to take.
ห้องน้ำเลยนี่คืออะไรเทคเหรอ
Has taken a timeout.
หรือเปล่า
It is
เปิดแม่งไปเลยกันทิ้ง
a
ทำเอา
very
ไม่น่าโดน
unusual
มา
look.
ห้องน้ำแบบ
And I do wonder if, you know, in this matchup in particular, being scrim buddies, you have a lot more learnings to draw from. You have a lot more tendencies to predict, to lean on.
They're talking to each other.
And I'll tell you what, Frost has got a lot to say. He is rattling it off. I think I'd get afraid every time I see our teams call the timeout. Just lift the headset slightly, lower 10%.
It's like, oh, what did I do wrong?
It's actually crazy that we could hear him from here.
Yeah.
In the venue. That's
to be
never
fair,
happened.
that wasn't him talking to them. That was just him talking out loud.
That was him talking in general. Yes, he wasn't losing his mind in a timeout. That was just his commentary of the game. But a 2-round gap between these two. For Global Esports, as you said, 3 players surviving, great. You at least have those 3 rifles. But alongside them, there won't be a lot. Autumn would love to have a Blade Storm here, but 3 away, that's not really a feasible goal. So for GE, even with those rifles, this will be a weak round. But let's see what they talked about in that timeout.
Seems like they're going to at least try and challenge, but a little bit of early control. Harvey with an off angle. One that should be expected. That Cam, I believe, has given things away already. The utilization of the annihilation as Crystal's gone, and well, Harvey tries to react. Yudatan has been a man of many moments. This would have to be one of the best of them. The full squad running down on him, and he had no support. Well, they left Patman as the sole defender of the other side of the map, and he is only just making it over here.
Last player standing.
Yeah, some credit's not in the best of positions. With Autumn being the last alive, maybe picking that rifle. Getting out could be the right play. Getting some damage in on top of it. For now, at least, he's just sat down in the spawn waiting, expecting someone to come pushing.
With the problem as well is a lot of what you can see with this XLG comp, and it's what I have seen when other teams have tried to run it, is a lot of the time you can need an ult to get you that entry. Like I think we witnessed it in this round. The annihilation takes a player away, pulls someone in, and it gives you an opener, and you can then react off that. And you see people try and react to that ultimate. So to be honest, the worst thing that Autumn can do is run in and give them an ultimate orb. You don't want them to have a nightfall. You don't want them to have a res, because then you can sacrifice someone and then they come right back again. So it's kind of an awkward spot where, yeah, the best thing I can do is die to the spike.
Rarga's definitely having a much better time as well in terms of impact. Even here, all that utility, you had the Sky Flash, you had the nade go through on A main, he just walked past it. And him walking past it meant they were much quicker to actually fill in the space, because he was telling them, yeah, they naded, yeah, they flashed, but no one stepped forward. And if no one stepped forward, They're either playing passive or they've rotated and left this as a light side of the map. Early chance here for Autumn. Operator will be bought up. Odin in play for Crystal, playing towards the doors on A. But XLG have shifted their focus to this C site.
รอบหลังๆมันตึงทุกคู่ไงจัดให้3แบบทุกวัน
Favorable angle with that smoke in the way, and the shot won't land for him either. But even just hearing that op seems to have made XLG reconsider.
Oh yeah, if you were going to run anything that you might have seen NRG do, I think it might be an operator and an Odin. I think they might have been inspired in that case. The only problem is they would also then need, I think, Patman to drop like 34 kills like Kiko did to get them through the map.
He saw them there. They don't think he saw them, but that paranoia and nade is perfect. Unitom with a little jump peek, and XLG just didn't react as a result. Happyway is almost dead, and they've lost a player. Did Roger just heal himself?
แมปนี้ OT ครับแล้วแมป3ก็ OT อีกเจอกันตี
Because you used the heal and the Happyway is maybe just a reactionary decision, but
sorry,
seemingly the wrong one.
30 seconds left.
Spam. They've got to be so careful, but maybe Raga was the right person. Now he has that res online. The swing through, a little bit risky from Unitom, and now they get that res in play. It's going to leave Lights are a bit healthy. Caught out is Patman. It was starting so well for the side of GE.
เริ่มรั่วครับ
But now they are a man down again.
เมื่อกี้ใครได้ลาวบ้างอะผมไปเข้าห้องน้ำมา
Still on 12 HP, and now the Odin's starting to ring out, but he's backed out of the site. Those wallbangs won't even get close to him. And with an ult on the other player. And the wall being triggered.
จริงๆเราควรเล่น1 ดูเอล แล้วก็เอาเซนเยอะๆเข้าไป
too much
เหนียว
danger here, and XLG grab themselves a 9th round as a result.
It's just immediately Crystal starts looking towards the A side. Going, oh, he's flanking us. They're still checking for all of these positions just because Leo just walked out and baited the wall. That's just a clever little piece. Maybe he was actually going to flank them until then, but what a recovery from XLG. That round started with an unbelievable amount of damage done off the back of the nade, and then from then onwards, GE just crumbled.
โดนน้ำแข็งไปโดนอะไรสักอย่างไปให้มัน
Trying to be a hero in these moments, like a swing out of a
ไปพร้อม
smoke,
รีคอนไง
then moments later, another swing out of a smoke. They are being caught out in isolated fights, and that's exactly what
ที่จริง
XLG
ปะเนี่ย
want.
แมป3จริงปะเนี่ยจริง
Looking like we were getting towards the home stretch for global esports, like a 2-0 was on the horizon and growing closer by the second. But now, the shoes on the other foot, things have slowed down, and a 4-round streak has put XLG right back into this game. Right back into this series and right back into contention for playoffs. It's GE with a weak 5. Still the Op, still the Odin. But the rest are with pistols, and they're isolated. Unitom stands no chance.
He was kind of meant to be the second layer to the operator. Unfortunately, he ended up being left alone.
รอเวลาให้ดี
Immediate call to try and go back in the other direction, but Raga is still here.
โอ้โหเยอะเข้าบีบโหดร้ายชิบหายเลย
Seems guaranteed, and once again,
โดนสแปมตายว่าแล้วผมซ้อมเลยผม
a
เนี่ย
nice spam.
โดน
Crystal one of the few weapons, but are they now just going to opt to go back in the other direction again?
Looks like Plant down below is
ไป
going to
คิตัน
Crystal trying to contain them, but won't find
ไม่
anything
กะจะ
from
วัด
that
เลยดิ
spot.
เดบิกไปไหนไอ้2 คน
To work with the break back in. Patman has a gap in the wall, but they should know by now. He can possibly walk through, and now they most certainly do.
ทะลุโคตรยากสโมกกับแถบเล่นด้วยกัน
Should be tough. Patman's the only one that's risking his life. The rest of the squad is saving those weapons yet again. Not worth throwing at a round like this. Maybe if they found one more pick, maybe if something else had gone their way, they'd try, but instead, the question is, will they be allowed to save them? XLG are hunting them, at least in the case of Varga, but he will meet his
ต้องอยาก
demise.
เล่นเต็มวินแล้วอยู่
So
ยัง
many credits.
สไปร์ระเบิดทุก
It
วิน
really
ด้วยตอน
does
นี้
become irrelevant. And as said, with their ults being so impactful, think about the res in the prior round. I don't
ยัง
think
ดีที่
he's gonna
XLG
care
มันยังบุก
if
ไว
he
ๆให้
goes down, as long as he's getting those ultimate orbs. I also think this brings back an interesting conversation at the beginning of the veto, because obviously I'm not going to pretend to know these teams better than they know each other. They're scrim partners. They probably know each other better than anyone else. When I was trying to predict the veto, I thought the G would ban this map and risk playing Fracture. There was something about the Fracture of XLG that maybe they didn't want to play, or they thought they had a counter on this map. And from what we're seeing so far in this attack side, I'm starting to question if that's true.
10 rounds and a lead for XLG. A showstopper online for GE, an investment, full credits, and an operator that's been saved for so many rounds, and now it has the early round impact. Now it lands that blow to XLG to put them a man behind. Their response is to scale up into C, and they will find this very free.
Yeah, they bait the wall. Crystal realizes that, yeah, I can opt to try and fight this alone, but once the utility comes in, it's going to be incredibly difficult. That's a little bit risky, though. Leo was trying to bait them in, and he succeeded. Obviously, they're not planting towards the waterfall because of the spams coming through on the other side, and even still, they can't find the safe space.
แม่งยิงอยู่นั่น
That
น่ะ
will be the moment,
ก็วาง
though.
ปิดก็ได้
ยังนึกถึงมีพี่เบื่อนี่ก็ยิงจังเลยเฮีย
Showstopper now coming through, but it's Raga again. You said he's been having a standout game, but this really is a step up, an immediate headshot. Still, these fights becoming more and more awkward. A 2v2 down to just one.
อุ้ยเอาได้เฉยยืนเลยครับไลซอ
2 rounds ahead, and XLG hightailing it towards Breeze.
Oh, that is a backbreaker round. G had it all. They had the opening picks, they had the ults, they had the tags, they denied the plant, and they threw it all away. Over eager, spamming with an Odin, 80 bullets through a smoke, and you don't think they'll shoot back? Jumping in with the showstopper when nobody else is ready to go. This is a team that lost their way. And now we might go all the way to Breeze as a result for XLG. They find themselves again against weaknesses. GE have invested somewhat, 3 rifles. But that showstopper out of the equation. The Blade Storm no longer around. This makes life so much easier for the attack side.
Oh, I like the aggressive push-up, though. The set strategies have not been working. Let's resort to just trying to punch them in the throat. A walk up, and they got past Udaton. It's only the one, though. It looked like there was an opportunity for more than that. Even still, man advantage held. Harvey not really with the weaponry to do too much here, and with the TP to the back of the site. A post-plant will ensue, but 2 of those Sentinels are gone. It's only going to be No Man's util this time.
Oh, Leo can run through on that dog, but he decides to go back, wary of more players. Wise move. Goes the C's. A little further than expected, perhaps GE. Now have their ult to go through. Weapons are going to be removed from the hands of XLG, and the push is about to come through. No Man gets caught off. Leo ends up killing him with his own flash heavy. That's a big mistake. And it's given a chance now. Rifle back online for XLG, and they'll find a flurry of frags.
เฮียแมตช์3จริง เป็นเรื่องแล้ว
And GE have got to be kicking themselves. They have thrown what could have been a lead, what could have been a competitive map, maybe even a favored one, and they have thrown it to the wind.
This is looking like the ultimate capitulation for global esports. 7 rounds in a row. Each one that goes by feels more and more like the one that will finally break the streak. That one definitely the peak of it, but again, back-to-back rounds where Lysor steps up. And now just one needed to take us to a 3rd map. GE might look back at this and be kicking themselves. They could have had this. Instead, they walk into the blender. 3 players gone. A 2v5 needed.
ไปกันต่อครับแมป3พี่น้องชาวไทย
For GE, as you said,
คิดถึง
third map now on the
VCT
horizon. It
Pacific ว่ะ
seems
ไม่ก็มาสเตอร์อะไรก็ได้ที่อยู่โซนเอเชีย
for
ใช่ไหม
them to fight their way back into
ดี
this
ต่อสุ
one.
ขภาพ
It'll be devastating knowing
เดี๋ยวแชมเปี้ยนก็
they're
เนี่ย
going to
เซี่ยง
slow
ไฮ้
down even more by
ถึ
that
งมาสเตอร์
util
แบงคอกสุด
potentially.
ละ
Oh, they made it past. But knowing that this could have been, if not a closed game, a much closer one, and instead, look at what they're running into. Crystal, okay, that's a double and a chance to break his teammate out. It's not quite over just yet, but now it very much seems like it is. The time too far gone, the slow on the spike, and more than enough bodies to throw at this situation. It is 13-9.
วันนี้ยังบอกไอ้อันไปเลยว่า6 แมปแน่มึง 5 อย่างต่ำ มาจริง แบบหน้าให้ใครหรอขอเวลาแป๊บโอ้เจอ EDG เล่นไม่เอาทรงเลยแบบหน้าดูคอมโอโซวานีออนอ๋อนะเพย์ออฟตามไม่สู้แสงวันนี้มันตื่นเร็วโดนหน่องชิมด้วยหรอนั่นหน่องชิมเลยว่ะ XLG ครับเนี่ยชอบ XLG ว่ะเดี๋ยวว่าใคร F แบบนี้
XLG ดิแต่ผมกด GE ไปนะผมไม่สนละแต้มเติมอะผมนึกว่ามันแข่งกับ DRG ผมเลยกด G ตอนแรกโคตรเปรต
ใช่จากสเตจ2
ทำไมมันบุกเดือดจังวะเมื่อกี้
คอมนี้
that Sentinel utility is on the defense, but not only that, you have a Rarga on an operator with really only the Sky to be able to clear out him from those kind of positions. And we never really saw him taking a deep line, as we mentioned. It was always very passive, quite back, and then he could just chuck his slows whenever he felt any sort of pressure coming towards his site. So he could reposition himself with the operator, which was really nice to watch and find that confidence once again.
Yeah, the Sage op tech is old school 2021 vibes. We've seen Ed doing it quite a lot back then. And another thing for XLG, we're talking about those post plants. They didn't get into too many of them because they're winning rounds quite early, but when they did, it fired off here. You can see the Sentinel utility coming in, the Sage wall, deadlock net that catches a few people there. And then even here on B, there's trips in deep, there's walls in deep. It's a nightmare to have to retake against, and that's why I saw G trying to do some of those fights early, but it just didn't go their way. XLG were just steamrolling.
Remember what I told you about XLG having a real great understanding of the verticality of this map, using those general sensors where they know GE are going to be trying to break out of and get onto that site. I think having this triple sentinel composition, like you said, Minnie, when you get into those post plants, your attack just looks easy. It looks completely flawless at that point.
And let's talk about the other side of GE and their comp there. They were using XLG's comp last time, using Paper X's comp this time. But I think one might argue GE was used to use the C word, choking, but I don't think it was quite that.
No, I think on defense that comp is extremely hard to play. There's no bunkering that happens much. I think that the reason why teams like Paper X make it work is because they are literally Paper X. I think that not playing the Vice with the Viper on this map is criminal for most teams, and I wouldn't want to see that more deeper into the tournament.
Now we are going to be going to Breeze. We did see Global Esports play Breeze against Full Sense yesterday. Do you like their comp on this one? Is it mini approved?
It's mini approved. I quite like it. It's a little bit, I call it like wonky, so a little bit weird, the Sage and the Chamber together. But Autumn was really impressing me yesterday with that Chamber.
Yeah, I think so. I think as long as he can be that kind of key component of winning out those first engagements, if we do see that Chamber again, yes, we will. And I think the Sage as well has been proven to be such a great agent on this map. But on the other side, XLG going for that Phoenix in Jet. What do you make of this, Mini?
Well, I think it plays quite well for GE here. Having that Sage to slow down the double duelist. The double duelist comps often like to just go for the straight XX, and that is what GE wants. You're either going to be running into an operator or into a Sage slow. So I'm going to be interested to see what XLG are going to do to kind of win the chess match.
I think what's interesting for me is we're so used to this team playing that Whaley when we consider their duelists, but going down a different route this time around.
Well, thank you guys. We are about to find out who the final playoffs qualified team is gonna be. Tom, Mitch, how you feeling?
Feeling like we might have a good game of Valorant on our hands. Breeze, look, it's been a back and forth affair on the first two maps, but it all comes down to this. Breeze will block off playoffs for one, send the other. Fight amongst the best in the world to face those teams that had the deeper seed, who've been watching and waiting for their moment to face off against squads like this. For GE and XLG, as we said, a hard factors coming online and offline. It's been up and down. This is what it all comes down to.
We had a compositional change, which sees the Phoenix instead of the Neon, but well, I was going to say the Jet as well, but never mind. That's already dissipated. A big part of their previous series was Autumn having a phenomenal game over on that Chamber. And Yudotan being also a highlight, showing that Neon definitely can still... Position from Patman needs more than one, and he gets it. In fact, the third about to come around the corner. The shock dart will do a little bit of tickle damage, but Yudotan is immediately there to drop the spike. An odd position from Leo on that lurk with the Sova, and he's going to get nothing. It will be a pistol round. Back onto the board, and I'll be honest with you, Mitch, after that last map, I actually think it's fairly important that GE get on the board early.
Yeah, definitely. In general, I mean, unless I'm mistaken, thinking back to even their opening series, like this has been a factor throughout the entire tournament for them that they go missing sometimes. They're a team that wins massive streaks of rounds, and then whether they get a little too loose or a little too tight, it's hard to tell, but the game plan needs to be switched up sometimes. For GE, a 1-0 start, as you said, the pistol going their way. Patman with a big play up close. You're going to see a lot of risks taken by him based on what we've seen from them so far on this stage. What they face off against now is just classics. Not even a single upgrade for XLG. The chances of even dropping a weapon on the other side looking very low. And add to that the fact that Patman, as we've seen, he's got to pick with the Sheriff. That is his primary weapon. So even one kill is not going to be enough to have any damage in for GE. But there's one kill.
Yeah, you know what? That went better than expected. There's only a pistol on the other side. Never mind. The fadeaway. The almost no-look headshot from Patman. Single player drop, but that rifle's been retrieved. And now GE can go in with a fairly strong purchase into this next round.
He's got a lot of opportunities as well. For the first full buy, you should probably have the Viper's Pit online because of this 3K and I think it was a 2K in the pistol as well.
One enemy remaining.
Indeed it was, so he's set up very nicely to now have that pit on 3 away from it in the early stages, although maybe you'd want to see it on normally a Jet with a Sage for the little bit of extra buffer. G are going to use 4 players on A early on. They're looking for a serious fight, and even after they see the first, they shouldn't expect it to be this stacked up. And there's the second aggression. Beautiful stuff from Crystal, who's walked out of there with 2. That's weapons on the ground to potentially be upgraded.
And on the other side of things, like maybe in a normal circumstance, Leo would look to try and hold on to that ground, but instead, him having the spike means he has to retreat. Early usage of the wall was what allowed them to gamble, but Harvey, after dropping down, went back up for a peek, and now because of that, they have lost all of that control.
Steps heard by Lysor, but he's not landed the shots. Luckily, he doesn't pay for it with his life. Udaton
Spike planted.
could be behind them a little quicker than expected. They're certainly clearing it, at least they were, but Leo's now looking elsewhere as the wall breaks. He's just walking in to fill that space. They'll come back to clear it though. Has to hit his shots from Udaton, and he will. Another player around that corner that he doesn't know about, but he's looking the right way for Lysor, and it looks like he's got all the pieces of the puzzle. 3 players left alive for GE. It's a very successful follow-up.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. That seemed like better positioning and a read on the scenario than if someone had just used a Cypher roll. Like, he was just looking exactly where his opponents were standing in every single moment. Solid round from Udaton. And considering that was, of course, a bonus round where a lot of it was Bulldogs, that is a huge round to take early on. Again, a hot streak for GE in the early rounds. And for the other side of things, well, I initially saw Lysor invest into a rifle, but it's not going to be as much of a gamble. Pistols and a stinger to come into this round.
Just with so many times we've seen GE, it feels like fall off a cliff face in terms of that momentum. You want to see them keep putting rounds on the board. I feel like XLG have a chance to fight back almost at any time, especially after what we saw in the last map. This round shouldn't be one. It's a lot of weaknesses for XLG, as you'd expect. Losing that 3rd round is a death sentence for your economy. They don't go for the grouped up full sight hits that we so often see. It looked like they're trying to check how GE are playing that early mid position, looking for aggression out of the double doors, and perhaps it was the second they heard that Sage wall up, they realized, yeah, they're not fighting for this space. We're gonna have to hit a sight hit. That means running into a lot of dangers.
Couple of missed shots, and well, not for No Man. Able to get one. Harvey on the backside, he's taken so much damage. They've traded incredibly well, and does Udaton risk it? Does he risk it? He does, but just gets out of there with 1. Not an overface. Patman's got to be careful, the fallback. I believe that shot dart did a lot of damage. It did, an assist onto Leo. Even still, position of Happyway is not going to be checked. And because of that, he now has a rifle from Patman. Puts it into a 2v2 that, if anything, is favored at this point.
And now it certainly is!
Chana Boda
deadly as the last. It's 3-1 for XLG. You know, you talk about that ability to fight their way back, to get back into the game, how important it is for GE to streak those rounds. Well, you see it here. It's a MasterCard Thrifty that gives the first round to the attacking side. And again, think back to how GE lost the last map. I think having these interruptive rounds is only going to hit them harder because of how this series has gone.
I was a little bit surprised almost to see Raga going back over to that Phoenix. It's not been the greatest of agents, but if he starts hitting shots like that, starts getting closer towards that running back a little bit earlier, I think they're going to be very happy indeed. Yudatan already about to challenge into a multitude of players. Autumn only with the trade, and Mark now pinged up. They know exactly where Harvey is. A lot of what he needs to do is just try and avoid the angle of Raga for a second or two more, and that's exactly what he does. A swing back around, but then he's open to the wall. Isolation of those players going well for XLG, and in fact, Patman's been caught again, the last man standing.
Spike planted.
He's got a weapon you like, but a weapon he'd like to save even more.
Yeah, I definitely don't like his chances here. Great flash as well put through. The trade at a minimum for XLG. That's what they were looking for. China's number 2 certainly not giving up on that playoff spot. And 1 round behind, facing into a very light fight from GE. They should be at least putting this equal early on. And the other thing I'll say is early signs, Tom. Seems like Happyway might have Patman's number. A lot of those rotations, that's 2 rounds in a row, that he sat there waiting for him and catches a freebie.
Yeah, I think Patman's going to have to maybe start taking a slightly safer route. Those flanks has not been paying off, and I think something that almost needs to be talked about now is, in terms of regional strength, there's been a lot of talk about Pacific, their depth in teams. If GE lose this game, it will just be Paper X. It'll be the only one left, a good one to have left, and while XLG certainly looking to try and make that storyline become a reality.
ไอ้ไลซอเนี่ยผีเข้าผีออกมันนะ
Down to just 2 players remaining.
เจอร่างแผ่นรองเมาส์เปียก
The Patman
ไม่โดนเลย
holding on to the gun, so much more value, but Happyway again is going to be the one to catch him.
เจอหน้านี่คือไม่เกินวิ
Trying to hold into middle, and now for Harvey, of course, in this case, only having a Guardian. The kill holds more value, and there you go. Ultimate online, he'll fall. They'll be able to buy into the next round.
We got to see a pause soon. GE. XLG are picking up too much momentum, and like I said, thinking about how the last
แต่ถ้าเกิดมันเข้าไปใน
I
เพล
just
ย์ออฟนี่
counted it, and
น่า
I
จะเป็น
still can't remember. It was like 8
ทีม
rounds
ที่
in a
หลาย
row or
หลาย
something
ทีมหมายป
ridiculous
อง
from XLG. And in so many of those rounds, think about one of the last ones.
ใครเลือกไปอยาก
5 versus
แอบ
3
เชียร์ให้
for
มัน
GE.
ตบสักรอบ
One player runs in, dies. Second player runs in.
นี่ลาก้ามยิ้มได้แล้วว่ะพี่
And all of a sudden, it's equal footing. It feels like at times, GE
ปกติเห็นหน้าบึ้งตลอดเวลา
their own snowball. They're being rolled over by an avalanche on XLG, and halting that momentum is being too difficult of a task so far. No timeout. They run right into this. XLG fighting for the lead. The team being taken by Lysor, and they have no idea. It's huge for Lysor, but Patman this time needs a little bit more than just the one. The site has fallen in the plant.
นี่ไปละ
Seems undeniable.
โดนสอยอยู่ดี
Done well though.
เฮ้ยแต่ได้เลือดมาด้วย
30 HP.
ได้มีฮิว
He's winning a fight, turning it into an even scenario. But these retakes, even when even, haven't been successful. Rez will give them the advantage, but it's also burning time off the clock while they wait for it. Nice shot from Autumn, but he's down low as well. His post plan needs to be some shots connected by Leo. He's got Raga alongside him, but now Leo is all that remains. He knows that at least for that moment there wasn't anybody on it. Can he see the arm? He can. Shot needs to connect. It needs to be perfect, but it's shots instead. The hero of the round for GE will be there to close.
รอมันเตะอีกหน่อยก็ได้ใช่ไหม
The man was 30 HP. He got a heal and ends up on 25.
เมื่อกี้มันยิงได้ปะแขน
That is
โผล่
a
ใช่ไหม
narrow margin, but GE, a win is a win at this stage. Yudatan having to do so much work, though. It can't be relied on. Yes, he's had games where he is doing this every single round, but we've seen what happens when he slows down. He's currently sat 9-3 in a game that they're only winning by 1 round.
ของสไน
If he slows down, XLG run away with this.
Well, you can see the confidence as well. Like Lysor, while that Hunter's Fury is going off, full
ไม่ว่าจะ
TP
เกิดอะไรขึ้น
behind
ยังไง
him.
แมตช์นี้ก็จบเราจะหยุดความท
He
ร
was
มาน
great
ใน
on
การ
the
นอน
last map towards the end. It seems like he's brought that into this one. Viper's pit on one side, stack up of players on the other. Heal immediately going to be needed because the spam almost gets rid of Yudatan. Of course, this has become a double operator setup. One obviously held, the other in the form of the tour de force. It gives a lot of angles that attack side have to be careful entering, but it's Yudatan instead who's going to be the one moving forward. There's nobody covering this. but he's not quite able to get the kill.
โอ้โห
It's
เปิด
a
ก่อนได้
nice
ปูด
return by Crystal. It's happy way down. Maybe Patman can push the spawn this round. He's got his pit up, so it's certainly not a likely play.
For the love of God, no.
I wouldn't be surprised though. And XLG, again, we've seen this many times. You lose that
โอ้
initial
โหรออะไร
fight,
วะ
pump the
มัน
brakes,
ไม่ออกมา
wait
ให้ยิ
for
ง
over rotations, and if they don't happen, well, you're going to have to push right into it, aren't you? Here we go. The run it back put into play. They have to get through the slow, and Uniton's already punished them, but hello! It's an awkward fight! No man gets nothing for his trouble. Uniton's there with another. And GE now, after slowing down, after letting XLG in, a 4 versus 2. Now a 3 versus 2. As numbers start to slip, you get spooked as Abby falls.
สาวี่กำลังมือ
Scared, and now I'm terrified. It's only Autumn. 1 versus 2. A tour de
โอ้โห
force.
ไลโซเป็นมันเสกวินให้ว่ะ
แสดงว่าแผ่นแห้งแล้ว
How did they lose that? Genuinely, it's madness that XLG are coming out of
จะ
these
ใส่เอาไป
rounds.
ตากแดดไว้
I
แดด
think
ลอน
the
ดอนไม่
first
ค่อยมี
kill
ด้วย
comes with Uniton just stepping into a Molotov, and then they just peek one by one by
คือ
one.
มันกลับบ้านไป
If
มัน
there
ซื้อ
isn't
แพท
a
ใหม่
pause here, I almost will start to wonder if the GE coaching staff have just given up, because that is crazy that that round ended up slipping away
อ
from
ย่าง
them.
น้อยเกือบตี 3มีคนอยู่กับผม330 กว่าคนเดี๋ยวจะเชื่อ
Maybe he's broken the
ไม่
button.
หลับไม่นอนกันเลย
On we go, I suppose. GE now forced down to pistols. Maybe they'll even save the
เพิ่ง
pause
จะ
for
เห็น
the
พอ
full
ลี
buy.
โอขึ้นมายืน
See what they decide to do with this one. Early aggression, wall put up. Happy way. Doesn't seem too aware of the possibility of someone up on top. Didn't seem spooked by it, but now he certainly is. The thing is, in this round for GE, like, yeah, they've got a couple of sheriffs. They've got the headhunter as well. They've got a bandit. Everybody's capable of taking a decent fight. Not a favorable one, but a decent one. But the problem is, the numbers for XLG, once they go to push and pull the map, they can take so many fights on this map that are ranged, and you're not winning those, even if you trade headshots. That, on the other hand, is just close enough.
Oh.
โอ้โหดงแม่ง
We've said it already.
ไล่
The
ที
one
เป้าแบบ
guy
อ
who
ยู่
has
หัว
been on, the one guy who has been hitting is Uniton. Picking this round already. Weapon retrieved, but this is the problem.
เฮ้ยสแปมเช็คหน่อยว่าเพื่อน
Aware of where the danger is in terms of re-aggression.
They're beast-bling. That means they're going to bring the spike to Uniton.
ร้อยข่าวตาย
It's 2 kills. It's a tough task in the flash. Oh, it should seal the deal. What a nice
จะ
try,
ยอม
though.
ข่าว ไม่กระโดดเลยวะลาก้า ไม่ให้ฟินิกมืออาชีพใช่ไหม
It was committing to
โอ้โหเคยดูว่าท่านน่ะแฟดปุ๊บกระโดดใช่ไหม
เออ
the
ใช่
remaining 2 players.
ต้องแฟดกระโด
Don't
ดครับ
have much to play with. The headhunter is definitely the biggest threat, but the second we've seen XLG in these sort of post plants, it has been so incredibly difficult for their opponents to get back in. Again, Leo has a shock dart. They have a snake bite as well. They just have post plant utility that is going to make things incredibly difficult. A lead seemingly almost guaranteed unless Autumn can hit some very fast shots, and he's not
ซ้า
going
ย
to
ข
be
วา
able
ซ้าย
to.
ขวา
Happy way in a
วิ่ง
deep position
ไม่มีไอ้
once
เสา
again.
อยู่ตรงกลาง
It's a bit of a costly round for XLG, but with the streak still going, I don't think they'll mind.
Not at all. And there it is. The timeout finally coming in from GE. This is ahead of a very important buy round. You lose here, and XLG guarantee themselves, more or less. They would only be on 6 for the astute counters amongst you, but they would be facing into a light buy. A good chance to at least win the half, to guarantee the lead. Now, then you add to that XLG, if they
เทียบแต่มันมีไม่ค่อยกี่ทีมนะที่เล่นคอนโทรลเลอร์ตัวเดียวตอนนี้
แบบเนี้ยนะ
XLG, they could continue this streak further. We've already seen it in the last map.
The problem is that round 8, like you said, this was the round that everything fell apart. That was the round where GE had the advantages. And it's almost unforgivable for me because I think they lost Lotus as a result of the exact same round. It was 5v3. They threw ults at it. They threw themselves at it, but they went one at a time. And that wasn't the only round towards the end that they did that. It was the most egregious because of how it unfolded. For GE, same mistakes being made.
Tagged.
XLG happy to punish them. Now they move towards the A site in a crucial round with a Viper's Pit for the post plant.
Passive position now from Patman. Had to fall back just in case.
เล็กเป้าไลซอ
Seems like Lysor is
โดนเนี่ย
at least considering that he could be in this corner. And timing not the best for him, but Patman unable to capitalize. Now he has to move, and Lysor has his number once again. The spam perfect, and he's still dealing death from above. Taking the lead in this kills department. And while there's plenty more going their way in this round, for Autumn, he just wants to save, but Lysor is taking over. A pause taken into a buy round, and XLG are flawless.
On the upside, they use their pit. On the downside, they still have the Hunter's Fury. They're close to a run it back. They've got a massive economical advantage, almost guaranteed lead at the halftime. And Lysor looks like his confidence level has shattered through the roof. This is devastating. It's a 2-round gap. It doesn't seem that big of a deal, but 6 out of the last 7 rounds there for XLG. GE were 3-0 up facing an eco. It should have been an easy 4-0 start. Instead, they've stalled out at that number after taking a while to get there. And look at XLG's plan. GE are on an eco. We're going to sit in spawn. And eventually, they'll use their util. Eventually, they might even push us. And then we can just take the round.
At least there's some deep utility, which would give the game away. Drone also been heard. Autumn, this is risky, but it needs to be, and that's a really nice shot. Can he get away? That's the real question. All being revealed. Hunter's Fury being expended at the same time, creating some disparity, and Lysor is genuinely the best player right now by a margin, but the man to challenge him, Yudoton. Those two have been going back and forth in terms of individual brilliance. Nice shot from Happyway, though. And with Autumn so desperately low 5 health, he need to be immediate with his reaction times. Patman yet to find any sort of weaponry, still just with the Sheriff in hand. And Happyway round this corner might not be expected to be so desperately close. In fact, he won't be. It leaves Patman now with a gun in hand, but still 2 players to find, and even utility being expended. They're trying to hit him with the shock darts while vulnerable. All he could really hope for is to create some space, but he will not be able to. Another round, and now the half one as well.
GE came through today after a breakthrough up against Full Sense.
ถ้าเหล่านี้แพ้ไอ้ไรซอมน่าจะเสียใจนะเปิดไป2 ยืนไม่ฟัก
It felt like today there were 2 different power
เอาจริงถ้าสม
levels
มติเราช
stepping
นะ
into the
GE แล้ว
server,
มา
and
เจอ
maybe
เอ็
there
ง
were
จริง
at
ก็
the
เหนื่อยอยู่
start
เว้ยเล่น
it
เล่น
felt
เนี่ย
favored to GE, but now
ไลซอโควิด
the winds of change in full effect. 1 round left in the half. Here on Breeze, XLG have a chance to lead 8-4. And the chance for playoffs looking better than ever.
Bit of spam damage.
It's the worst player to spam, though. A Phoenix who has an ult.
Yeah.
He's going to come right back into that game.
For XLG, the conversation after their victory yesterday was, can they beat anybody other than regional rival?
แม่งซื้อสไนรวยจัดแฮปปี้เว้ย
looking to really start asking some questions of some teams. Of course, those upper seeds get to choose who they face, and I'm starting to wonder if people won't want to choose them. At times, they're unorthodox, their composition's risky, but they're the ones that make it work. And speaking of risky, just look at this man play. Finally, Patman will put him in the dirt, but there's a second layer every single time. And for Harvey, that one should be free. It almost isn't. 36 health, but he'll get a heal. But look at the position of Braga. Why would you expect him to be here?
The reveal coming from man as well. You're fully locked in on that position. He should cast an eye in this direction, but
ไม่หัน
no.
เลย
Too focused
โดน
on
ล้อ
main.
หลอก
It
ดึ
will
ง
be
สายตาไป
8-4. A team who started slow in this series woke up on map 2 and now have a dominant lead in the third. XLG
แต่แมปบุกกว่านี้
seem
ใช่ไหม
to be playoffs bound.
Oh yeah. After being 3-0 down, it's crazy the way that
เฮ้ย
they
แปด
brought this
สี่ก็
back.
เยอะอยู่
But we need to find out if they can close it after the break.
Come on, boys! Let's go! Let's go!
ปากกระบุก
หอกเลยเนี่ย
Oh, someone saved.
Taken out. Sailing strong.
อะไรวะหมุนอะไรเนี่ย
To be something that brings up the GE players. Otherwise, they will be joining full sense on that plane back to Pacific.
Well, this is it. A pistol that carries so much weight. It is essential for GE to find this one. For XLG, one step closer to playoffs. Wrap around from Leo is good. He'll get a kill, but it's only the trade out. They've lost Happyway. Javi ready to strike in mid, finds another, but he's now under pressure. Surrounded, and he makes it out. Doors allowing him to slip back to the squad with a man advantage.
โอ้ใจเด็ดเกิน
Powerful post plant.
Very challenging.
ตัดแล้วมันฟันมีดมันตัดทันอ่ะ
With so many players back towards main, this corner position from Yudotar might not even necessarily be expected. It will, but it doesn't matter.
อุดงไม่ยิง
An
โอ้โหโคตร
immediate
เด็ด
headshot. This man expected a 2-0, and if it was off his ability, it might have been. He's been having a great game. Goes for a little more. At this stage, of course, the clock
อ้าว
becomes their greatest friend. Even still, though, they're losing a lot of members all at once. He almost needs to get this done now, and Harvey will keep it in their favor. A much-needed pistol round for GE.
Yeah, probably not the round you want to be winning by 8 HP, but look, a win is a win. And for GE, a much-needed one indeed. Again, this is where they have found the vast majority of their rounds in the first half. 3-0 start. I even remember at 3-0, I said, you know, it just feels like at any point XLG can bounce back. Didn't really think we'd see it in the first half, let alone in the fourth round, but that's going to be in the back of your mind as GE here. Yes, you win the pistol, but every little helps from this point forward. XLG, actually, I mean, Autumn is in a ton of trouble. All 5 players are here. There's a paranoia ready. He can TP back, but even then, they should be on him.
He's the one player you kind of don't mind being in too much trouble, though. maybe other than Patman, because the second he hears all those footsteps, stun in to support him, and they could just opt to hightail it in the other direction. And that's exactly what their opponents think. Okay, we have just given away the game on one side of the map. Let's quickly rotate to the other. All 5 players now in mid. Now, as I said, the other sacrificial lamb would be Patman. Only with a pistol. Light shields, not a whole lot to play with. And if he's about to see half the team go through, well, a second 3 for it. Fair play. He didn't really need to get too much. It's not going well for Autumn, that's for sure. But all they really lose is a Ghost and a Marshall. That's absolutely fine.
Yeah, not going too well for Autumn indeed. 5 and 12 on the chamber. It's a bit of a shaky map for him. Maybe things could change, although you'd expect it on the defense to be where those numbers can be put up. XLG did a great job of avoiding him, and oftentimes it just ripping his head off.
To be fair to Autumn, when they played in the last map, he was very good in the attack. I remember him jumping into angles with the operator, even versus Primi, and he was able to win those fights. I think it's just a confidence thing. He's been having such a rough game that he needs to break back in.
GE looking to break into the A site quite quickly. This is the full buy from XLG. Ops on the other side of the map. Big tag up on a Unaton. Risky and spooky is now the Op is the one primed for the fight. A little early on the angle. He doesn't expect them to be that close, but Autumn just ran into him, and they have no idea about Happyway. He gets damage done, but the kills, they need to follow, and they do. At least one, and there's no man's third. He's tagged Crystal through the smoke. The shot dart close as it may come. Crystal's life has a timer on it, and that timer is ticking the sands of time, running low as Raga will catch him rotating. 9 on the board for XLG. 4 players surviving as well. That's a moneymaker round, and no man's on his feet.
For those who don't know, there's a running joke with him.
ไม่เล่น NRG อ่ะไปไหนแล้ว
And look at this, the amount of damage he does to the final player.
He's on 5 HP.
It's just, it's crazy. It's genuinely like it's written in the stars. Oh, you know, 4K was taken anyway. Tex just had that title for quite a while, but if he wants to claim the 3K, it genuinely seems like it's written in the stars.
เจอตอน 4K ยัง
His
รีแอคดีกว่า
operator
นี้
taking over, and now in the right place at the right time again. Of course, that was a bonus round for GE. But with the weapons they had,
รีแอคดีนะแต่สู้เทคเจอร์ตอน 4K ไม่ได้
the operator
เชื่อมันดีใจ
blindsided
มัน
them
ดี
a
ใจ
little bit that it came in so early. They want again. They're definitely going to know it's here.
Now it's on Autumn to find this space. They've
sent
the drone to A. It's a weak fake. It hasn't pulled rotations for XLG. It hasn't made them panic. They still have first contact on Happyway for the right side push. Raga
ทีมเกาหลีที่มันมาเตอร์มันก็ตกรอบแรกเยอะบ่อย
Well, this is, first of all, Snakebite's a little deep. Autumn can't get back out of there. Patman's on the wrap around, and he's being spotted, but with Happyway down, it feels like a lot of the danger for GE is already gone, and mere seconds later, every other piece falls too.
That was a great round from Autumn. I said, like, he's been having some real struggles, but to go swinging in onto that B site, win the opening fight, and then play through the poison orb and find the second.
ที่ผมชอบที่เจอเป็นเล็กสุดละที่
Just a small
ที่มัน
timing on
เหลือ
it.
คิวเดียวแล้วมันกำลังจะได้ยิงอ่ะแล้วคาร์ลอนแม่ง
And
ตัด
then
หน้า
Patman finally getting a little bit revenge, catching players
โคตรหาเลย
after being
แล้วคาร์ลอน nice
throughout the
nice
majority of that first half. Again, and another solid start for the side of GE.
ฝีมือเขาจะให้เอ็ดเพื่อนนะ
And
ทีม
this
นี้ไม่
turn
แย่งเอ็ด
into a victory, or is it going to be the same as the last couple of maps where XLG find
เป็
their
นเล็กก็แย่ง
momentum
นะ
and then the map is theirs.
แต่หลังๆเริ่มไม่แย่งแล้วหรือเพื่อนงอน
Well, it seems like XLG's plan this round is to leave that A main hit alone, let them take the space, and instead
ไป
fight
ยิงช็อต
back
เท็ก
into
เจอร์
mid.
4Q แม่ง
Paranoia was
ค
being
อนเทนต์แบบ
primed by
ได้เอ็ดไง
Mysore, but well, no one's there. GE decided on
ดูธรรมดา
the slowest play. The slowest play possible, really, for Patman, the man who comes into this round with the Vipers pick. You'd expect him to be with the pack, and instead he sits behind lurking. Now wall goes down. Granted, it's only to cover his cross back through, but he is instead just containing the space behind them. Everyone on site can be content that their back is secure, and that allows them to fight forward with great confidence.
Yeah, important to have him as that backstab. It was something that you mentioned, that he was getting caught on the other side often by Happyway, and now he's been able to do the same to him. And I think that was what it was about. Like, you have to bear in mind, these teams play each other regularly in their scrims. And so to outmaneuver someone, you're going to have to be smarter. They're going to know some of your tendencies. So playing much deeper, playing off-site with a Viper's Pit, it's a little bit obscure, but it's worked out wonderfully for GE. One round behind. The weaponry going to be much more of an issue in this one for XLG. It's whether or not... There you go. It's such an off angle. And if there's more than one player, he's almost definitely dead to rights, but that just feels like a hard read on what his opponents were going to do.
The worrying thing here, as XLG call a timeout, is, again, drawing the comparison.
Well, like, even go back to the last map, it was after they lost 2 rounds. Immediately, he was like, I know I need to take a pause in this moment. And he's found that moment once again. Of course, it's not going into a buy round, but they do have some interesting pieces on the table. A rifle for No Man. A Hunter's Fury. And even a couple of ults, just one away. Okay.
It is definitely a round that GE want to be cautious in. And I say GE, but I don't say Patman. He's been taking risks, even in these rounds. You can go back to Lotus and go back to Haven. We saw it as well. Some TPs up against the Ecos as well. But his reward is huge. He's gotten himself double doors control. He's pulled the rest of the squad back towards this A site. The Molly's going to slow them down for a moment. The paranoia, though, this could be deadly from Lysor. He's gotten around that wall, but he won't have enough ammo to finish off the kill. And in fact, it takes a while for Raga, but in goes the Hunter's Fury. It was aimed at Javi, but he survives, and because of that, gets himself a res. Puts this into a 4v2, and again, it was definitely a bump in the road, but it looks like they've weathered the storm.
It's a good chance as well that Patman's position is not going to be expected. It doesn't matter, though. No Man will win the fight, but with Happyway still just down to the classic. A wraparound even coming in from behind if he was to get anything. And it seems like the goal is maybe to just try and retrieve the rifle, but that's easier said than done. 9-9. GE's fight back continues as they will level up and get themselves onto the same score. However, this is where the pause was for. And honestly, this got a little bit dangerous. I think if it wasn't for Javi having just the reactions to put himself up on the wall, he's probably dead. And then that Hunter's Fury might have eliminated half of their team.
Well, honestly, if the Hunter's Fury is tucked in a little bit behind that corner, I think he gets the kill onto Javi as well. That would have stopped the res from coming in. Never mind the man advantage. They would have been neck and neck, and XLG would have had a chance to get some rifles. It is worrying with how things have gone before, but as you said, the pause was for this round. XLG come into the previous, and they do a pretty good job in the brawls. This flash, oh, it's not a pretty flash. It hasn't made it around the corner. Ult's going to be popped, though, and a chance for Raga going in through the wall of Udaton. And he has sent the entire attacking side out of A main. They have no space elsewhere on the map either, and the trap's going to be broken. And I think even worse, they think Lysor's there. They must have heard the TP. Thank God they were spamming it.
ไม่เดินกลับด้วยไม่วาร์ปกลับเดี๋ยวคนรู้ไม่ได้
Look at some of the control, though, in the defenders' positions. They've got deep presence towards B. Got deep presence towards mid. They're definitely not playing afraid at this stage of the map, even after losing a streak of rounds. And by the looks of it.
พี่เวฟได้ตรงกลางแบบชิว
The last flash was so good. I'm going to attempt this one again. 40 seconds up and coming on the clock, and a lot of this feels like Patman is a huge part of this one. They might be looking to try and hunt him down.
ตาขาดแพท
The fact that he avoided the fight, he thinks that they've just left him as an unaccounted for
เห็นแวบ
factor with Patman.
ปลายสายตา
Back turn to Happyway. It's an easy pickup now. The push out to site under heavy threat. 15 seconds. The plant needs to be found fairly soon. And there's more than enough players here to cover every angle. No man with two. No 3K this time. But a flawless round for XLG is just as good.
Man, every time we see the Voya take a pause, there's impact. Every single time. The trap setup to start it off.
ตรงหน้าต่างไหมนั่นแหละที่มันโดนลัดช็อต
The aggression into mid just to wait for Patman. He has been annoying. They have been caught by him multiple times, so they don't flank through the spawn. They just hold their positions. Much more patient. And even No Man just waiting in case they were to go back to B. But once they had the information, cross through, they hold that ground. And they punish Global Esports. Of course, though, Global Esports have been getting a lot of rounds streaked together. Plenty of economy to buy into this one. Tour de Force even going to help out a little more. And Mitch, they've got the ults.
Exactly at the safety nets. Maybe needed. It's double digits for XLG. They'd left B decently open, but the rotate back in from Happyway now. One away from a Viper's Pit as well. The drones almost perfectly in sync coming out from both sides, but that mid space that was just cleared by XLG, they don't know that Patman is they do know, they very much do know that Patman is flying under the radar. He has been caught for free, and now man advantage for XLG.
I genuinely wonder if that was part of the pause hunt to try and find that man. The spam's doing so much damage. Autumn was waiting for the right moment, and it never quite came. Already, that overdrive is going to be pulled into play, but you have to bear in mind it ticks away pretty quickly. Bladestorm also thrown in, a lot of ultimates into the round, but Crystal's late position is going to help out a little bit. Losing teammates on the other side, he has to try and expend that Hunter's Fury, and he will be able to do some damage, a lot of damage in fact. Shocked might just clear it instead. He's found the TV! And Crystal
มันใช้ทุกอย่างจริง
ต้องชมคริสตันเลยมูฟมันสวยมันไปดูตัวไหลกลางให้ชัวร์ก่อนแล้วกลับมา
This guy came to London in the zone. I don't know what they're putting in Crystal's coffee, but this guy, a Red Bull clutch found here, and it's certainly not the first big round we've seen from him. Again, every series has had a map where he is by far the best player, but outside of that, in every map, he's had these rounds, he's had these moments, and that keeps us even. That keeps GE in with a chance. The Viper's Pit right away from Happyway towards this B site. But there's 3 players looking to fight A main on XLG. Meanwhile, the wrap is coming around. GE have got a ton of space. Patman's been picked off right away. You can see XLG are wary of this Leo. They'll caught with his bow and arrow out. It's not a favorable fight. The spam good from Lysor to at least trade it back. And it looks like the rest of the team is so far behind. But at least a trade from Autumn will keep this competitive.
Spike spotted in the middle, and because No Man's gone down, it's an immediate response from, well, both sides of the map. Happyway falls out of his pit, knows he could be surrounded, and the other players have then got aggressive in towards A main. Now, it does mean that there's a pretty hefty opening on the B side. It looks like their decision is to just try and play this one as a retake, use that man advantage in their favor. But it's very slow from GE. They are expecting there to be someone implemented. There has been all the way through the map. Whenever they rotate, there is someone in an aggressive position. And this is one of the first times that there isn't.
สวยอยู่มูฟสวยอยู่ครับ
In fact, Happyway gave up the Viper's Pit.
มันต้องอย่างนี้ไม่ใช่ปล่อยให้แบบวางแล้วค่อย
He's covering off this mid push, making sure no one comes through there. And if you know they haven't come that way and they're not an A main, it's pretty easy to guess where they might be. The only problem is a chamber trip still behind. The smoke, though, going to cover it off. Half covering. They're able to sneak their way past. This is huge for Lysor, but he won't catch the plant. And now Autumn, he's looking back. He's worried about the window. No, in fact, he's worried that they've done exactly this, that they've made it past his trap, but the bait is beautiful. Rarga drew his eye and has left Crystal in need of another
คิดว่าน่าจะเดินมาทางอีกทางหรือเปล่า
gigantic play. That spray
มัน
looks
ก็ไม่ได้
good.
อยู่ดีนี่หว่า
Lysor's alive on 5 HP.
ตัวเสก
But Crystal might still have done enough. Despite though being defused as we speak, the man with 5 health, the man who survived the battle with Crystal just moments ago.
โอ้โหแล้วแม่งคิวด้วย
Sticks it
คนลั่นแม่งทำอะไรก็ลั่นไปหมด
for XLG.
นิ่งจัดไลซอ
And that's gotta hurt. That's gotta sting. It looked like Lysor was dead to rights.
This is the problem.
โคตรไว
Go back to the last map when the streak continued. Who was there? Lysor. Look in this map. 24 and 14.
อ
There's
ย่างอ
been
อกก็ต้องหา
impact players
หมัดก็
throughout,
ต้องชน
but he has been
แม่งเล่นเต็มทุกแพททุกหยดเลยทุก3เลยจะตี 4แล้วพี่
XLG ครับผม
นี่ลอยแล้ว
ทุ่มจบตี 4 บ้าไปแล้ว
โอ้
Chances to touch base with the coaching staff unless XLG give them one. It's a 1-round lead for the defensive side, and GE come in here with a mixed buy. It's going to be 4 rifles. It's going to be a Viper's Pit. But Yudoton, the man top of the scoreboard, it looked like he was going to play with a stinger. Thank God. He's gotten a drop. He's got himself a Phantom. Back in the driver's seat, you would hope, for GE, or this will be an event that they will be quick to forget.
a few sleepless nights. Might disagree with you with how some of these rounds have gone, but
มันไล่สุดจริง
it's both teams
มันสูสี3แมปไปเลยแม่งสูสีทั้ง2คู่
making
เลย
it to playoffs.
โอ้โหเอาสุด
Making it
แล้วแม่งเล่นกันแบบเซฟกันรัว
ตัดให้
the
2 วัน
next
ติด
flight home. Run it back. Available. Happy way.
Oh,
He's going to catch Yudoton. He tries to be a hero and instead has gone down immediately. The judge still up close, still causing issues. The trade-out should be there, but he's still got a teammate to play with.
ๆคิดตันแม่งใช้ธนูเก่งจัง
Has got 2 in a second. It would have to be an ace. 3 players were still on the other side of the map. They maybe thought that those 2 could do some damage, but they've
มันเป็นคน
almost
ที่
won
มี
the
รีแอค
round
กับทุก
alone.
การกระทำจริงคิดตันยิงเสร็จเงยหน้าออก
Chance to make this to 12 for XLG. Started this series down a map, needing the reverse sweep. And Crystal has been the man that's caused so many headaches for them. But look how patient they are. Where GE were in the lead on Lotus and they made some individual mistakes. They were a little ambitious in the fights they took. Well, it's a different story from XLG. They took it. They played together. And they win together
เจอลูกซองพี่แฮปปี้เวย์ทีเรียบร้อยเลยโดนสเน็กไบต์เข้าไปคูณ 2
Global Esports 2 chances for XLG to make it to playoffs.
We're down on the previous map and needed a mass streak of rounds, which they got. They've been down in this second half as well, with GE again seemingly finding that momentum, but once more, Avoya takes a pause. The game turns on its head, and now the pressure is all on Global Esports. It looked like they came into this game as the favorites, eliminating Full Sense on their journey while XLG took down DRG.
สมมติว่าถ้าเป็นฟูเซนพี่ว่า
Now
สู้
it all
XLG
comes
ได้
down to this happy way. Well played! And he's
GG
taking
เลยครับ
out 3! That might just be the end! Crystal alongside Autumn, who's already down to 10. He's already gone. And now Crystal with the most impossible clutch of the lot to keep Global Esports in the tournament. They know exactly where he is. Revealed, blinded, spammed, and eliminated. It is XL.
เฮียแฮปปี้เวย์นี่พี่ไลซอแม่งเอาให้แบบ3มันต้องมีคนผัดกันตื่นอย่างเงี้ยนะนี่ตื่นคนเดียวนี่แม่งยาก
ครับผมพักผ่อนนะจับฉลากก่อนเราจับฉลากก่อน
ทีนี้เหลืออะไรเหลือเปเปอร์เล็ก G2 เอเลติก EDG ส่วนที่เข้าไปมี XLG เลเวทานวิทแล้วก็ฟุตเรียบร้อยเลยเข้าเพย์ออฟปุ๊บเฮเลติกเลือกฟุตไปกำลาบกันเลยของแพ้ทางกัน
can go marching on and this
แต่ตามไอ้เนี่ยมารยาทแม่งไม่ค่อยเลือกโซนเดียวกันหรอกแม่งรู้ว่าไม่สนุกผมเพิ่งรู้ว่าโค้ด XLG มันคือไอเฟดนะมันย้ายมาอยู่นี่แล้วเหรอ
โค้ด XLG
เมื่อกี้ไอข้างไอผู้ช่วยโค้ดอะ
เดี๋ยวฝรั่งจำอ่ะนะ
ไม่อีกคนหนึ่งไอเฟดอะ
3 คนเหรอ
อ๋อมันเป็นโค้ดเก่าวูฟจำได้ไหม
ได้แล้ว
คนไหนมันจะชี้ให้ดูไอเสื้อดำๆเมื่อกี้ปะโอ้ไฟนอลบอสอะเปเปอร์เล็กอะตอนนี้เจอใครแม่งพร้อมได้หมดอะ
ครับดูจับ
กลายเป็นแปซิฟิกที่โดนเบียดโควต้าไปครับของทีม EMEA มาจริงหรือว่าแชมป์มาสเตอร์นี้จะเปลี่ยนแล้ววะโอ้โหแต่ทีมที่เหลือบอกเลยว่าไม่ง่ายครับ
เกิดทางนั้นนะรอบต่อไปอ่ะ
แค่ EMEA มีลุ้นเยอะหน่อยมีทั้งวิทย์
เจ้า
ทั้ง
จี
เฮ
น
เล
เนื้อ
ติ
ห
ก
อมแน่นอน
เลือกไปโดนตบนี่ฮาเลยนะพี่ว่าถ้าเปเปอร์เล็กได้เลือกก่อนจะเลือกใคร
เจ้าจีนนั่นแหละ
ผมว่าไม่เลือก XLG ผมว่าแม่งเลือกเลเวทานไม่ก็ฟุตผมว่าเลือกเลเวทานว่ะ
น่ากลัวว่ะแต่ถ้าเลือกเรวันทานนี่เอาใจคนดูเลยนะ
ถ้าเปเปอร์เล็กได้เลือกก่อนจริงๆนะแต่ถ้าพี่ว่าถ้าเฮเลติกได้เลือก จะเลือกใคร XLG อ่ะ
XLG อ่ะ
โอ้ซีดหนึ่งยากอะดิ
ฟุตตอนนี้มันไม่ใช่ฟุตในปวดจัดเลย
เดี๋ยวผมจับคู่ให้เลยไอเลเวทานเจอเปเปอร์เล็ก D2 เจอ D2 เจออะไรวะเจอฟุต
มาแล้ว
เฮเลติกเจอ
Coaches from our number one seeded teams from our 4 regions. We've got Neil Zenio from Team Heretics. We've got Autumn, coach of EDG. We've got Alex of Paper X.
เฮ้ยอ๋อทำกลับบ้านไปเลยเหรอทำไมมาอยู่เนี่ย
For G2. And this is quite simple, isn't it, Nick? You've just got to put your hands in the balls and find out which coach gets to pick first.
Hey everybody, yep, this draw is as simple as it gets, so I will simply pick a ball, that coach will come up and pick their opponent, and then we will add them to the bracket. We will be doing that in sequential order, so the first pick will go here, second pick will go here, and so on. And then after that, we'll determine the final schedule and move on.
Okay, shall we get our hands, or your hands specifically, on some balls, please, Nick?
All right, let's do it.
โอ้ย
สวัสดีครับ TPP.
Here we go. Let's crack it open.
ตอนนี้ G2 ยิ้มเลย
It is Josh Arty from G2.
เลือกใครครับ
Let's all
G2
cast our
XLG แน่เลย
eyes on
ทรงนี้
who you're going to be picking.
XLG
Any thoughts? I like how you're pretending to think hard about this. You already know who you want. Go on.
นี่อ่ะ
It's our last recruited playoff team, XLG. Any thoughts as
เมื่อ
to
กี้ผมพูดว่าอะไรวะ
why?
G2 เจอ
Why
อะไร
have
นะ
you just chosen the team that's still celebrating down there, Josh?
XLG ป่ะ
Honestly, I feel like we have a good matchup. I know the coach, I know the players very well, and I feel like it'll be a good
โอ้โห
game
เฮ
for
ลิติก
us. You know?
เจอ
Just a
วิท
little
ไม่
bit
ก็
of
ฟุตได้เลย
friendly banter. Nick, hands in the
รั่ว
balls,
เลย
please.
ดีๆ
Alex,
นิก
if you're going to gossip on stage, I need you to say it into the microphone, please. Nick,
เหลืองาน
crack
ยาก
it.
ๆให้เปเปอร์เล็กก็ได้นะ
EDG. Autumn stroking the chin. I love that these
เฮ้ย
coaches
เอา
are
ถ้ามัน
making
มอง
things
วิทย์
dramatic. They know.
เฮ้ยมันเอาฟุตป่ะ
Show
โอ้
it to the
เอาว่ะ
audience. Autumn has picked
เฮีย
foot.
ของจริงครับ อย่างนี้ได้ใจนะเอาถ้ำนะ
Looking fun.
ไอ้เฮลิติก
We love
เฮ
it.
ลิ
That's
ติก
what
เจ
we
อ
do
เลเว
with
ทาน
our
หรือเปล่า
guys.
ลองดูกัน
Fun. And Nick,
เปเปอ
you're
ร์เล็กจะ
not.
เจอ
You're
วิทย์
here
หรือ
to
เป
do
ล่า
something very serious. Hands
เปเปอ
in
ร์เล็
the
ก
bowl,
เรียกทานเถอะ
please.
เดี๋ยวลุ้นให้นิกเลย
There we go. Nick well and truly milked that moment. I don't blame him.
อ้าวเปเปอร์เล็กเลเวทานวะเนี่ยเดี๋ยวพี่เล็กเลือกวิทย์ให้เปล่าเผื่อเฮ
I
ลิติก
like
อยากเจอ
Leozinho looking so disappointed. You've already got 3 teams from Europe in. Come on.
เอออีเชี่ย
มันน่ะบอกเลยแบบเนี้ย
Alex,
โอ้โหเลยเฮลิติก
did you
กู
just
ซึมเลย
pretend
เจ
that
อ
the
วิทย์
audience chose that for you? What's that? Say
Trying to see which one's louder.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's going to be a banging matchup. I can't wait to see the aggression in that particular one. And Nilzino, wait.
ไม่มีใครอยากเจอวิทย์ตอนนี้
Nick has to crack your name first.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, those are the
โคต
rules.
รมันอ่ะแบบเนี้ยมันแน่นอนอ่ะ
Come
โค
on,
ตรน่า
Nick.
ดูอ่ะ
Oh, what are the chances?
จะได้
of Team
G2 มันน่าเอา
Heretics?
วิทย์ไปนะ
All right, Neil. There you go.
เขาจะได้ไม่ซ้ำเลย
แต่ไม่เป็นไรหรอก
Oh,
นี่
what
ก็
do
มัน
you
ละ
know, guys?
เฮลิติกก็
Another regional
Rematch.
matchup. But it had to happen given that there are 3 EMEA
จริง
teams
เฮลิติกมันอาจจะชอบก็ได้
in
นะ
the
รู้เขารู้เราอยู่
playoffs.
แล้วเล่นใน
Neil
โซ
Zino,
น
does this surprise you?
No, honestly, I kind of expected not to get a chance. I don't know why, but yeah. Well, I'll take one. Like you said, there's 3
Yeah.
teams in the playoffs, so
เจอซี่ใหม่
I'm
มา
happy.
สวยปะ
Well, I can't wait to see when these matches are going to be happening, but that hasn't been decided yet because Nick needs to go backstage and have a natter with the
ว่าเล
powers
เวทาน
that be
สู้ยาก
from
ไปเลย
Riot Games. So make sure you keep your eyes on the socials to find out
คือ
who
ทีมมัน
will
เล่น
be
ไฟพาวเวอร์
playing
เล่นในนี่อยู่
when.
แล้ว
We have
เปเปอ
got
ร์เล็กแม่ง
a day off here
คือเหมือน
to
เข้าทางไปเลย
reset, give people a little bit of a
แต่
break.
สู้ได้อยู่นะ
But on Friday
อืม
we'll
แต่
be
สู้ยิง
coming
สู้อะ
back
ยิงได้อยู่แล้ว
with the playoffs
แต่
bracket.
เปเปอร์เล็ก
You don't
มีทั้ง
wanna
ไฟ
miss
พาว
it.
เวอร์แล้วแม่ง
See
มี
that.
ทั้งโอ้โหการเล่นที่แบบว่าอันพิดิกแต่ก็รอดูเผื่อมันจะมีอภินิหารเลเวทานมหาเทพซาโต้ผมบอกเลยถ้า G2 โดน XLG นะรั่วเลยบอก ไปได้พัก1 วันครับ
พักผ่อนหน่อยปะ
ผ่อนผ่อนสวัสดีราตรีสวัสดิ์ครับพรุ่งนี้ไปตกปลาดีกว่า
นะครับ
พรุ่งนี้ไปตกปลาดีกว่า เจอกัน